to recharge projects, which have a little lead time. We want to make sure we're being protective. I guess to that, Mr. Hill, what best on the flood protection side should people be thinking of doing now than these next months? The immediate emergency is less imminent. Just maybe if there's a few things you want to leave folks with on the sort of planning activities that should start to be happening here in these next couple of months.
Yeah, no, good question. So we'll be busy internally, developing our after action reporting and compiling all the information from our teams on kind of the best steps looking forward to next water year. Of course, we'll have, different reservoir conditions, higher levels. So that's already been an interest for some of our local partners, just understanding, what that may change in terms of flood risk heading into the winter. So some education opportunities there. But we'll do our normal coordination activities with our partners. We do flood preseason meetings every fall with local, state, and federal partners across the state. And that's really a good opportunity to, look back at the previous water year and flood conditions, as well as look forward and kind of prioritize some of those actions to help, prepare and plan for that.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Hill. Anything further from fellow board colleagues? Hearing none. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the update from everyone. Thank you for the time. And that closes out informational item number 4. And then brings us now to item number 5, which is our informational item to provide an update on the implementation of the Central Valley Salt and Nitrate Control Programs. I want to welcome up Regional Board and our folks. Give a moment to swap out the panel.
Morning. I see tech upgrades are the thing these days. I heard that we're in this room. And
yes, upgrades and otherwise, yeah. This isn't part of the upgrade, but
absolutely.
Upgrade someday.
I do want to extend my thanks before we begin this presentation as we get things set up. It looks like our boardroom should be up and running by Thursday for our first board meeting in a newly refurbished Central Valley Water Board Rancho Cordova office, which has been offline for about 3 years. So with the upgrades, I saw the old server banks, and sure enough, there were those little laser etched 2019 or 2009 dates on some of them and 1999 dates on others. So we should be able to run moving forward.
Yeah, we may very well be there with you, so running these meetings there.
Got the doors open. I will say reserve early. That room is being asked for by a lot of folks in the Sacramento area already as soon as they learned that it was. Shall we wait just a minute for board members?
I think we can start. We still have quorum. We have Nicole.
Absolutely. Absolutely. At your pleasure. Well, good morning, Chair, members of the board. We're here today to do another of the annual updates as to the implementation of the CV Salts program. Frankly, one of the bigger programs at the regional board, even though it's still on a shoestring staff. We are doing a lot of things within this area with respect to nitrate and salt control. Next slide. For an overview of what we're discussing here today, and there's a lot of material, I'll provide an update on the nitrate control program from the regional board side. You'll then hear from a couple of the management zones that have been doing the work, Valley Water Collaborative and the Tule Basin Management Zone, and then some comments from environmental justice advocates on their perspective on the implementation of the nitrate control program. We'll probably take a break at that point, answer some questions, because there are very distinct programs at this stage, and then begin an update of the salt control program, where a lot of activity is happening as well. a brief 2-slide update on enforcement activities when we find dischargers not enrolling in one of those 2 programs, and then some question and comments, which I'm sure there will be some. Next slide. I know you've seen this map before, but I think it always helps to orient us when we're talking about these programs. We have a prioritized program in the nitrate control program that is a groundwater only program, and then a phased program with a salt control program for surface water and groundwater. And to be frank, we've been discussing internally when we talk about CV salts, all of this is mushed together along with a few other policies for compliance, secondary MCLs and things like that. So we've been a little bit more blunt about talking about the nitrate control program as firmly in its implementation phase at this point. It's not a basin planning program, and the salt control program a little separately, because we're currently still in a long 45-year phase to update basin plan amendments, do additional studies, et cetera. And you'll hear a little bit more about that in just a minute. Next slide. So for starters, the nitrate control program, I don't think I have to explain the consequences of nitrate contamination. It's widespread in the valley. It is an acute contaminant. It can result in methylglobinemia, blue baby syndrome, and so in a very real way, this threatens children's lives in the valley, and so it's a very urgent concern. One of the reasons why this was added to the program as we were developing CV salts on the whole. Next slide. Apologies for the speed. We've got a lot of folks talking here today, so if you want to pause me at any point, feel free to do so. We've got a lot of ground to cover, and frankly, there's a lot of slides that made it on the cutting room floor to make the time limitations, so I can certainly elaborate at any point in this presentation. But here's priority 1. Priority 1 management areas are the first phase of implementation. These areas cover the most nitrate impacted areas of the Central Valley. These, worth noting, are confined to DWR subbasins, so generally speaking, they cover just about the same ground. Modesto and Turlock are actually 2 management zones on the upper portion that are covered by one implementing agency and Valley Water Collaborative for administrative purposes. And then we also have a combination, next slide. As we move into phase 2 or priority 2, where we will be issuing notices to comply, hopefully by the end of this year, you'll note that we've got the Kings Water Alliance in the blue outline has already begun work on priority 2 within that area, forming up some of the initial steps for that area. Just again, for administrative convenience, they're also working in the priority 1 Kings subbasin. So that's what we're going to be talking about. This is where the action is happening in priority 1 so far, and priority 2 is where it's coming next.
And just quickly, because I know tomorrow we will be having a discussion around the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. When we talk about priorities here, again, we're talking about the water quality side of things. But just to note that the cross-pollination here, both between the borders of the basins, the growers, the constituents that we're going to be working with are all kind of the same. So, it just comes to mind. I just wanted to make clear for folks when we talk about the priority of groundwater basins here, separate from SGMA and of course around water quality, but interconnected completely.
Absolutely, and I should have introduced Jenny Fuller, who's here as one of our senior specialists, and behind me we have Hannah Daly, Cindy, and Angela, all newer members of the team. Cindy's probably the most seasoned veteran at this point, but we actually had a conversation with Office of Research Planning and Performance, their SGMA team. They're envious of how few management zone implementing agencies they have in these subbasins, but we've been sharing a lot of ideas as you move towards implementation of SGMA and kind of mail outs and things like that, talking about what works and what doesn't work as we move in that area. So certainly a lot of communication happening between state board staff, between the irrigators that are implementing SGMA and the growers and permittees that are implementing the nitrate control program. Next slide. And for the overall numbers, so I did mention that there's a nitrate control program. We did a notice to comply in that one. You'll see the stats on the salt control program on a separate slide, but these are the priority one permittees. So these are the entities within the priority one areas that received a notice to comply, essentially triggering their responsibility to start providing drinking water, to start working on management zone proposals, or for that 1% identified in the individual pathway of demonstrating to the board that they are in compliance with the nitrate objectives. Basically a few wastewater treatment plants that are on full Title 22 recycled water that is nitrate compliance, that has nitrification, denitrification technology, and some, I think there's a couple food processors that essentially their effluent is virtually pure water with no nitrate loading. So those are the folks that are in that 1%. Just about everybody else is working on management zones. That's a 93%, or is not compliant and has been getting some notices from our enforcement team to either bring them under the individual compliance pathway or into a management zone. And they do have to pay some back fees if they sign up to a management zone late. Next slide. And I want to talk a little bit. We received a letter about a management zone implementation plans, which are due in early September, about the engagement efforts. I want to say, I apologize if we did not meet expectations or demonstrate complete transparency as we work through this process. We're currently, or the management zones currently are in a very, very contracted time frame to develop preliminary plans, mostly technical plans, about what can and can't be done with the permittees within their areas. So the POTWs, on-site wastewater treatment systems, irrigated lands, dairies, other confined animals, all are putting together their proposals for nitrate load reductions over a 35-year time frame. What we will be doing is when we get those, the plan is to then immediately put that out for public comment, to have a board hearing, and very importantly, even after we have a hearing on those management zone implementation plans, they are not self-implementing. We then, and by we, the regional board then has to take that plan and turn it into permit requirements. That is a major permitting effort. There's about 11 general permits that will need to be revised, including the confined animal permit. Covers about 900 confined animal facilities, dozens of oil and gas operations, several NPDES permittees. Even though it's a groundwater only program, there are NPDES permittees that have ponds and other facilities that contribute nitrate to groundwater. Irrigated lands permits will be revised, covering about 7,000 farms enrolled in 4 coalitions. And again, this is just priority 1. And then about 168 individual permits, including 53 municipal facilities, will be upgraded following the management zone implementation plan. We're also in communication with state permitting entities here at DWQ because certain permits will also need to be upgraded. And there's, we talked a lot during the development of the winery general order for making it forwardly compatible with these types of programs. The language is in there, but it will have to be tweaked once we get the final management zone implementation plans in, get that approved, and kind of bake that into the permit requirements so it's enforceable in case somebody doesn't pay in to the early action plan or the drinking water program. Next slide. A little bit more about the management zone implementation plans. When they come in, before the permits are updated, we will be going through CEQA assessments and need to detail environmental impacts and trade-offs, the infrastructure needed for nitrate load reductions on the dairy, the confined animal side, cost for compliance, impacts during the compliance timeframe, so how long that nitrate will remain in the groundwater detected in wells. All of that has to be discussed in CEQA assessments that will be subject to several public processes. Drinking water infrastructure build out and financing, we're going to be assessing that in cooperation with the affected communities and infected individuals, certainly talking with State Board and Division of Financial Assistance as they kind of look through those proposals and when we kind of get those in. Communities with non-compliant wastewater treatment plants will have to assess their infrastructure needs, opportunities for upgrades, get buy-in from local municipal leadership, lots of opportunities for public participation in that process. My guess and the kind of conversations that we've been having is Very few of the communities within Priority 1 area have the financial wherewithal to upgrade their plants immediately. So those will probably be towards the end of the 35-year compliance timeframe. So discussions about BPTC, best practicable treatment and control, anti-degradation policy, and financing options will be in the discussion as we engage with all the municipal leaders to work on their long-term wastewater infrastructure needs. That includes OTS, on-site wastewater treatment systems, consolidation orders that could be prepared by the board, the funding for consolidation, and things of that nature. And last but not least, certainly all the permits have to make AB 2108 findings, because what we are doing here is we're putting all of those thousands of permittees on a time schedule for nitrate compliance that will require culturally relevant engagement done by board staff in collaboration with the dischargers to talk to all the communities and affected entities to make sure that they are afforded opportunity to provide meaningful input in this process as we work through what could be a lengthy process to develop this into permit requirements. Permits must also satisfy all applicable state policies, including anti-degradation policy, sources of drinking water policy, human right to water, non-point source policy, as is pointed out quite frequently. And last but not least, the drinking water programs and outreach that the management zones are currently doing must be maintained. So you hear a lot about the outreach that they're doing right now, while these activities, the permitting activities, are going to be ongoing. All right, next slide. Here are some highlights about the early action plans. This was the kind of program that the management zones have taken on to address the needs of the communities while they work on nitrate load reductions and coming into compliance. The gross numbers are kind of put in front of you right there. Lots of discussions. They ramped up, as you'll hear, a lot of door knocking campaigns, lots of social media promotion, postcards, websites, and attendance at about 161 community events within these Priority 1 areas. And this shows kind of some of the highlights in terms of where the total numbers are. Lots of inquiries into the program. Can I have my well tested? Many of those are within the service boundaries of public water systems that are compliant with the nitrate standards. So that's why you see a much lower number of applications. There's still a lot of applications that were submitted by folks who don't have domestic wells. And so we have a gap between the applications and the wells tested, certainly where they're trying to get all of the wells tested that are part of eligible applications. A little over 1,000 of those wells tested by the management zones are above the nitrate standard. And you've got a slightly higher number receiving bottled water, higher number because some of the wells are tested under different programs and the management zone stepped in to provide the replacement. Next slide. All right, so just want to highlight that number of 1,730. Next slide.
Sorry, can I ask just a quick question on that? Or maybe you'll answer this next, but just of the applications, 3,641 and the wells tested, all the ones that applications received that haven't been tested, are the vast majority not eligible, or is it just that we haven't been able to schedule and do the testing yet?
A combination, and I think the management zones could
Can
probably
answer
address
that.
that a
Okay.
little more directly, but it's a combination. Next slide. Click. So there's that 1,730 number, which is the most recent testing numbers from the management zones themselves. Click the next number. But this is actually within the Priority 1 area, how many wells have actually been tested, because the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program has a parallel program to test domestic wells that are on irrigated lands properties. It does a little bit more of a blunt instrument there in that every single one of these wells has to be tested, not just the ones that are in focused areas of concern. And we've got all told about 3,500 wells that are above the nitrate standard in Priority 1 areas. Now we're working on getting to the wells that haven't been tested yet. We think we've got pretty much all the wells on irrigated lands parcels have been tested. Our enforcement team in the Irrigated Lands Program has been very, very diligent about that since the East San Joaquin order was issued. But we're still working on getting the numbers bumped up for the management zone. But I just wanted to give you that number, that 8,487, as the number of wells, drinking water wells, tested in the Priority 1 area under Central Valley Water Board programs. Now, some of the data, it's a little bit of apples and oranges. We're working on cleaning that up. They have to do, when the wells are tested in the Irrigated Lands Program, the data is submitted under slightly different format. You have to deal with centroids of parcels and location maps that are a little different. But we're working on getting that data synthesized, frankly, because we want to tell the story that most of the wells that we were concerned about have been tested within the Priority 1 area. Now, certainly there's a lot of wells that are off of irrigated lands parcels, but when we looked at what the numbers are from the Corona report, which was the report that was submitted to the board by engagement experts estimating the number of high nitrate wells within the Priority 1 area, it's about 7,000. We've tested a little bit more than that in terms of overall wells. Now, certainly there's more to be done, but I just want to get that number out there as to the well testing that is going on in the Central Valley. Not all of it's being done under the management zones. Next slide.
Sorry, can I just clarify one more thing on that
Absolutely.
slide? Back to the slide before. In terms of apples and oranges, though, the Corona report number of people at high-risk domestic wells, those are the number of people expected to have nitrate over the standard, not the number of people that would need testing, right?
Yes and no. The way the Corona report was submitted, it used some conservative assumptions about the potential impacts to wells. So, that the number there included a margin of safety that was a little higher. So it's not quite apples and oranges and bananas there. The Corona numbers are a little higher than the exact numbers of actual impacted wells that we'd be expected to find. But that's the outreach and the type of numbers just to put in the ballpark of wells that would need to be tested that would thought to be threatened in that area.
So the 8,487 was there a number in the Corona report that was the number of wells that should be tested because they may be at risk? And then the Corona report was, again, a little conservative, but of those wells that should be tested, this is the amount that we would expect to be over.
I wish I could give you a number that was closer.
No, I don't need the number. I just want to make sure I'm understanding whether it's apples and oranges, or bananas or whatever the fruit is, in other words, it seems to me that we would be comparing the 3,531 above the nitrate standard to be what would be more comparable to the Corona report estimate of how many would be at high risk of having nitrate over the MCL. And again, I understand Corona's overly concerned, or, is more inclusive than maybe what we actually find, but I'm just trying to make sure I understand that.
I think the most direct comparison would be the Corona report numbers with the domestic well tests that are not on ILRP parcels. So if you were able to kind of carve out the number of that, about 7,000 from the Corona report, which we don't have, if they were able to carve out all the ones that were on irrigated lands parcels, hopefully we'd have a number that would show up similar to the 1730 testing. But that's the point of demarcation that I don't know. It wasn't contained in the Corona report what was on irrigated lands parcels or what wasn't. The data sets were a little different there. And irrigated lands, the reason why it's not an easy comparison is irrigated lands just said test all of them. It doesn't matter if they're if you think that they're nitrate impacted, if they're on the red zones in the map or not, test them. If they're within a different definition of what nitrate impacts would be expected to be. So you're dealing with kind of three different types of maps in terms of where you're expecting nitrate impacts.
Well, and then similarly to that point that you made, just the, when you're looking at the percentage of tests of wells that are over the nitrate standard in the management zone testing, where it is much more targeted to high risk.
Yeah,
It's
I think we know
a
where you're going.
lot. It's the vast majority are finding it over the MCL. So I'm just, I guess I'm just concerned that we still have a while to go to figure out make sure that we're testing those that the Corona report would identify or has identified as high risk. And I understand your point on the irrigated lands is just a
Bit of a
less
shock.
targeted, any irrigated land. So to your point, we haven't figured out exactly what that gap or overlap is, but
I will say I was really hoping to have these numbers sharpened for you this year. It will have to be next year. Again, we've got the 4 or 5 people in our irrigated lands program that do the irrigated lands well testing program, working on synchronizing the data with the management zones, having those communications. And by this time next year, I hope to get you the numbers, apples to apples comparisons about what's been tested and what's not been tested.
thanks.
Next slide. All right. Now, in terms of bottled water program participation, you see, there is a slow ramp up. This is frustratingly slow to some folks, although we don't have a huge time frame represented here. But this is just to show that there have been progress in providing bottled water, in doing the testing, and in fielding the inquiries in the Priority 1 areas. Next slide. The early action plans, the drinking water program's next steps. I'll talk a little bit more about expanded SAFER funding on the next slide. Enhanced outreach. You'll hear a lot about what the outreach that has been done. It is a program that we are still pushing on. Despite all the successes there are some stubborn numbers that we're trying to make sure that are driven down exactly to your point. Incorporation of irrigated lands regulatory program, domestic well testing data, so that we're comparing apples to apples, and continue to work with health providers, schools, and community leaders to frankly foster trust in this program. If somebody comes up and offers you something free, there's a lot of skepticism, and it sometimes takes leaders or word of mouth, as you'll hear later, to gain that trust and have the management zones come into your home, sample your water, and provide you replacement water. And of course, expand on outreach methods that are working. And last slide for me until a little later on in the presentation. And here's a few slides on the SAFER co-funding. It does, and I know it's even for myself, it's taken a long time to get these funding agreements in place, to get the funding done. It takes a long time, I've learned, in terms of this contractual process. But we are, there are millions of dollars. I know that this board, the state board, is putting out there to enhance the testing that we're doing, to really help make some assurances in these communities that when we test the well, we're not just testing for nitrate, that we can say for arsenic, for 1,2,3-TCP, variety of other co-contaminants, your well is safe or it is not safe. Because frankly, I know your comment to us and your comment to DFA as they worked on these, and SAFER as they worked on these projects, is we don't want a situation where the regional board or a management zone goes into a home, tests it for nitrate, says you're fine for nitrate, and we never test it for arsenic, or we never test it for 1,2,3-TCP, and those are off the charts. And so it leads to a false sense of security for those other contaminants. And so I do appreciate all the funding that you've poured into this program to help get that co-contaminant testing done. And that's the status right there. Only one of the management zones is fully operational. We're close on the second one, and 2 others are about to get their agreements done. Chowchilla is a little different. They're one of the smaller of the management zones. They're co-funded by Madera County to get that work done. Slide. I'll turn it over to Valley Water at this time. Back, certainly.
Well, good morning, everyone. Chair Escobar. Harry Clausen, Valley Water Collaborative, Executive Director of the administrative group that manages 2 management zones. Go next slide. So to give you a perspective of where we're located, we cover most of Stanislaus County east of the San Joaquin River. And as I mentioned, for administrative purposes, we combined the 2 management zones into one group. So far, it's worked out really well, and we've been able to realize the efficiencies that we had hoped for. So as you can see, we're bordered by the rivers. These are the DWR basins. Next slide. So we are a little over 2 years into our program. This is a depiction of our 2 management zones. On the left, you see the number of applicants that we have received. We've received a little over 1,000 total. And then after removing this, anyone that's in a public water system in a city, we have narrowed it down, and we have, as you see depicted on the right-hand side, I'll give you the numbers in a minute, those that are receiving bottled water. We targeted in our mailings the areas, you can see it somewhat in this slide, the red areas. Those are what were designated as high above the nitrate drinking water standard in our preliminary management zone proposal. So we have been targeting our mailings. And there has been some outside of that area, and you'll see some in the hatched area as well. That's where the city public water systems are. There are islands still in these cities where they have public wells. They have private wells. So we are reaching those as well. Okay, the next slide. So I want to give you some of the data that we've been collecting over this time. As you can see here, we've had 562 wells that have been tested. And the bar chart here indicates the red line, the bright red line, is the drinking water MCL for nitrate. And you can see where the exceedances are landing to the very far right. The one you can see out to the left of the photo is 90 milligrams per liter, all the way down to, below the standard. And I'll come back to that in a minute. And you can see from the data analysis our mean and our median. The point being is that we do have a lot of exceedances in our area, and it's in part because we targeted a high nitrate area. So this is not really representative. It's not a data study of our management zone. I have to point that out to the folks that read data in a different ways than us other people. It is scattered throughout the area, so it's not really representative of the spatial area. Okay, the next slide. So we, as Patrick mentioned, Valley Water was able to get a SAFER grant. We were okayed for funding in January 2022, so we've expanded beyond nitrate to the contaminants you see listed here. And we're doing a cost sharing arrangement. The easiest one is outreach. We split 50-50, but then the other contaminants, the state's paying 100% for that. We pay for the nitrate. And the administrative, recipient handling, and other things are split based on the breakdown of contaminants. So if we're sharing nitrate plus 1,2,3-T, then there's a percentage split, et cetera. And yeah, so far it's going quite well. Next slide. So here's a breakdown of what we've been finding. And to my surprise and many others, the most common co-contaminant is uranium. As you can see, 46% of the wells have uranium. As those that know geography understand, the Sierra Nevadas is loaded with uranium, and over the millions and millions of years, it has eroded into the soils of the bedrock, the sediments in the valley, and we're finding it in the water. 1,2,3-T CP is also being found, not quite as common, but we are seeing some exceedances of that. We're working on some carbon filtration point of entry installations on the one of the individuals that qualified for the SAFER funding. And as you know, there's an income limitation on recipients of SAFER funding. So when we have an exceedance, we certainly notify the homeowner of the exceedances. But when they receive the SAFER funding, they have an income verification process they need to go through. So we're working on getting that carbon filter installed. And then you can see the other ones, the DBCP, EDB, virtually non-existent. There are some, and then arsenic is 7%. Okay, next slide. So what we started doing in March, so a little over a year and 3 months ago, we added, oh, I'm sorry, here's some uranium data real quick, sorry. So you see the bright red line is the MCL. There's quite a few that are right under it, and then a fair number that are over. The one on the far right, we did resample, found out it was a lab error. So we are doing that for the ones that are extraordinarily high or beyond the normal ranges that we've been finding. Okay, next slide. I'll start this one. In March 22, we added to our application process on our website the ability for the applicant to let us know how they're hearing about us, which has been very, very important, very valuable to us in directing our outreach. And as you can see, the neighbor, friend, family member is 31% of our references. Now, this you have to take with a little grain of salt too, because we've had some people check other, and we query them and they say, we got a postcard, we saw you in the paper, we saw your signs, we saw all the things that we're doing. So they check other, but the neighbor, friend, family member is certainly the most important. They're obviously trustworthy. To get a test, it was fine, it didn't hurt. We've got water, everything's going well, and that is our best, so far has shown to be our best way to get people to sign up for the program. In fact, I'll talk a bit about it later, but we are focusing our outreach efforts on our recipients now to try to get them to do more incentivize referrals for our program so we can keep those applications coming. So the next slide, but you hold that newspaper. So we've been fortunate to have 3 newspaper articles in the Modesto Bee, in the Turtle Rock Journal about our program, which has helped a lot. It shows that there's still many people that read the newspaper, which is encouraging. So that's one point about it. But the other one is that we had an article about the program launch. That helped. Then we had the Safer program launch. Laurel came to Modesto. We got some press coverage, some TV coverage, and people respond to that. They see it in the paper. It must be something that's genuine. So we've got a lot of folks that have applied through that. We've also have, as you see pictured here, high school display contest. We've done this twice now, and we went to the local high school, offered them cash prizes. We were going to offer a scholarship, and the administration said, just give them cash. It's way easier. If you do a scholarship, that's a lot of paperwork for us. Just give them cash. So we've been giving them cash, and $2,000 first place for a group of 3 or 4 teenagers that are really happy when they get their prize. Anyway, they came up with some very creative displays for us that we've been using in farmers markets and the fairs and such that we go to, and they attract a lot of attention. We started out with posters and free and things, and in our tabling events, and it wasn't as attractive until we started getting these displays. So that's really helped us a lot in both exposing the program to these kids' parents, but also we got some press coverage out of it. Okay, the next slide. So this just gives you an idea of the tabling events that we're doing. This is similar to all the other management zones. We go to any place that will allow us to have a table, essentially. And some we're paying, most are free. Farmers markets, swap meets, and any type of celebration that we can do, and just start talking to people. We get between 50 to 200 interactions at a farmer's market, typically with our bilingual staff that have been going. So, we're doing what we can to be out there in the public so folks can see us and have name recognition. So the next slide. Last August, we started canvassing in earnest. We had, again, my bilingual staff went out and knocked on 1,000 doors in the Turlock, Modesto outlying area. They had 337 conversations, as you see there. 212 expressed interest. 119 were very polite and said, no thanks, we're not interested, even after long conversations sometimes. And some of them were not happy that the data would go on GeoTracker. We'll talk about that later, but that was one deterrent for a lot of people is I don't want my data on a public website. But the sort of not positive thing about it, we didn't get a lot of applications out of it. We got 16, which is 1.6%. And we spent from last August to about last month going to lots and lots and lots of households. And it's just not turning out the people like we had hoped. And again, that's why we're thinking about, or not thinking, we're going to consider working a lot closer with our recipients because they know us. And hopefully they get back to the people that we have talked to at some point and sign up. Okay, next slide. So we have an excellent database that we planned out where we would canvass. We took the neighborhoods that were disadvantaged communities that were in the red areas that we had highlighted in our mapping. So we did very systematically went through the neighborhoods that were canvassed at the outskirts of the small communities that you see listed there. Okay, next slide. Then we also do roadside stands. We follow the local ordinances and we get the landowner's permission. Many of our board members are growers in the area, so we make sure we have permission. We put the signs out and we've got 64 signs spread around the area. And then we also do the poster or the little flyers in the window. We have businesses throughout the area, where 70 businesses where we're putting flyers either on the window, as you see on the left, or on the counter, English and Spanish, and just getting to know them. We go back after a period of time and make sure that their quantities are adequate. And then next slide. And there's just some more shots of some of the ways that we're promoting our resource fair that we had recently. Again, flyers posted wherever the owners will let us. Next slide. So in summary, I just want to give you a little sense of what Valley Water and the other management zones have become. I mean, really, you think about it, 2 years ago, there wasn't anything out there. We are now, I would say our staff, speaking for the ones from the other management zones, we're jack of all trades. I mean, we're lab field test managers. We got water delivery schedules. We have people that didn't get their water. You serve as kind of an intermediary to the water providers, outreach coordinators. We're now learning a whole lot about reverse osmosis and carbon filter systems, the advantages and disadvantages. They're not a turnkey plug and play. We're event promoters. We're local organization liaisons. We in the other management zones have made numerous excellent contacts amongst the community organizations. They're willing to help us, and it's been refreshing to see people come to us and say, hey, we'll help you where we can. We've had a couple people have volunteered from these organizations just to come to our tables to help us out. And then, as I've mentioned, the water recipients are our best promoters by far. Many that have come up to our representatives at the farmers markets are just saying, thank you, oh, this is great. Never knew I had this in my water. And they're very, they praise us a lot. Lavish praises, I guess I would call it. And then our high-speed display contests, as you can see from those posters, they're a lot more effective than posters. And we're not finished yet. We're still building relations with all these local entities that we're going to be working with, especially now as we start the management zone implementation plan process. We're already talking to them about the need to have, once we have the skeleton of our plan put together, the skeleton or the meat and the bones too that's coming in September, we're going to sit down with them, with each of these communities and figure out where does this fit in your planning, in your authorities. Because what we've learned, and you all know this, authorities are very divided. Drinking water is different from wastewater. It's private. There's so much involved in working on these replacement water options that we have in front of us. So we're county health, the municipal advisory councils, all of these folks have input and will have input when we put these plans forward to them, which I believe are going to help us develop these long-term solutions in an effective way. And as much as anything, conserve our resources so that and prioritize our resources so that we get the most bang for the dollar, but also cover those who have in our drinking contaminated water. So I think that's my last slide. I'll have Charlotte's gonna
Can I ask a
join us by
question?
Zoom, I think. Charlotte,
Board member,
questions?
Sorry, thanks. Well, first of all, I just wanted, while we have you fresh with your presentation, Perry, just to say, really, really impressed and appreciative of the leadership that the management zones you're serving and the nonprofit that you run are doing in this area. You've really been a leader in terms of charting new territory with us on the co-contaminant management zone agreements to try to make sure that we're getting folks the full range of testing they need, and just really want to recognize how important that is. It's kind of similar to, I think, some of the dynamics of, one person gets their water tested and then they can see how it works and then they can tell their neighbors. And so I think the hope is that same thing is happening, and seeing that with the management zones as you've kind of charted the way on that. So first, just thank you. I had two questions. Well, one is just on the really amazing work on canvassing and targeting that you all did, and seeing only 16 applications, it seems like directly from that. I'm wondering if those 16 end up being those, again, early adopters that then can be word of mouth for their neighbors, or if you have any sense of whether those areas that you've targeted ultimately are getting testing. Maybe they're not applying just after the first door knock, but by talking to their neighbors that did, if you're seeing that maybe delayed impact.
Well, one of the things I didn't mention that we are doing is when we canvass, we went to a neighborhood where there was somebody getting water already. So that, and there was results, so we knew that there was an exceedance in the area, and we also knew, and they did many times, that neighbor 3 houses down is getting water from us. So we use that a lot when the guys were going out. And I think we're going to do more investigation. I think that's a good idea. Go back and see those 3. What was it that they said? How were you convinced? And I think we learn from these folks more than we realize, I guess, is what it is right now. We got to look, at first we went and did a focus group, hired a company to do a focus group, and it didn't tell us anything we didn't know, because they just did random. If you do focus group, you have to select to it randomly. So we're going to definitely do that. And when we do this incentive program, we really want to find out what's going to help us expand this program, and try to get these suggestions that we try to brainstorm amongst us 5 other groups about what works. And every area is a little different. In our outskirt area, the people are out in the country, they want to be left alone. Found that sentiment often is just, I'm fine, leave me alone, I've been drinking my water all my life, type of thing. And so we just have to find that magic key to get in the door.
Yeah, and I think really appreciate your leadership and work of the management zones and organization to really dig into that and reflect and learn from it and engage with the folks that are doing it to figure out how to increase that. So thank you. And then last question is really, and you mentioned this at the end, so the focus with water testing is obviously domestic wells that aren't otherwise doing testing. But there are obviously public water systems that are dealing with nitrate, especially small systems that are dealing with nitrate in your region. So can you talk about what you are doing in terms of ensuring that those served by public water systems are getting safe water if they don't have it because of nitrates in your area?
So our priority is the domestic wells. That's what this program is. In our preliminary management zone proposal, our consultants identified all the public water systems, small schools and small communities that were in exceedance of the nitrate standard. What we have learned, we've had a couple of them apply, and we always check with the county and then your office in San Joaquin, the State Water Board office, to make sure what's going on with this system. We had one recently, two recently, that were under enforcement orders. And we were told, do not touch, essentially. So we tell them, sorry, you got to deal with the state board of the county. We're not able to do anything with you. We don't have authority. And
Oh, interesting. For even providing bottled water?
yeah, and I think Patrick can probably explain more about that. But yeah, we've had meetings with Division of Drinking Water, with the county, about some of these circumstances that are outside of our realm, I guess is all I would say.
Did you want to add to that, Patrick?
No, I just would say that the discussions were involving Division of Drinking Water and Darren, and we can kind of
Okay,
make
yeah,
those offline. I know there's an enforcement perspective on a few of those that
Right.
is,
okay.
new to me as well.
Yeah, and I mean, just, our SAFER program provides bottled water to out of compliance public water systems in schools all the time. So it'd be great to maybe just flagging for our staff to follow up on why that is. Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks. And I think now we can go on to the next panelist. Oh, wait. Sorry. Vice Chair, do you want to throw a couple questions in as well?
Well, I did have some questions for Mr. Paloopa. I sensed there was a flow here, and I didn't want to interrupt the flow. So getting back to the slide that you had on all the permitting that's going to be going on,
Yeah.
can you give us a better sense of time frame? Because we've got, the 35-year, and this permitting is going to take an awful lot of time. So what's sort of your target for wrapping up that phase of implementation?
I wish I had a better number. I think at this stage, a lot of it is going to depend on essentially evaluation of all the individual permitting entities. I know you've heard it from the environmental advocates a lot. We hear it too, and we know it's our obligation to try and get everybody on a schedule that is as short as practicable. So, some of those will be weighed on sector by sector. So Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, looking at what is the most practical way of meeting the nitrate objectives at the dairies, confined animal facilities. All of those will have to be evaluated in the context of a Priority 1 management zone and essentially plugged in to the overall master list. Now, that I think the way we're envisioning it is that we get the management zone implementation plan. It will state, here are the sectors that we know we need nitrate load reductions in. Here is a general time frame for those sectors to come into compliance. And then we have a debate with with everybody, with the municipalities that will need to kind of make the treatment plant upgrades. Most of our treatment plants, I think, like I said, there's about 53 municipal facilities that are non-compliant. We don't want to burden them because they're frankly, in many cases, the same drinking water providers that have been impacted by nitrates. And so work with them to figure out what's a compliance timeframe that takes into account local growth conditions and infrastructure needs. Work through best practical treatment or control within different sectors of the food processing industry, whether it's kind of a nut huller or cannery or others. A lot of it is evaluation of BPTC. What can your industry do, and on what time frame can it be done? And then ideally, we'd have essentially a CEQA document compiled for the management zone, probably working with the dischargers to compile that, understand what the environmental trade-offs are for energy, for noise, legacy groundwater impacts, how long wells will be impacted, what's going to be the cost to impacted communities, looking at that from every angle within the environmental document, and simultaneously have engagement meetings under AB 2108 with the communities and with the dischargers. And we certainly hear from the dischargers as well that, look, we employ a lot of folks that are in disadvantaged communities and want to understand the concerns that would have that the board's regulations would have on them. So when that is completed, I don't know the timeframes under which that would need to happen. Some of it is influenced by, kind of what the proposals will be when they come in, and then what the criticism of those proposals are. This isn't happening quick enough. We need more time here or there. After we run through that process, ideally, we'd have one kind of master nitrate permit per management zone that would essentially upgrade all of the permits nitrate compliance at once, essentially say, so you've got your permit, maybe it was issued in 1990, maybe it was issued in 2023, it has nitrate compliance language in it, strike all that out of there. You have to comply now with the management zone kind of master nitrate plan, that one document. So that is a permitting effort for each and every one of those facilities. And that actually, gets us the teeth that we need to enforce the permit, in case somebody doesn't pay their dues to fund a drinking water program, in case somebody doesn't make upgrades to their facility on a time frame that was agreed to in the management zone implementation plan, that will now be enforceable. And so that's the strategy. I'll set a time frame, probably going to be about 1.5 to 2 years before we get that done. And even that is relatively aggressive given the kind of resources that we have at our disposal, and understanding that the non-15 program, which is what does that, has about a dozen permit writers all throughout the state, and many of them are also working on updating permits for other facilities outside of Priority 1 areas that need to grow or found to be out of compliance or are under enforcement orders or things like that. It's a big workload, and not sure how we're going to manage it, but we're working on kind of reconfiguring our offices to try and figure out how to get that job done.
Thank you for that. And I'm glad you brought up AB 2108 because that was going to be my next question. So just looking at all the different moving parts here, the management zone plans, the regulatory piece, Sigma, and the coordination that's required with Sigma. And now, maybe not in this area, but in some of these others that you're working on, we're gonna see, perhaps even our involvement. And so looking at how you tie things together for the communities, because I think every step of the way we've had concerns about community engagement. And then, hearing from Mr. Clausen about just the effort, the monumental effort that's involved. And there's always that tension, move quickly, but do a good job. And so, maybe looking for, and I don't know if it would be today or the next time you come before us, but, maybe some thoughts on how to tie things together for community engagement, because I just always think of what it's like to sit up here and have constant opportunities as a board member, and I still have to put on my thinking cap really hard as you go through these programs. And I think of what it would be like to be, a community member that doesn't have that advantage. And this is just CV Salts, not all the other programs. So, maybe if you could comment on that, but on these ongoing updates, I think looking specifically on how to help us or how showing us the vision on connecting the dots there for community engagement with these overlapping programs.
Yeah. And so, I think it'd be an excellent conversation to have, because I think there's the concerns are very widespread, although they do slot into a few categories. You have, just to kind of name a few, you've got, domestic well owners that are impacted with nitrates that are relatively close to a drinking water provider. And I think there the strategy will be when can I get connected? What will my rates be? And frankly, I don't really care so much about the nitrate contamination as long as you can get me connected and get me a decent rate, so I can drink my tap water. Then you have kind of the facilities or the houses that are in the middle of agricultural lands and that don't have a viable means of getting, plumbed to a drinking water system. And there it's, how are we looking at wellhead treatment? How long will that treatment occur? What's the obligation? How will that impact my property value? And then you have, a whole suite of dischargers saying, well, when do I need to make these upgrades to my facility? How can I plan, for financing? There are ponds that need to be lined in a variety of different contexts that could potentially help with a nitrate issue. There are lots of municipalities that we've been talking with over the years. We have more non-15 POTWs in the Central Valley than the rest of the state combined. Many of those are looking at exploring options for recycled water projects. How can I do direct potable? I know we're not even, we're light years away from even kind of getting a compliant plant, but I would love to have a treatment plant that could, not even purple pipe, but maybe, plumb into my drinking water system and kind of kill two birds with one stone. What does the infrastructure needs look like? Will high-speed rail put a depot right in my community, and I'll be experiencing a ton of growth, hopefully with that infrastructure build out that would, enable our community to grow. And when is that going to happen? Can I have my treatment plant upgrade once we have those details finalized, because we're looking to grow? So, I think on our concept, we're trying to figure out a different kind of outreach module for each one of those of, a dozen or so different type of scenarios that would be impacted in very different ways by the management zone implementation plan. I think the one thing that they all share in common at this stage is that when you have somebody who is not kind of waist deep or neck deep in this process, and you speak with them, because we do in community meetings, and kind of, well, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And they're like, don't bother me with the abstract. Come to me, what's it going to mean to me? And I don't know yet. When we get the final management zone implementation plan, I think that gives us a platform to have more meaningful conversations about what does that actually mean for the groundwater that you drink, the groundwater, in the soil beneath you. And so I think that's kind of the stage that we're at right now. But it's a monster. I mean, it's an incredible kind of thing to work through. The CEQA and AB 2108, given that we don't have resources for that, it's a lot of strategizing about how do we reach the most vulnerable, and I don't want to say the least well-versed in this, because certainly everybody who drinks, has water from their tap, has an opinion, a valid opinion about what they can do, and certainly, frankly, I think it matters even more when, a significant share of your income is going to, buying water and in many cases paying your water bill and also paying for bottled water on top of that. So addressing all those different types of scenarios is something that we're strategizing on our end. I'm trying to figure out how we're going to get it done when those proposals roll in.
And then I feel like we learned a lot today about, this outreach effort. So thank you for the creativity. It's really interesting. It's lesson in human behavior. And I think we all know that, we have, and I say we because I live in Stanislaus County, but we have a tremendous resource in Perry Clausen, but we know that we don't have Perry Clausens all over the state and in the San Joaquin Valley. So
You have Charlotte, though. She's got
okay, good. Yes. Okay. So, but what I was going to say is, I know that there's been tremendous effort, but what is being done to share this information, sort of template on, how to do it so that these other management zones and in the, upcoming priorities, the next round, don't have to go through, of course, it's going to be community specific, but, can move more quickly.
I'm sure Perry can talk on it too, and certainly Charlotte can talk on it. But honestly, they talk a lot. An incredible amount of conversations. We have regional board staff help facilitate some of those conversations. But I think it's also, there's some, obviously a lot of kind of good intention going into that, but it's also some self-interest. I don't want to throw good money after bad. If you've got something that's working, can I make it work here? So those conversations are just an incredible amount of talking, I think, has been happening over the past couple of years as this has been implemented. Perry can tell you how many texts and calls he's had. I don't know if that's a metric that we'll have next time.
Well, let me mention real quick, last Friday, we had a meeting with your RO team that's developing a model to do some assessment of the valley and where the impacts are and where RO may fit into that. And I just from listening to them and talking to Chad and some other of your staff, we're all kind of at the same level in this private well business. There's not been a whole lot of groundwork laid. And even going to our vendors that supply ROs, it's so variable with your salt level and other things, bacteria and such. So I think we're learning at the same pace that you are at the state board and trying to figure out what are the recommendations and what are the approaches that we're going to use, and the things that Patrick mentioned. Absolutely. These cities all have their own personalities and their own boards and such that you can't say a cookie cutter is going to work. I know with Valley Water, we're about to add potentially 3 of the priority 2 basins. So we're going to immediately have them doing kind of what we did in the first year, hopefully in a compressed time frame, because we don't have to go through the startup that we went through 4 years ago. But yeah, this is, I'm looking forward to these conversations, especially with the cities, to try to figure out these long-term solutions, because they involve the public water systems very closely.
Thank you, Vice Chair and board member, and for the presentation, and looking forward to hearing from Charlotte here as well. And just wanted to just note that there is an incredible amount of learning that's going on, and it's because nowhere in the nation do we have programs like this. This is very unique to the leadership of the state and, importantly, local communities that are embracing this. So just thank you, Mr. Clausen. We do appreciate the work there, and look forward to hearing from Charlotte further here on the collaborative work that's going on. Charlotte, we can pivot to you now. Thanks for the patience.
Great. Good morning. My name
Morning.
is Charlotte Scholl with the Tule Basin Management Zone. Along with me today on the Zoom call is also Dawn Tucker from the Tule Basin Management Zone, and I will be providing you with the Management Zone update this morning. Go to the next slide, please. Okay. So this update will cover our clean drinking water program, our SAFER program, and also our community outreach events. Next slide, please. So with that, we'll begin with our clean drinking water program update. This is our domestic well nitrate sampling results map. This map shows our management zone, which is comprised primarily of Tulare County and then a small portion of Kern County. We're a smaller management zone than Valley Water Collaborative. The colored dots on the map are the domestic well nitrate sampling results we've received thus far. And any red dot you see on the map is the domestic well we've sampled that is over the 10 milligrams per liter drinking water standard. We've been able to sample 142 domestic wells since the inception of the program so far. And we've seen approximately 41% of wells tested above the nitrate standard in the Tule Basin Management Zone to date. Next slide, please. So this graphic here shows the cumulative free water deliveries the Tule Basin Management Zone has provided on a monthly basis to residents, with domestic well sampling results over the drinking water standard, and with that number going up every month as our program continues to establish and gain recognition. Next slide, please. So this graph here shows the combined fill station usage in gallons per month for the 3 fill stations available in our management zone. The Tule Basin Management Zone is an operator of one of these fill stations in our management zone located in Terravella, California. And we also report and promote on the operation of 2 other fill stations in our management zone, as there are additional resources for our communities. Fill stations are located in communities for any person to bring their own water container to fill with safe drinking water to take home at no cost. There's no limitation on the number of containers you can fill. And fill stations are open 24 hours a day, 7 days per week. And you can also see seasonal fluctuations in these numbers with a slight rise in the summer months. And you can see on this bar graph on the screen. Next slide, please. So next we'll be going over some SAFER program updates from Tule Basin Management Zone. Tule Basin Water Foundation received funding approval from the State Water Resources Control Board Division of Financial Assistance on March 23rd of 2023 for the SAFER program expanding co-contaminant well sampling and replacement water project. The Tule Basin Water Foundation is working with DFA through various project components to execute a final agreement. DFA staff has instructed this may take up to a few months. On a previous slide, you saw Tule Basin Water Foundation was approved for a little over $4.5 million in SAFER funding. And we at Tule are very excited to execute the SAFER agreement and begin co-contaminant testing this year and expand our resources available to our communities. Next slide, please. And lastly, we'll review our management zone's participation and engagement in community outreach events. So since the implementation of the management zones outreach programs, the management zones have shared and coordinated with each other on outreach strategies and where they've seen the most impactful results. Success in a particular outreach strategy in one management zone does not necessarily equal success in another management zone with that same outreach strategy. In the Tule Basin Management Zone, we've seen our greatest successes thus far by engaging and participating in in-person community outreach events. We consider community outreach events to be a vital way to share the benefits of our clean drinking water program. Residents may have an idea that their wells contain elevated nitrate levels or water quality issues, but they may not know who to call or that help exists for well testing and bottled water delivery at no cost to them. By participating in events in the heart of our residents' communities, we demonstrate that we care enough to deliver the message in a personal and efficient manner that is convenient to them, and also allows us to answer and explain in both English and Spanish the ease of the application process. This is represented in attendance. This is represented through attendance, presence, and partnerships in our local communities, such as food pantries, food distribution sites, local schools, churches, medical centers, and libraries, local community events, such as resource fairs, festivals, and such. You can see on the screen, there's photos from events we've attended this year as well. Next slide, please. So this year, Tule hosted our second annual Community Resource Fair held on March 31st, 2023 at our Porterville Veterans Memorial Hall building. We had over 740 students participate in our clean drinking water themed sticker art contest, with the top 20 winners were recognized in person at the event. We advertised the event via flyers, social media, mailers, radio, and television, and had over 25 community agency partners set up booths and provided additional event support. Next slide, please. Here are some summary photos for our Tule Basin Community Resource Fair event. We had several hundred community members in attendance. Our overall art contest winner is shown in the photo in the top left. We awarded the top 8 contest winners with congressional certificates from the Office of Congressman David Valadao. The top 12 art contest winners received prizes, and the top 20 overall art contest winners received special certificates and water bottles from the Tule Basin Water Foundation. Next slide, please. Attendees were provided entertainment with folklorico dancers. This was a children's dance group shown in the photo on the bottom left. There was face painting, a photo booth, raffle prizes, free books for the first 200 children, a light dinner, food pantry items, and free health screenings and resource booths. And overall, we were the most pleased that hundreds of attendees were informed of our clean drinking water program and free well testing. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. Sorry, can you go back? So also worth noting is the Tule Basin Management Zone's ongoing coordination between the Tule Sub-Basin groundwater sustainability agencies for implementing and developing programs that consider and align the objectives of each. The two groups recognize that the most effective solutions for impacted groundwater users are not developed within the scope of a single program, but also are instead are collaborative approaches with solutions considering the full depth of groundwater issues within the sub-basin. Thank you very much for your time today. And with that, I'd like to open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Schul. Really appreciate the presentation and I know the good work that's going on to engage folks on this program. So just thanks for that leadership and work. Look over to Mr. Belupa. Mr. Klassen, please.
Yeah, one more thing real quick. Sorry, I digress on Valley Water. I have to point out my stars, Maureen Thompson and Even Doyer back there. They have been talking to hundreds and hundreds of people. They do a great job. That's they're the reason why we're so successful. And your DFA staff, Matt Pavlicek and Christina Raynard. Every phone call we have, we learn more. And they get more to-do lists from us for follow-up. I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you for those acknowledgements. Appreciate that. Thank
Yeah.
you. Yes, Board Member Firestone, please.
Great, thank you so much, and thanks, Charlotte, for the presentation. I'm just going to catch you before we keep moving on, because I have just a few questions specific for Thule. One is, and maybe I missed it, but really the number of wells actually tested in your area, and the how that looks compared to the number identified that you all identified as at risk. I know I was just looking at the total numbers we've heard so far, and it looks like the Valley Water Collaborative in those two management areas had about a third of the total wells tested were just in their management zone. And so I'm just wondering if how Thule is doing just in terms of numbers, and out of the total that that you all have identified as at risk.
Yeah, so first I'd like to point out Valley Water is significantly larger than Thule, so they do have a larger number of tested wells, and they've also been implementing the SAFER program co-contaminant testing. So you'll see their numbers are slightly larger than ours. We've been able to sample 142 domestic wells thus far. We're hoping to see that number increase with SAFER funding. And we've seen about 41% of those wells above the nitrate standard in the Thule subbasin. And we're anticipating to see those numbers rise with the additional resources of the SAFER funding.
And can you give a ballpark sense of how many wells were identified as at risk for nitrates?
I don't have that number in front of me, but I do know it's less than 1,000 identified, I believe, in our preliminary management zone proposal.
Okay, thanks. And then this is kind of building on, the questions that the vice chair had, or discussion around just integration with GSAs. I know that obviously the Thule GSP was found to be inadequate, and we're having an info item tomorrow on Sigma. But so in the same region, there's a lot of efforts going on around managing groundwater, and one piece of that is water quality and impacts on domestic wells. So could you just speak a little bit about to what extent you're already doing some integration with the local GSA, or plans you have going forward to do that?
Sure. So we have GSA managers sitting on our advisory committee board that advises the Thule Basin Management Zone and operations. And so we maintain a very close level of coordination between the two programs. And moving forward in our management zone implementation plans, we also plan to identify any strategies we can take to coordinate with those agencies.
Great. And lastly, can you just speak a little bit to this issue of, and you mentioned advisory committee.
I'm sorry, I didn't. I think Don Tucker had his hand up. Don, did you want to speak on that further?
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted, good morning, board. I wanted to address Laura's question about the GSA's interaction with the management zone, because I do work on both sides of those programs, and just kind of expand on Charlotte's response. And so as you know, and mentioned, our GSPs were not approved, and we have been working to address those deficiencies, and one of the items was the mitigation plans. And so one of the components of mitigation obviously is groundwater quality. And so seeing that this program has been under development for years, and the GSAs are just getting into that realm, they are coordinating mitigation efforts and coordination and using the resources that the management zones have already developed, whether it's relationships with the communities and the presence that they have, to pass those different options along, and so that it's not two groups going out there with very similar objectives, but it's one group that can coordinate both programs and push them forward in a parallel path. So just a little bit more to add to that particular item.
That's great. That's exciting. And before I ask my last question, I'll just note, I think I asked Valley Water Collaborative about if there's schools or small community water systems that have nitrate contamination that aren't domestic wells, that you all have talked to, sort of how you're addressing those areas in addition to the domestic wells. I know you talked about think places like Terabella having water bottle filling stations, but curious if you've had a similar issue to what they described in terms of having challenges trying to give bottled water to areas that have nitrate contamination that are on public water systems, including schools in your region.
Yeah, and so as Perry mentioned, most of our focus has been on domestic wells, but we do coordinate with the different communities. Many of them are part of our management zone, so the conversations are starting with what is already going on in your community. Do you have a program that's existing? Are you providing drinking water? And so some of the schools that have had issues, when we coordinate with them, they just kind of let us know the programs that exist and the bottled water programs that they're already receiving. And so there are other efforts, I guess, that are ongoing. And so our goal is not to always come in there as the solution for everything, but making sure that if there are gaps in what's already being done in the sub-basin, that we're there to provide that additional effort to make sure that everyone has resources to clean drinking water.
Great. Do you know of any communities or schools that you are providing that gap to at this point, or that aren't getting safe drinking water yet that have nitrate in your area?
Currently, we do not.
Okay.
We do not have any communities or schools, but the ones that we've reached out to that have had issues were already implementing programs of their own or through another program.
Right. Okay. Great. Last question, and I think I know the Environmental Justice Panel has comments on public participation. So I think there'll be more robust discussion around that. But while we have Tuali talking, will you all talk a little bit about your public participation and engagement with communities so far with both the advisory group that you mentioned and then development of the management plan?
Sure. So our advisory group is made up of the different stakeholder groups, as Charlotte mentioned. GSAs is one of the stakeholders, and then self-help also has a seat, and so does the regional board. And so the different groups that do represent the communities are welcome to provide comment and get firsthand information on how implementation is going. And as we develop different plans and progress in implementation, provide insight on how they feel we could improve those activities, and then also give guidance on new activities that we are developing processes and policies for. So that's the main objective of that group. We also do have, as Charlotte presented, a lot of community engagement. We are in the communities at least 2 to 3 times a week, sometimes more, going to different food drives, community events, whatever it may be, to basically brand the management zone and make it a familiar face for providing these resources. So that has been the majority of our stakeholder outreach and engagement with the communities to date, but we continue to find new ways that we can improve that, and so that our resource fair. We had our second annual one. That has been our next event in getting into the schools and other outreach events like that.
Whoops, thanks. And I think we'll talk more about the implementation plan development as we go forward. Thanks.
Yeah, definitely will. And thank you, board member. And thank you, Ms. Schul and Mr. Tucker, for the responses. Let's go ahead as we transition to our next panel and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back here at 11:50 and we'll begin our next panel. Thanks, everyone.
For sure. That's okay with me, Salt. We're okay with that.
Going. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Didn't know you were in my. Right there.
Practically. Gotcha. Oh, yeah.
Now Jersey Mike's.
I tell you, that was the one. That Bella, everybody knows that Bella.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Same line. See things you never have seen.
Absolutely.
You know, all the
I'm sure I'll run into you at that rally
I'm
again.
sure I'm
Jersey
there
Mike's
quite often.
these days. Jersey Mike's these days. I always ask for Jersey Mike.
All right, everyone, we're at 11:52. We can come back and get into our environmental justice panel. I'd like to invite Daniel Kane and Kaya Rivers to begin.
Morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Chair Escobar and board. My name is Kai Rivers. I'm a policy advocate at Community Water Center, and I'm going to...
Sorry, Ms. Rivers, you might want to just bring the mic closer to you as well. Thank you. Sorry.
Can you hear me okay? For CV salts. Next slide, please. Next slide again, please. So an outline for our panel today, we're going to start off hearing from community members from different communities in the Central Valley, progress on EAP implementation, management zone implementation plans, community outreach and engagement, coordination with other programs, and regulatory requirements. Next slide, please. And then I first wanted to introduce Tui Montez, if he would like to talk about nitrate contamination and his experiences with that.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning. Or yes, good morning.
Yes, my name's Tui Montes. I'm a lifelong resident of Visalia, California. I'm 69 years old. And my concerns, I know some of the other speakers have already covered some of that in regards to the outreach and how that has been going. And not just it was interesting to know that it's not the testing isn't just because of nitrates either, but we are talking about that. And my concerns had to do with accountability. If I hear the word stakeholders, but people that are involved in this program as far as providing drinking water, is there something in regards to holding people responsible if they're not implementing or slow to implement outreach, to these communities? The other thing, as I was listening and my thoughts kind of shifted in regards to domestic well testing, I didn't hear very much about ownership of the land, or are they renters? Again, I came in thinking, I had some ideas of what I'd like to mention, but as I've been listening, my thoughts kind of shifted to that, the ownership versus the renters, and how that might impact people's unwillingness to have their wells tested. I heard some of them mention how many wells go to test, and then sounded like a low percentage of people actually getting their wells tested. The other thing was the age range. Are these new owners younger people, or are they older people that have owned the land for a long time? Was another concern that came up, But I know there's a lot of other people that, also want to speak. And I do live in Visalia, so I get my water from Cal Water. I'm not on a domestic well. But again, there is other people that I've been involved with in different areas, that live in the surrounding areas, and their concerns. We've already heard someone mention, about the trust, right, and somebody coming into their home and wanting to test, but there's a trust issue. I think my personal experience going out there and testing wells, I encountered that quite a bit, with people. And as we all know, they're not too open because of government or whatever that might be. And so I just want to say that much about that. And again, going back to, surveys or whatever in regards to the owners versus the renters, and the age range, if that affects why people aren't getting their wells tested. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montes. I really appreciate your time and participation in the discussion here today and your work in the community here. On accountability, know that both the Regional Water Quality Control Board and the State Board are here to help ensure that accountability on the project and this work, and is why this conversation is so important as part of that. So thank you. And then on the importance of understanding the complexity here, that many times we're engaging directly with renters, and there's an actual homeowner component here. I appreciate the question and here, filling in further there, because we haven't touched that point as much as well. And invite Mr. Palupa, if you want to chat about what is being done to ensure that, what happens when you find maybe an unwilling homeowner, or, trying to bridge some of that.
Yeah, and I think it's certainly been raised as a concern even from when it was before the state board. I think regional board has authorities to lean on a landowner to get the testing done. If there is a renter who wants their well tested and an owner who is refusing. All the management zones know this, and thus far they've been able to essentially negotiate whenever that situation arrives and says, we can do this for free, explain the program to both the owner and to the renter. So it has not been a problem that we've substantiated yet. I think the challenge really is in the folks who are not reaching out, not submitting an application. How many of those are renters that are, kind of knowledgeable that the owner of the house would have to sign off on it as well. So I don't know. I don't know what I don't know in terms of that program, of how many renters are affected by that particular barrier right now. And I think that's something that we'll drill down into the future. I'm fortunate that, the management zones thus far have not kind of substantiated instances where the owner has flatly refused and said, no, I'm not going to do it. It's really a question of how many of the unknowns, the folks that we're not reaching, are in that circumstance.
We appreciate that, Mr. Palupa. And thank you again, Mr. Montes.
Thank you.
And then next, I would like to introduce Sandra Garcia.
And there we are.
Ok, ahora sí. Hola,
Hola.
buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Sandra García y yo vivo en la comunidad de Poplar y me uno a ustedes hoy porque quiero compartir comentarios sobre el progreso de las zonas de manejo. Si bien soy consciente de que las zonas de manejo se encuentran en sus primeras etapas de implementación de soluciones provisionales para beber, pero si no fuera por nuestras juntas de agua, ni siquiera sabría que es una zona de manejo. Vivo en Poplar, pero trabajo en diferentes comunidades del condado de Tulare. Y cuando les pregunto a mis compañeros si conocen las zonas de manejo y sus recursos, todas las personas con las que hablo apenas sí dicen que no conocen. Entonces, no saben cuáles recursos todas las personas con las que he hablado, están aprendiendo sobre el programa de mí y haré mi parte para compartir sobre este programa, pero pido que las zonas de manejo hagan un mejor trabajo para poder llegar a varias comunidades que sus residentes tienen su agua contaminada por nitratos. Es un problema grave y necesita urgencia. Una última cosa, llevaba ya unos años esperando el kiosco en Poplar, que la zona de manejo de Tule promocionaba en su página. Desde hacía unos años, recientemente asistí a una de sus reuniones y me dijeron que lo construirían en Port Roseville. Independientemente de dónde se construya, es necesario que se haga, que ya lo tengan listo, aunque sea para este año. Y pues muchas gracias porque han hecho muy buen trabajo. He visto que han puesto su participación y teniendo en cuenta que varios han hecho alcance a la comunidad, pero se necesita más educación, más promoción y necesitamos más educar a las comunidades rurales que casi no saben nada de esto, de estos programas. Muchas gracias por oírme.
Gracias, señora García, por tu tiempo, tu voz y participación ahora. A ver, creo que tenemos alguien para tu interpretación. Do we have someone to interpret Ms. Garcia's comments? Okay. Then I will look over to Mr. Gutierrez, if you can help us make sure and translate her comment today. Thank you. But one moment, please. I think the interpretation isn't coming through. Sorry, Mr. Gutierrez.
What we'll need to do is have me removed as an interpreter so that
Okay.
I can be heard in
Mr.
the primary channel.
Okay, Mr. Gutierrez, we can now hear you now. So thank you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about the tech confusion.
Quite all right. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your patience on the secondary channel there. Sometimes we have a little hiccup like that. So, of course, I interpreted live. However, I'll give a summary of what Ms. Garcia just said. Of course, she want to thank you all very, very much for your time, for your attention, the work that's been done in this aspect already. She's a resident of Poplar. She wants to express that this is something very, very important to her, and what affects her most is the fact that not many people know about what's going on. In her own words, I learned about this myself after having asked and sought out and looked for these resources. And many of my neighbors don't know. Many of the people in my community don't know about these things. In fact, just now when I go and ask them, I ask my neighbors or coworkers if they are aware of these resources that are available. Many of them don't know. And so I appreciate the community engagement that's been done so far. I would just like to kindly encourage you to please do more. Please educate people. Please help them to see what resources are available because this affects and impacts our life. Again, I myself make an effort to go and find what resources are available. In fact, I was told that some years ago we would have a local kiosk in Poplar County, and I believe that it's there now. I was able to go to a meeting a few weeks ago and ask the same thing, learn about these contaminants that are in our water. I would like my neighbors to be able to be aware of these things too, even if it's a small amount of contaminants. For example, nitrates that are being discussed here today, they have the right and they need to know. So again, I thank you for the community engagement. I would just ask that you please do more, educate our people, help them to see the need to be here. And that was the end of her comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair Esquivel.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. I really appreciate the translation. Y gracias otra vez, señora Garcia. Next, we'll go on to our next commenter. Thank you, Ms. Rivers.
Thank you, Sandra. Next, I would like to introduce Maria Luisa Munoz.
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Cómo
Buenas
están
tardes.
todos?
Bien, gracias, bien.
Claro que sí.
Okay, Chair Esquivel, this is Mr. Gutierrez, the interpreter. If you don't mind, what we're going to do for this one, I'm going to encourage her to speak in short phrases and pause so that I can interpret her comment consecutively. Is that okay?
That sounds great. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Y gracias.
I appreciate it. This way we don't miss any of her comment. Thank you.
Ok, está muy bien. Buenas tardes a todos. Disculpe por lo que voy a decir, quizás sea un poquito rudita, pero quisiera saber de todo lo que están sentados ahorita en las mesas y todo lo que sea, que están ahorita en las juntas. Se mira muy fresco, muy bonito lo que están sentados, pero ¿quiénes de ustedes realmente han venido directamente a la comunidad y ver realmente lo que está pasando en la comunidad? Yo estoy, sí.
So thank you for taking my comment. I want to express, first of all, thank you for allowing me to be here and to participate. I have something to say, and I apologize in advance if it sounds a little bit rude. I just want to mention, I see all of you, you're sitting there, you appear to be well composed, you're nice and fresh, and everybody who's part of the board and participating is discussing these matters are very, very important. But I would like to know who of you has actually been able to come out to our communities and see what we're experiencing.
Okay. Yo vivo en Visalia, California, y me he dado cuenta que el agua de Visalia estaba muy buena para tomar, sin siquiera andar embotellando.
I live in Visalia.
Eso es en Visalia, ¿verdad?
I live in Visalia, and I do remember there was a time when Visalia water was good. It was good and safe to drink. You didn't even have to buy bottled water. There was a point in time where you didn't have to buy bottled water. Now I'm hearing there's contaminants. For example, the most recent one is PFAS.
Okay, las comunidades aledañas como es Orosi, y aquí en la foto donde está ese señor que es Goshen. Yo he ido a lo que es alcance comunitario. Yo he ido a lo que son tours de agua. El problema sigue oyéndose año tras año en lo que es el nitrato. Cuando
Now these communities, these nearby communities, for example, Orosi, or the gentleman even in this photo, which is Goshen, these are communities that are nearby to us. I've been hearing for years about the water contamination issues in these areas. And I've gone to their community outreach meetings. I've gone to them, and the problem persists.
Okay. Sigue oyendo lo mismo, lo que es el nitrato y el nitrato y el nitrato. Cuando el nitrato está envenenando gota a las comunidades, como dije.
And year after year, we hear the same thing, nitrates, nitrates, nitrates. And this is poisoning our community, drop by drop. It's poisoning our community.
Espero hacerlo bien. Como dije, el agua sigue contaminada y seguimos tomando agua contaminada. Hay más de 13,000 pozos. En muchos de ellos no se ha llegado, ni siquiera se sabe que se está tomando agua con nitrato.
And the contamination continues. Rather, in our city, there's more than 13,000 wells. And I'm sure that in the majority of them, most people don't even know that there are contaminants in their water.
¿Cuándo es que se va a hacer algo para que las personas se les llegue el alcance comunitario, como digo, lo que es Orosi y los lugares aledaños de lo que son estas comunidades pobres, que quizás ni siquiera saben que están tomando nitrato en su agua y está afectando la salud física de las personas con el riesgo de tener una enfermedad que nadie se las va a quitar?
So my question is when? When are we going to reach these people? When are we going to reach these communities, these counties? For example, Orosi and Goshen. These are very poor communities, and they have not been informed. They don't know. They're drinking this water that's contaminated, and they have no idea that it's affecting them, that it's creating health problems that may last their entire life, that maybe no one will be able to actually heal them from. And so when are we going to contact and help these communities so that they can be informed?
Sí, yo pienso que el fondo que tiene SAFER debe de ser para la comunidad y no para que las personas que están contaminando la tierra, contaminando a la comunidad, estén lucrando con la salud de las personas. Más al contrario, deberían de esas personas sacar dinero de su bolsa y proveer el agua a las comunidades.
And so what I think personally is that safer funds should be made available to the people, to the community, those who are being affected, impacted, not made available to those who are actually contaminating or affecting the people. Rather, those people, those who are causing the contamination, should be pulling money out of their own pockets and help resolve the problem. They should help take care of those who they're affecting because of their actions.
Los altos niveles de nitrato, la verdad, nos van a llevar a qué? A que niños nazcan con defectos, como una de ellas es mi hija, como yo que he tenido problemas médicos por la misma agua que se está tomando. Aunque en Visalia apenas recientemente es que hay esa duda que tenga las PFAS. ¿Qué pasa con las comunidades que han tomado agua por años con diferentes contaminantes? Uno de ellos es el nitrato. ¿Qué va a pasar con ellos?
And so again, what's going to happen? When is it going to happen? Visalia is a city which only recently has found out that PFAS is something that's contaminating their water. What's going to happen? We're going to have people who are continuing to be born with birth defects, with illnesses. For example, my daughter being one of them, myself with my own health illnesses or health issues. And that's something so recent here in Visalia. What about those people who have been experiencing this for years or perhaps have been drinking contaminated water their entire life? What's going to happen to them?
Okay. Aquí, como dice Sandra, dice Tutui, se necesita hacer más alcance comunitario realmente, ir más directo a la comunidad y no nada más hacer las juntas a través de un Zoom, donde yo estoy involucrada, pero no nomás somos 3 en la comunidad, somos cientos, somos miles. ¿Cómo ustedes están haciendo para llegar a lo más lejos de esta comunidad y hacer que esto realmente se arregle? Porque yo no creo justo que sean años tras años en lo mismo.
So again, as was mentioned today earlier, it was even mentioned, right, that community involvement, engagement is so important. And I feel that that needs to be continued and it needs to be even more robust, not just through Zoom meetings, perhaps in which a few people attend. There's not just myself and a couple of others, there's hundreds, thousands who are being affected by this, who need to hear, who need to be involved. So what are you doing? What can be done so as to help these people so that it can be resolved and not in a matter of years, because it's been going on years and years? What can be done to really reach that large number of people who need to hear and be informed about what's happening?
Ok. Yo no, como dije, voy a ser un poquito ruda y sí los hago que ustedes me oigan un ratito y que piensen en su cabeza que están ustedes en la comunidad, pero la gran mayoría de las personas que estamos fuera en la comunidad necesitamos que ustedes se presenten, realmente que encuentren el modo de que la gente confíe en ustedes. Porque no nomás que pase como cuando viene un político y se para el cuello gritando y diciendo cosas y no arreglan nada. Yo quisiera realmente, porque he estado en lo que es la Junta SAFER, y que vengan realmente a la comunidad. Que digan, yo soy parte de aquí. Confíen en mí. Vamos a arreglar este problema. Y no dejar que los que están contaminando sigan haciendo lo mismo año tras año, envenenando a la comunidad. Eso me gustaría verlo.
And again, I apologize. As I mentioned, I may appear a bit rude, but I just really want you to see our perspective. And I want you to think a little bit about us. You're sitting there, you all appear to be very comfortable. The reality is that we are suffering. We are in very poor conditions. And we don't want somebody who will just come and say nice words. For example, when a politician shows up and he stands up tall and he shouts and makes all these promises and promises, and then you never see anything come through. No, we want to invite you. Please come out to our community, see what we're experiencing, experience it along with us. See that we need action. We don't just need pretty words. We need you to really do something about it so that we don't continue experiencing the same problems year after year the way we have.
Gracias, señora
Bueno,
Muñoz.
yo nada más quiero decirle gracias y ya les dejo todo mi comentario.
And I just wanted to say again, thank you so much. And that was my comment.
Y gracias por eso comentario, señora Muñoz. Thank you, señora Muñoz, and know that we as a board have been out not just in the Central Valley but throughout the state. I myself am from the Eastern Coachella Valley, so know that this board takes very personally the challenges that we see within the state, and know that it's not just from the dais here, dressed nicely, yes, in our suits, but in the community that we're proud to be able to get out and serve. And I sense the urgency as well. And know that we have a lot to continue to do to connect to communities, not just on this program, but as you said, there's PFAS, there's other contaminants, and these challenges are compounding. And know that I certainly don't sit here comfortably because of I know the stress that so many of our communities are under, and the long timelines that it has taken to even begin to grapple with things like nitrate contamination, let alone other things out there as well. So just thank you, Senora Munoz. I really do appreciate your words, and I don't take them as rude at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra, Tatui, and Maria. Next slide, please. Over 85% of residents like Tatui, Sandra, Maria, who we heard from today, rely on groundwater for their drinking water. And nitrate is one of the most common contaminants in their drinking water in the Central Valley. And because of that, we've been engaged in this process for over a decade. We closely track the development and implementation of the early action plans, attend monthly executive committee meetings, and provide feedback on proposals. And the next slide we'll share, or the next slides will share some of our concerns about this program and how implementation has gone so far. Next slide, please. Management zones have estimated that there are 13,000 nitrate impacted wells between the 5 active management zone regions in the Central Valley. And of those 13,000, only 1,730 wells have been tested, and of those wells, over 1,000 have been found with nitrate over the MCL. That means over 60% of wells that were tested so far contain nitrates at a dangerous level for human consumption. And around 12,000 households may unknowingly be drinking unsafe water at this moment. The objective of the early action plans is to provide safe drinking water to nitrate-impacted residents immediately and provide long-term solutions at a later date. And after over 2 years, adequate progress in meeting this goal has not been met. Additionally, as Board Member Firestone has mentioned before, the State Water Board resolution states that the early action plan implementation, under early action plan implementation, management zones must support residents who rely on both domestic wells and public water systems. However, there's only one public water system at the moment who receives water from a management zone. Public water systems with nitrate contamination must be identified, and residents who rely on them must be provided with safe drinking water. I would also like to emphasize that follow-up well tests for wells with nitrate levels close to the MCL and regular tracking of public water systems nitrate levels are needed to ensure that residents aren't exposed to nitrate contamination throughout the year. This should be communicated to residents as contamination plumes can travel throughout groundwater basins or increase in concentration with declining groundwater levels. Part of the CV Salt's negotiation process that led to the Basin Plan Amendment was the agreement for management zones to address the immediate drinking water needs of residents who are currently drinking harmful water, which allowed for a longer timeline to address ongoing pollution as early as practicable and no longer than 35 years. Inadequate implementation of early action plans have put residents' lives at risk. And the slow implementation also calls into question the legitimacy of the longer timeline for addressing ongoing pollution. Next slide, please. I'll pass it over to my colleague Godo from Clean Water Action.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Godo Atume. I am a senior policy analyst at Clean Water Action. I am providing comments today on community engagement. Some of the management zones, as we've heard, have utilized a variety of outreach methods to reach out to impacted residents. However, of the 6 management zones, this has resulted in only about 13% of impacted wells tested in the 3rd year of this program. Our main concern is that there are still residents drinking contaminated water in these regions. We strongly recommend a continuation of targeted outreach with the goal of building trust in these communities. It appears that that is what's lacking in some of these regions. And these are communities that have faced decades of environmental injustices and have many reasons not to trust such drinking water programs. So we're asking the management zones prioritize building trust in these communities, as the nitrate control program is actually a long-term program. We're also asking for more frequent stakeholder meetings. For some of the management zones, it's been infrequent over the past 2 years. And these meetings provide an opportunity to provide feedback and share. We're also asking for specific follow-up to those unresponsive households. Next slide, please. I'll provide comments specific to the development of the management zone implementation plans. We sent out a comment letter to the board last week detailing some of our concerns. We are disappointed to see that there has been no outreach or engagement conducted to include community inputs in the development of these implementation plans. If management zones have fielded over 10,000 residents, then these contacts should serve as a foundation to hold management zone implementation workshops, for example. And we really cannot continue business as usual, where very technical plans are developed without the input of communities that are most impacted by nitrates and then handed over to them after they've been developed. The board resolution clearly states that in developing and implementing EAPs and management zone implementation plans, dischargers should meaningfully consult with affected residents, as well as documenting collaboration in these communities. We haven't seen that happen with development of the implementation plans. We ask that management zones conduct substantive and effective outreach both before and after the September deadline for submitting the implementation plans. In particular, communities must be involved in discussions of the long-term solutions and also of their basin restoration, as well as discussion of timeline schedules. Our request for engagement in the development of the implementation plans does not require a delay in the plan submission. Next slide, please. Thank you. Actually, on the last slide, I do want to share that a lot of our environmental justice organizations, we work in some of these communities, but we work in a relatively small number of these communities and residents. So engaging with environmental justice organizations cannot be substituted to, engaging with the communities as these implementation plans are being developed. Thank you. Next slide. So I do want to talk about compliance as part of the management zone implementation plans. So although the basin plan amendments allow for 35 years compliance, this is the maximum ceiling and should not be the default. Under the basin plan amendment and also this board's resolution, time schedules must be as short as practicable for each discharger or category of discharges. We cannot lump them all together. Given the slow rate of the well testing program, we are asking for prompt compliance and restoration. This is ultimately the way that communities would get safe drinking water. For the restoration component of the management zone implementation plans, we are looking for concrete work plans, also financing and time schedules. The state and regional board must not accept implementation plans without those concrete steps and plans towards basin restoration. And I'll say that finally, the state and regional boards need to play a strong oversight role to ensure that discharges come into compliance and stop contributing to pollution in receiving drinking water. Next slide, please. Thank you. I'll pass on to Natalie.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Natalie, and I'm a water policy coordinator with Leadership Council. Coordination with other critical programs will be important for successful MZIP development and implementation. In regards to co-contaminant testing with SAFER, some management zones are still working on testing coordination, as mentioned earlier in the informational item. We ask that this process be fast-tracked. We are concerned that residents tested for nitrate might go ahead and believe their water is safe for drinking when there might be other contaminants present in their water. We'd like to see this co-funding finalized as soon as possible. This is financially beneficial for both management zones and the State Water Board's SAFER program. Additionally, we still need an effective solution to ensure that landlords are not standing in the way of well testing and delivery of solutions where tenants are at risk of exposure to nitrate. Requiring landlords' consent for well testing remains problematic, especially given that tenants may fear retaliation and decide not to participate in the program at all if the landlord must consent to water quality testing. We note that the legislature is considering AB 664, which is a step in the direction of mandating that landlords participate in state-funded drinking water solutions, or otherwise ensure that tenants have access to an adequate supply of safe and affordable drinking water. However, the state and regional boards can take that step towards improving water supply for tenants where management zones are providing testing and solution. Legislative action isn't required for this. In regards to coordination with ILRP, we ask for continued coordinated efforts with the ILRP on well tests, and would like to note that we are concerned about the use of groundwater protection values for ILRP in the computation of nitrate loading for irrigated agriculture and CV salts. Last, we want to encourage active coordination between CV salts and SIGMA implementation, and ZIPs and GSP should be coordinated in areas such as data sharing, stakeholder engagement, nitrate monitoring, and nitrate compliance and restoration. And I'll pass it back to Nat to close us off. Next slide, please.
Good morning, afternoon, actually. Chair SWRCB, members of the board, Nathaniel Kane for Environmental Law Foundation. I just want to wrap up by talking a little bit of institutional memory around CV salts and how we got to this point. In 2019, CV salts came before this board, and we've heard about how nitrate was a late add to the CV salts program. Originally, it had been a salt-only program. By the time it made it to this board, there were serious problems with the nitrate component of CV salts. It did not have hard deadlines. It would have extended compliance well into our grandchildren's lifetimes. It did not have a hard requirement for reductions of nitrate loading to reach balance, nor did it require restoration of aquifers to ensure that really ever they would be drinkable for our children or grandchildren. It contained vague and undefined qualifiers, such as conditioning many of its requirements on whether such actions were reasonable, practicable, or feasible. And it was unclear whether the regional board or the management zones would consider costs not just to the polluters, but also to the communities that were affected by this pollution when considering whether actions were reasonable, feasible, or practicable. And finally, the requirements for community engagement needed a lot of work. And this board in 2019 stepped up. And I don't think I'm exaggerating when I'm saying that the board's resolution in 2019 was really one of the better and most significant decisions it's made in the last few years. It sent CV salts back to the regional board with more than a dozen specific changes and directions to undertake, a number of which, not all of them, but a number of which are on this slide. And the regional board went ahead and adopted those changes. And so now we are a few years into implementation. And implementing not only the state boards and the regional boards' legal obligation to achieve clean water and drinkable water, but also the enormous moral responsibility associated with cleaning up water and ensuring access to water for some of the most vulnerable Californians. And so the organizations that are here are going to be watching these management zone implementation plans in a few months to ensure that they're in full compliance with the board resolution and with the regional board basin plan amendments. And we're going to be watching these EAPs and the next phase of them as we move forward to make sure that they're as effective as possible in implementing CB salts and the water code. And with that, I'll wrap up. I want to say thank you to the board for allowing us the time to speak, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you all. I really appreciated the discussion here, the panel, both panels, and here the significance, I know, of the work. There is progress here to point to, but I think that there is also a lot of improvement as well. It is not lost on me that, that the board was pretty clear about the type of engagement and the development of plans as well, not just sort of in response to plans. And so, I know that we're here, we're up against our timelines here. It's in the next couple of months that the plans will be coming out. And so the ability to co-create those is probably not as robust right now, given the time that we have. But I would like to make sure that we see some thought about how we, and to the points that have been made, there's a lot of engagement happening. So the touch points are there, the opportunities, I think, to be following up with folks, not just say, yes, importantly, there's a program here to get your well tested. There's an ability to better understand not just nitrate contamination, but others and the growth of those programs. But then also, what are the solutions? A natural follow-on to so much of the specificity of a program addressing immediate contamination in a person's home can follow on to, well, how are we going to address this long-term? What are the solutions out there? And begin to have that same sort of engagement so that as you hear the frustration from folks here in the community, there's more of a penetration and a meaningful one that's around, well, what is the plan? What are the options being put into place, and how can folks be part of that prioritization, knowing that when it comes to just the role of, say, the wastewater treatment plants will play in this, the update of, and then the costs that will come, it's going to require that sort of buy-in community-wide, and especially those that are most impacted by these issues here. So I just want to thank everyone for the time, for the good discussion. The cautious optimism on the momentum we are seeing, but the fact is that we need to be, because there is so much going on, whether it's through SGMA, the CV Salts program, the way the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program even works amongst this, which I know it's seen and was kind of captured as a continuum here in some of the numbers that were presented, means that we have to take as much advantage of the resources that we have when we are engaging with folks. And especially when it comes to something so meaningful as the actual action plans, and not just the replacement component of the work. Look to other board colleagues. Again, I just want to echo. I know there's a lot of concern from the groups, the community groups, environmental justice groups, around not understanding that there wasn't going to be that sort of engagement in the development of the plans. That it was sort of a desire to develop the plans and then engage with communities and hereafter as they're submitted, and yes, full public process at the regional board. But when I think of our work here across many of the projects that we have, getting people to be part of things up front instead of kind of reactionary at the back end can sometimes save some time in all of this. And I think that's what I'm hoping we can kind of do, get to a better level of engagement, but not take any significant amount of time here, because the timelines are already a bit long when it comes to the work. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. Adding to that, maybe I'll just start with, echoing that sentiment on the management zone implementation plan. I know you've acknowledged this. Just to emphasize the way that I see that is, it's recognizing that there needs to be a collective vision on how we're going to transition these really impacted, challenging areas to achieve neutrality, to not be exceeding exceedances of water quality objectives, and then ultimately to restoration. And that's only going to happen, and the vision of CV Salts was that would happen through a collective vision of how to chart a local pathway to get there, including, I think we would assume that through that collective action, it would be prioritizing public health and hotspots. And also to make sure that the timeline is as quickly as feasible, and again, prioritizing the timeline even just within those 30 years, not necessarily saying nothing has to happen, or we don't have to achieve anything until 35 years. There's, you would hope collectively a vision to do a lot more sooner in areas that are most impacted. So that doesn't happen just through a technical document without community engagement. That's only going to happen through a really robust collective process. I think folks know that, but I just want to emphasize how much that is the expectation, certainly of this board. And I would imagine, the Central Valley Board believes in that too. And just to also emphasize there, especially if, and assuming that to some degree, those plans, those implementation plans are going to be kind of batch adopted into permits. It is really critical that those plans are developed collectively, and address all of those needs. You can't just rely on, I know you know this, Patrick, but I have to say it. You can't just rely on future permitting public processes, because at that point the plan's been developed. And like Chair Esquivel said, I think it saves everyone time and just makes it more effective if you've got everyone there at the beginning, rather than having people come in at the end and express concerns and critiques. Other point I want to make is, we are at least, well, it's been 4 years since we, or maybe 3, I don't know, since we adopted the, somewhere between 3 and 4, there we go, I can do math. Since we adopted the resolution, early action plans have had 2 years. I do think it's time now, despite, there's been great work, but it is time now to really have more accountability for individual action plans. And I'd really like us to be able to see breakdown for each management zone, what the numbers are of that they've identified themselves of at risk, and these high priority areas, and what they've actually achieved in terms of both testing and providing bottled water. I think it's time to really, lean into that accountability for each management zone. I also, related to accountability, I'd really like to see us move over provision of interim drinking water from safer funding to management zones. I know management zones have their hands full, things are going to be really expensive, but right now we have limited funding within safer to ensure people have safe drinking water around the state. Providing safer money to folks where nitrate is the reason that they don't have safe drinking water in these high priority areas takes money away from other communities around the state that need it. So I think we should be seeing that movement even for public water systems, schools, communities, for bottled water. And then, I would hope, I see Megan, but I would, certainly expect that we are moving as quickly as possible to finalize the funding agreement with the management zones for the co-funding for co-contaminants, and also that as much as possible, those management zones that aren't doing it themselves or haven't yet gotten very far with DFA that are able to move quickly to get that going so that we can get co-contaminants tested too, and really appreciate those that have already stepped up. Two more things. One is we've heard, we heard from some of the communities on contaminants around PFAS. That's something that we are now entering into a contract. I think it was on consent today, was being able to test for PFAS in disadvantaged communities. I think if we can look at whether DFA can add that to the costs of what they're funding management zones to do that, where we are doing the co-contaminant testing, so that we can get that done. We should be looking at that. I don't know that makes sense, but I wanted to flag. And also just wanted to flag that there are recent studies showing that nitrate over the MCL can release and mobilize uranium in groundwater. So unfortunately, I think nobody wants to see that, but that is something that, it looks like maybe one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of uranium in the wells that we're testing. So just, as we learn to, as we're learning more in this area, I think that's something to understand better and appreciate that folks are testing for it so we can deal with it. Okay, last thing is, no, that was my last thing. Thank you.
No, I appreciate those comments. Was nodding my head vigorously because I do think the vision aligns, the vision that you laid out aligns very well with what we're doing. And certainly the management zone implementation plans themselves actually will have some of those numbers where you were talking about leaning into accountability. That work is still going on to develop better understanding of how many wells, refinement of the models, integration of the data that we have under the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program. And some of those models have been just worked over incredibly to include sigma kind of components in it and understand the movement of nitrate under different hydrologic conditions. So a lot of that is going to be packaged into the documents that are probably going to be too technical for the first read for the management zone implementation plans. We're going to kind of view them as like a feasibility study that we will break down, dissect, share parts, and have tweaks to those as we move through that process to translate them into permit requirements. So absolutely consistent with the vision. The timelines are truly incredible if you think about it. I mean, what we're talking about here is our 5 vast feasibility studies covering on the order of 8,000 to 9,000 different dischargers, different growers, different dairies, different wastewater treatment plants, serving tens of thousands of people in some of the most disadvantaged areas of the entire United States. So that's. I mean, I say that out loud and I kind of cringe at the work in front of us, but there's a lot of excitement there too. A lot of work has been done about moving these processes forward to deal with the nitrate contamination. State Board, the state of California stepped up in a big way to help us out in this process. But yeah, absolutely leaning into accountability is a good phrase for the continued development of those management zone implementation plans. It's an extraordinary effort, and I think everybody is taking ownership of it at this stage.
Thank you very much, board member, and thank you, Mr. Palupa. Other board colleagues looking to board member Morgan, and if hearing none, I think we don't have any public commenters. No, we just had our panels. Do we still have more presentation? Yeah, we have the SALT program start. So we can go to
the other
Mr.
half.
Palupa then. SALT side. Thank you. Thank you again to the panel.
All right. Keep moving. So the other half of CV Salts is the salt control program, and essentially something that. So CV Salts, in its initiation, was designed to deal with one of the most critical problems for every growing community in the valley, many of them impacted by salts, every agricultural operation impacted by salts. So truly an extraordinary effort that was underway to arrest that problem and figure out a strategic way of managing salts throughout the entire valley as we kind of move forward and ensure that the valley's agricultural productivity is sustainable and the valley's communities, their growth is sustainable as well. Next slide. So the salt control program, as opposed to the, is a phased program as opposed to the nitrate control program, which is a prioritized program. Both have similar heat maps here, with this particular map showing where you've got total dissolved solids within the production zone, so where you're drawing the groundwater from, that exceed standards that are protective of. In most cases, it's growing. The thresholds are largely tuned to growing crops, but also have impacts on drinking water taste and acceptability as we kind of move higher up on that scale. So phase one of this phased program is the prioritization and optimization study. This is a 10 to 15 years long study that defines salt sensitive areas, identifies salt sources and impacts, assesses salt management options, and develops a long-term salt management strategy. Now, if you go back, some of the oldest numbers that we have when California was initially being settled, some of the oldest geologic and hydrogeologic data we have is on salt, TDS concentrations, because we know that where you can grow crops and where you can produce vibrant communities is based in large part about what the salt content is, how you are limited in terms of your growing crops. And unfortunately, it's never been studied at the entire scale of the Central Valley. We've engineered it all to heck. The water has moves in very different ways throughout the valley, and agricultural operations have developed in very different ways based off of that engineered structure. So we essentially, the prioritization optimization study is designed to understand that in different hydrologic conditions, understand that in the context of global warming, of sigma, and of all the stressors that we have on our water uses here in California. After we wrap that, tens of millions of dollars study, we then go into the hard part, which is developing projects that can essentially sustain the valley's agricultural activities, align with Sigma goals, and have a suite of proposals that could be carried forward and essentially make the valley sustainable. I talk to people in terms of, if we don't get this right, what I'll be presenting to the board in 10 to 15 years will be a project for the arrested decay of the valley's agricultural regions. That's the consequence. I've spoken before this board and before my board many times about the billions and billions of dollars of impacts to agricultural communities, to communities that are throttled by salt for their growth, for their water supply, and other factors. So that's really the consequence of this undertaking under CV salts. In phase 3, and hopefully everything aligns in phase 1 and phase 2, we build it. We make the basin plan amendments that we need to build the infrastructure that we need to ensure sustainability. Next slide. And here's essentially what the deliverables have been with the prioritization and optimization study so far. Done a lot of work planning, baseline characterization, analytical modeling tools, literature reviews, kind of figuring out what we know, what we don't know. And then most recently, a study year 1 progress report was submitted to our board to understand kind of where we stand. And with that, I'll turn it over to the folks who know this stuff better than I do.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Daniel Cozad, Executive Director of the Central Valley Salinity Coalition. I only have one slide. You'll be thankful for that. Just to put the SALT program in perspective, we have about 3,500 permittees who are participating. In fact, my phone was going off a little earlier. They all pay for a part of this. So the permittees are the folks who are working on this together. Patrick has some some statistics on that coming up a little later in the slides. But the Salinity Coalition leads this effort on behalf of the permittees, and in coordination with the Water Board, we have, in addition to management zone meetings on Friday mornings, we have salinity meetings once a month and go through that. So, but lots of work going on. One of the questions I think from last year's was, why does it take so long? What's so difficult? What are you even doing? So we want to hopefully answer those questions for you. And Tom's going to tell you really what the answer to those questions are and give you some idea, some feel of what's going on. One of the most important things is to be able to develop the science that next slide. Sorry, I didn't say next slide. I'm reading my slide. It looked, okay. Next slide. Next slide. There you go. Thanks. Perfect. One of the major elements that we need to do is develop the package of tools that will need to both test out those alternatives that Patrick mentioned, but also be able to produce the reports at the end that justify the suggested alternatives, right? And be able to test those. Are they feasible? Can they be done? Are they affordable? Will people even do them if you build them, right? I mean, all those things. So those are, we're looking at all the kind of key requirements that you see there. I know there's lots of opinions on whether you can build brine lines and do those things, but we're going to study them all, right? Because we don't know what will be effective and possible in 20 or 30 years when full implementation of all of these will get done. And so simultaneous to that, also working through the policy issues. There's a number of sort of pure policy issues that don't really depend on whether it's feasible or not. They don't really depend on what the engineering is necessarily. We need to address those assimilative capacity issues and anti-degradation, those sorts of issues. So with that kind of introduction, I'll introduce Tom Grovehog from Larry Walker and Associates. He's actually leading half of a large team of consultants. We have a very unusual process where we have two teams that have come together to provide skills. And each of those teams is made up of 4 or 5 sub-consultants, experts in modeling or water quality or groundwater, surface water that are doing the work that he's going to talk about. So my job is to ride herd over all of that. I don't have to implement a management zone, so I got it easy. But by comparison, this is one of the largest stakeholder programs in the United States, at least according to EPA's evaluation. So I'll turn it over to Tom.
Thank you, Daniel. My name's Tom Grovehog, Chair Esquivel and board members. Good to see all of you. Thanks for having us here today. And with the next slide, please. As Daniel said, I'm co-leading the technical team who's undertaking the first 4 years of the P&O study. And so it's really to get the ball rolling, to set the stage for this very, very monumental piece of work, really. Dealing with when the state and federal water projects were implemented to provide the valley with the capability to have the breadbasket of the world, the irrigated agriculture that we have, one of the issues that was identified way back when was, what about the salt? And so attempts were made in the early basin plans to think of a salt drain, and that didn't play out quite as hoped. And so this study is really kind of the third leg of the stool in dealing with this issue of getting water to people, but also ending up with a sustainable valley that can accommodate the salt that is accumulating. So to deal with a project of this magnitude, we do need a sophisticated suite of tools to deal with issues such as the complicated surface water hydrology of the entire watershed, starting from the rim of the Sierras and the Coast Range and how that drains to the valley, and the reservoir operations, a highly managed system with a lot of dams that are operated by state and federal and other players. So that needs to be, we have to have tools that can take that into account and how that water is distributed from those reservoirs. Complicated suite of land uses that exist, all the salt sources that we have, so accounting for those and having tools that can deal with them. It all comes together in the Delta, where we have sophisticated issues and water quality and modeling that needs to happen, because the Delta ends up being a source of supply to at least 2/3 of the Central Valley. And then we need to deal not only with surface water, but also the complex groundwater system. And one of the big issues that we need to, that's a goal of CV Salts, is to make sure that we maintain a vibrant agricultural economy. And so protecting all beneficial uses, but in particular, as Daniel and Patrick said, really doing a good job of evaluating the tolerance of crops to salinity. So next slide. So to give you just a brief overview, we spent most of last year considering the candidate tools that would be in our toolkit. And this is a simplistic representation of what the decisions that were made by the executive committee and the coalition and all the stakeholders. The centerpiece right now is if you look at the top middle, CV SWAT. That's a Central Valley watershed model that is capable of modeling hydrology and salinity in the entire valley, at the surface level down to the root zone. So that effort, we made this selection of that model combined with DWR's Calcium 3 model, which provides us with the reservoir and water distribution information we need to consider, DWR's DSM-2 model, which effectively models water quality in the Delta. And then for the groundwater piece, at least at the initial stage, we'll be using the CV NPSAT, so a million acronyms for you guys here, sorry about that. But it's a non-point source assessment tool developed by Thomas Harder and others at UC Davis. I believe State Board has partly funded that effort, and this is a tremendous opportunity to apply this tool. It's built to represent the groundwater system, and in particular, basically a virtual well network of tens of thousands of wells throughout the valley. So we're excited to be able to deliver root zone information out of CV SWAT into the NPSAT model, and then use that to run some of our future scenarios centuries out into the future. So the other groundwater tools that we will be using, we have the DWR C2V SIM model, which is a groundwater model for the whole valley, as well as the USGS over on the left-hand side, CVHM2, which is their groundwater model. And those are connected to the tool that Thomas Harder and his group has developed. And we imagine using that as we do some more high-resolution work in years to come. And then for crop tolerance, CV SWAT has some capabilities that we will be exploring its use in that area. In the past, we've used the Hoffman model and some other approaches. We think this actually might be a more elegant tool. So that's our suite of tools that we're using. Next slide.
Quick question on models. I'm fortunate to be on the Salinity Forum for the Colorado River Basin states. And I know there a lot of discussion around the Sparrow model being used to do similar salinity tracking and work. When it came to the selection of the models for this effort, did we look outside of kind of California? And just wondering, when it came to selection, kind of how broad a net was cast, and and how we kind of landed on this suite of models.
Yeah, we had a set of criteria that we used. Obviously, models that were developed specifically for the Central Valley that seemed to be a good fit for this application got scored well in that. The CV swap model was on the watershed model side, which I think the Sparrow model would be more connected to. It had a serious leg up because it's currently being used in the irrigated lands program, and so it already had tremendous land use, crop information built into it. Another model that's been used extensively in the Central Valley over the years is the warmth model, and so that was given strong consideration, and actually it is heavily used in the San Joaquin area, and so we're actually collaborating and cooperating with the U.S. Bureau who uses warmth. So out of that, that's how we ended up. And we went through that exercise for each of the models I showed. So that's why it took us a bit of time last year to get group approval of them. But we feel pretty good about the models we've picked as being leveraging resources.
You will know it's incredibly foundational from everything you kind of work from then thereafter. So I appreciate that thought that was getting into it.
And just to dive into, just to give you a sense of the level of detail and the factors that are considered as we're going into this representation of, that's our goal, is to build tools that ultimately will allow us to evaluate management alternatives in different futures, right? Under different climate conditions, different land use, maybe different water supply configurations. But to do that, we need a tool that can deal with the granularity of all these things shown on this chart, reservoir operations, streams. So this is just a representation of the San Joaquin, and I'm not sure, with my eyes, I'm not seeing quite as good picture of all the colors, but there's, in just the San Joaquin model, there's 35,000 of these hydrologic units that are built into the CV swap model, parroting the same demand units that Calcium 3 uses. And so a lot of effort has gone to matching those up because it's so important to just have that commonality. So very, very sophisticated look and representation of the valley, breaking it down into municipalities, water districts, refuges. I did mention salt source information. We've gone through an extensive effort over the last year and a half to quantify wastewater, both NPDES and the people that discharge to land, food processors, dairies, poultry, confined animal, oil and gas. So we've got representation, latitude and longitude of all of the significant sources are going to be represented in this CV SWAT watershed model. So one of the things that'll come out later this year is that model is then going to be the engine that'll drive our ability to assess the different sources, relative contributions that we see from each source, which is information we need to develop management scenarios, understanding which sources are the most important, how controllable they could be. So anyway, I think that's probably, and soils, land use, all the sophistication that you can see in this map, the cropping patterns, that's all built into our watershed model. Next slide, please. And then we're right now, after building that, right now in the position of the modeling team calibrating to make sure. So we put a lot of effort into gathering last year baseline characterization information on stream flow, salinity conditions in surface water and groundwater. And so this picture is just kind of step by step. Each of the main arrows on this picture are being looked at by the modeling team to make sure that when the model runs and it predicts things, that it matches the empirical information we have. So that's this year is our foundational baseline run of the model, if you will, to represent the valley kind of under current conditions. And then from that, we'll then add, when we do additional future modeling runs, then it'll be a comparison against that baseline. So we had to, that step one is to build that run, and that's what's ongoing. We're thinking this will be done with this step in the next couple months. So, and next slide. And so I think I've said a number of these things. So this year, we're really developing our watershed tool. What really matters is to represent the water balance first, then the salt balance, then to characterize salt sources, and then it'll be, as I just said, the foundation for our future scenarios. Those will be developed. Future scenarios are a big work effort next year and the following year with the executive committee and all the stakeholders, so that everybody has the ability to impact what are those scenarios, how do we use this tool to inform ourselves. So, and it'll incorporate things, as I mentioned, out of SGMA, like land use changes that are being suggested out of the GSPs in the Central Valley, recharge projects. So all of that, we want to take that into account in some of the thinking about, how we structure these future scenarios. Next slide. And so how is this different from anything that's been done prior? As Patrick said, I think this is the first time we've really undertaken to do a holistic, whole valley assessment of salt. There's been a lot of research done, prior work. We're aware of that. We've taken it into account in the work that we're doing. We've captured it in the baseline characterization report, which will be finalized this year. But we really haven't had this kind of suite of tools put together that would allow us to do this challenging task, which is to do this assessment of effective management measures. We need tools to be able to evaluate. If we do A, B, C, combination of A and B, all the ideas that are out there in terms of the salt management measures, we need tools that ahead of the game answer what our best sense is of the effectiveness, because these are going to be massive projects with high resource requirements. So we really need to do a good job of doing this pre-work. As I said, the information generated under SGMA, we have a task that will be started next year to look at every GSP that's in the valley and to pull from their water use information. So the timing has worked out great, that SGMA and the GSP work, all of them have been done now, and all that local information that exists around surface water versus groundwater use, how much reduction in use might be needed to get to sustainable situation from a groundwater perspective. We intend to take full advantage of all that information in the P&O study and incorporate it in the work we do. So land use changes, project and management actions. So that's a big benefit, and we expect to take advantage of it. And I think I have one more slide. So I've talked about what's happening this year. In 2024 and 2025, we will plan to identify a couple archetype areas to do more detailed work. Part of that effort is to identify salinity targets and to engage directly with stakeholders in that effort. And so we found that to be very effective in developing the salinity objectives in the lower San Joaquin River. It's a very complicated, these crop tolerance numbers aren't static. Crops are changing, management practices are changing, and so it's really imperative that we, as we develop, and using the archetypes to help us develop management scenario information, that we really connect with the people that are on the ground, the agricultural users in the valley. So with that, I think back to you, Daniel.
Yeah, so just the next slide is a summary of kind of all of the elements that are going on. I know you look at it and you say, gosh, year 1, 2, year 2, 3, but the detailed schedule below this, those tasks overlap during part of it and they all connect to each other. So I tried to put that chart in and everybody took it out. I do every time I try to put it in. It makes perfect sense to me, but it's how all these things are linked and how the team works on them. But you can see, all of the areas that Tom talked about get done in the early phases of setting all of this up, and then being able to develop those management scenarios, run them through the model, figure out which ones work, which ones don't. Those all come in a little bit later years, so it's hard to withhold. You really just want to say, gee, we got a lot of rain. Didn't that fix everything this year? And of course didn't fix everything this year. And as Tom reminded me, we're modeling this out for 400 years. There'll be some more of those, and there'll be some more droughts in between. So we'll be looking at all of those and then testing out the template physical and non-physical projects. So either regulatory non-physical projects or actual physical projects that move and reduce salt around. And those will all get proposed a little later in the study and evaluated. So I think that's our slides, Patrick.
All right. I appreciate that, and trust me, there were a lot of meetings to discuss. I think Chair Esquivel, the models are foundational, and when you're running a model over thousands of iterations in different scenarios, small tweaks at the front end can have huge ramifications at the back end. So very careful consideration. Lots of thanks to my technical team for reviewing that and having those meetings so that they were all vetted along the way.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate the good work on the salt side here. Certainly nitrates, given their immediate impact on human health and the challenge around those, very front of mind, but so are the salt challenges. I know there can be a feeling that some of these salinity issues are kind of out on the horizon, but I guess my main question is, are we seeing current issues now, impacts to beneficial uses, to ag within the Central Valley from salinity already? And what is the scale of that already unfolding now versus kind of the challenge that we have, going on to the future?
No, 100%. I mean, I think the number is about 250,000 acres that have been taken out of production already because of salt impacts and potentially, in the near-term horizon, billions of dollars of impacts due to salinification in soils. There's a lot of individual management projects that are being undertaken by irrigation district here and irrigation there, but to a certain extent, because it's a closed basin, you're exporting the salt problems to your neighbor, even when you're dealing with the salt problem in a very effective way. And so trying to kind of make sense of that and develop a long-term strategy for the entire valley is the point that we're at right now.
Yeah, and thank you for that.
I promised just a couple slides on the enforcement update.
I need to.
Has a couple comments. Yeah,
I need to get a couple words in here. So, yeah, thank you for the great presentation. Really informative. Thank you for the comprehensive update, and really impressive and awe-inspiring the amount of work that you're doing and the level of rigor you're putting into the thought. And then just the concept of thinking about modeling 400 years into the future and what that may or may not look like then is hard to even wrap my head around. So I'm thinking here about the timelines and 20 to 30 years, and just the study being 10 to 15 years long on its own. And I'm really glad you mentioned SGMA and the groundwater sustainability agencies, and that you're drawing information from them. But I'm also thinking about their responsibilities as well, and this came up a bit in the nitrate conversation. So I'm going to ask the same question, a similar question. So is there a feedback loop? Is there communication going basically from you, from CV Salts to the GSAs in terms of how your work and how salt management, from your perspective, will ultimately interface with the responsibilities that the GSAs have to avoid undesirable results to water quality.
I'll start, maybe others can add in. There's a specific task that we envisioned as part of the scope of services to get that started. It'll be the import of everything that, as Tom talked about, pulling those things in to see where they matter and how much they matter in which cases. And then that should, as it lives out in the modeled scenarios, be able to be a tool that allows us to talk more concretely to the GSAs about where we think their water management activities benefit or don't benefit salinity in groundwater and surface water, right? So that's, I think, the missing piece. We're going to pull all the data in, but then being able to make that data make sense and show GSAs how their management activities may help us manage salt or may not help us manage salt is really the critical piece. It's the tool we don't have. But so everybody's talking in general. Everybody's talking in generalities. And to get to that next step of what does this mean if you do this research, this recharge project in this area versus that area, it's twice as good for this or for that. And so I think those will be the places. We're a little bit away from the specifics. But we have the same people, as you kind of heard in nitrate management zones. The same people who are working in those are the same people, so they won't get far away. But we do need that tool and some specific runs of that information to be able to, I think, show. Everybody who's trying to manage water thinks in one way or another. If you're thinking from water quality to water supply, you think one way. If you think water supply and then think water quality, you solve the problem fundamentally different. And we need the glue that pulls those pieces together. This is my entire career wrapped up in 2 minutes, to be able to show people how those two things intersect with each other. Without it, everybody pontificates that water supply is important and water quality is important. And they not ill intentionally, but they just talk past each other.
I would just say, just to answer, the process of that dual communication hasn't really started yet, but by next year at this time, after we've read all their GSPs and engaged with the GSAs, then I think that's going to really open up the opportunity. And they're going to be a lot of GSPs I'm aware of pointed to CV salts as the way they're dealing with salt problems. So this will be a very healthy conversation. It hasn't happened yet, but it will.
Well, thank you for sharing that, and thank you for the response. And that's exactly what's on my mind. And I mentioned the timelines, and so I'm thinking about your project and the efforts you're undertaking. And I'm also thinking about SWRCB, and that the critically overdrafted basins have 17 years here from this moment. So to the extent that these efforts can be harmonized and synchronized in some way so that there aren't any regrets in terms of projects that are being implemented, I think that'll be wise. So I'll look forward next year, perhaps, to hearing some updates on that coordination.
How the dialogue has happened, yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate that, board member, and agree. And I think we'll be able to explore that a little tomorrow as well as we speak to the Sustainable Groundwater Management agencies. Mr. Palupa. And for folks' planning purposes, we're still here, obviously, on item number 5. We will wrap up some discussion. We do have one public commenter at this point now for the item as well. And then we're going to take a lunch. And so we'll come back and start item number 6 after that lunch. So, Mr. Palupa.
Fantastic. And again, I think, Daniel, I could not have said it better myself about the confluence of interests, frankly, from groundwater quality to surface water quality to the quantity issues involved. And I think as the SWRCB groundwater sustainability agencies' eyes are gradually opening to the fact that there are infrastructure investments that they need to make, looking at CV salts and sharing some of the information, sharing some of the modeling efforts to understand where those infrastructure investments can be made in the best possible way for both quantity and quality is really the big kind of carrot, I suppose, in this equation. And also, as we have conversations with the agricultural community, understanding that, the regional board will at some point in time have to essentially say, what are the standards we are going to be enforcing? Where are the areas where we know growth will be limited in the future due to salinity impacts, or the variety of crops that you can grow are limited due to salinity impacts? Let's talk about those and let's figure out how we can sustain that and sustain high quality areas and make sure that poorer quality groundwater doesn't get degraded to the point where it's unusable. And so that's really the big question. And certainly, 10, 15 years kind of makes me cringe sometimes too, in terms of what needs to get done. But on the back end, you're also talking about, engaging lobbyists and getting, major governments familiar with the idea that, no, this is a big deal. This will require investment if you want to make this sustainable. And, the tens of billions of dollars that's been invested in California water infrastructure, has an endpoint if you don't manage the salinity. And I think that's kind of the conversations that you have to have, and you have to have it over and over again until people really understand the magnitude of the problem and the magnitude of the dollar figure on the solution as well. So, it's a long one. 10 years disappears in before you know it in regulatory terms, and so I think 10 years sounds like a long time, but we do have the foot on the gas as we're trying to build this project forward. On to enforcement, just a couple slides. I know these are the slides between you and lunch, so I'll try and be quick. Next slide. These are some of the numbers from the nitrate control program. Now bear in mind that we're talking about a slice of the priority 1 area within the nitrate control program. So we're talking about 75 of about 1,200 facilities that are not in compliance with the pathway as of earlier this month. These are the facilities that are not in a compliance pathway. You've got about half of them are composed of the non-15 permittees. So those are small facilities mostly that discharge to land application areas that essentially have said we're not kind of talking to the board on these issues. We're figuring out who those are, having contacts with them, bringing them along. The blue, and it's not showing up very well, the blue is confined animal facilities. Again, just a handful of those, and we're talking about the whole pie being 75 facilities. A lot of these are, frankly, facilities. I see JP Cadriella back in the back there. Those are confined animal facilities that aren't paying into representative monitoring program and others. These are far way out of compliant facilities, some of which have largely been abandoned, and they're trying to keep the permit active. We're going to be cranking the screws down on those. Oil and gas facilities, there's a small segment that are also in those. The oil and gas folks are gradually closing that down to zero. I think those are largely facilities that are in the process of closing down, may not know that they still have to figure out the last kind of remnants of their nitrate control solution as they kind of wrap up operations. Next slide. And this is kind of the outreach, the enforcement that we've been investing in. Just to be totally honest, we don't have a lot of enforcement resources. How we've been spending them has been primarily focused on the nitrate control program, less on the salt control program as the initial steps, although that will change in the future just because nitrate is such an urgent concern, like you heard from the environmental justice folks. People's lives are at risk, and I think we take that very seriously. So, the unit that has been working on these issues, about 3 folks have been making about 272 phone calls, site visits. They've been showing up at these facilities, sending out emails, issuing notices of violation. Thankfully, we got 40 more facilities enrolled in the program. Some of them had to pay penalties to the management zones, active contrition. Sorry, we haven't been participating. We should have been the whole time. And now we're at the stage where that 75 number is probably about 20 or 30 enforcement cases in that bundle that we're not going to get resolved, except by going to formal enforcement some way or the other. So we're going to take steps with the Office of Enforcement, and I'll be on the advisory team, so I won't be taking the steps directly, but members of our enforcement team will be taking those steps to essentially pursue formal enforcement against those folks who still haven't signed up for the program. Next slide. And here's salts. 10% of the facilities, and again, this is a larger set of facilities, about 3,100 facilities in the salt control program, the discharge salts. The numbers, the coalitions are all in compliance, so that kind of deals with a good, 30 to 35,000 growers are all in compliance by virtue of their coalitions funding the P&O study in a very significant way. So these are the facilities that are not. So they have not said we are in compliance with either the salt standard, a very, very low salt standard, not contributing to a salt problem, or paying into the P&O study. Again, that same kind of segment of confined animal facilities, same deal. They are probably not paying their representative monitoring program. They're kind of out on their own. Is about a quarter of these. The non-15 facilities, and again, small, very, very, very small wastewater treatment plants are in that mix, along with some food processors, some shuttered operations here and there are in the non-15 slice. That takes a big chunk of them. A handful of NPDS facilities that we're finally getting them buttoned up as well. Those are, just to be clear, those are probably not treatment plants. Those are the kind of seasonal NPDS facilities that they get a permit for a year, get a permit for a couple of years to discharge, sometimes with a cleanup program, sometimes with a general order. And so those are the suite of NPDS facilities, handful of oil and gas facilities, largely the closing facilities, and some composting operations haven't quite paid their fees. Some of them are exempt from the nitrate control program. Might have thought that gets you a pass from the salt control program as well. It does not. And so those are the remainder. And I think that's the last slide. Next slide. At long last, there you are. And again, happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well worth the time. Really appreciate the thorough update and the conversations we've been able to have here. We do have one commenter, but I want to look to fellow board members in case. Mr. Catiavella has decided to pass, although we have time by all means if you still want to, but you're okay, it's still passing. Thank you, JP. Appreciate that. So we don't have another commenter, which brings us to the end of the item. But just thank you, everyone, for the participation, the work, the ongoing work. And I know that we'll have plenty of further discussion here. But this has been a meaningful and important update. Really appreciate, again, the work and time that's gone on into it. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a lunch break now here, late as it is. We'll go for 45 minutes and bring ourselves back here at 2:15 then to continue on to item number 6. Appreciate everyone's time and patience and participation, and we'll convene here in 45 minutes. Thank you.
I don't have to, you know. I was gonna say, you only give me one.
The funniest part about it is a lot of them go, because it's just. But everybody thinks, oh my God, Senator Jerry. Oh, and it'll be. Oh, in a dark Otherwise.
Sorry to say.
I was on a 115.
Isaiah lost like 17 screens.
Somebody paid the bill.
I was thinking that too, but then I thought maybe it was.
Okay, everyone, it's 2:17, 2:18. We can go ahead and get back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We're now back and we're at item number 6, which is our yearly intended use plans for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, and want to hand things over to Mike Downey. Just might need to be close to your mouth, that's all.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Oh boy, okay. Intimidating. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Chair Escobar and members of the board. As you mentioned, here to present the Clean Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan. This item also includes the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund Intended Use Plan. I believe what our plan is today is to go through the Clean Water SRF slides and potentially receive comments from those interested on the Clean Water SRF program, and then we'll follow up with the Drinking Water SRF slides right afterwards. My name is Mike Downey. I'm the program manager for both of the State Revolving Fund programs. And this year's intended use plan, in a lot of ways, mirrors what we saw back in October when we adopted the 22-23 intended use plan. And we'll go ahead and get into it. So next slide, please. So this will look very similar from last year. I want to talk a little bit about the purpose to give some context for everyone. And then we'll focus on the bipartisan infrastructure law impacts. Those are still new for the programs. Talk about grant and principal forgiveness. Talk about the loan capacity, and then our recommendations this year. Next question, or next slide. So the purpose of the intended use plan, there's a federal reason we do it, and that's to apply for capitalization grants from US EPA. But also it is our business plan for the year to administer the Clean Water SRF funds and other complementary funds. So that includes small community wastewater grant funds, water recycling funding program, and then also more recently, general fund appropriations from the budget acts. Next slide. Organized the intended use plan into the base plan and then some supplemental IUPs. And so if you've gotten a chance to take a look at it, it is very long. There's some appendices with the supplemental IUPs. So for the Clean Water SRF IUP, it includes funds from our base program capitalization grant from US EPA, and that's the capitalization grant we've been receiving for decades. It also includes the bill general supplemental capitalization grant, and this will be year 2 of those bill funds. And then it also helps us administer the water recycling funds, most recently from the budget acts. Then a supplemental IUP is developed for the emerging contaminant funding. And so that is a combined drinking water and clean water emerging contaminant supplemental IUP. And I'll talk about it in a bit. We're proposing that we transfer the clean water emerging contaminant funding to the drinking water program. Next slide. So don't want to belabor the point, but bipartisan infrastructure law did have an impact on the program. And there's kind of 2 pots that go along with the bill funding. So the first is new funding that was appropriated with bill. And so for the Clean Water program, that is general supplemental funding for any project and emerging contaminant funding. So those funds are appropriated for all 5 years. We do have to apply for them and receive them. And so this IUP will allow us to apply for the second year. So for general supplemental funding, that's $149 million. For emerging contaminant funding for this year, it's $15 million. Next slide. The bill also authorized an increase to the base Clean Water SRF program. And again, this is the national Clean Water SRF funds that are allotted to all 50 states. And I just bring this up because this is part of what was messaged with the bill originally, was this really large increase in authorization. However, the difference is what we've seen Congress in the first 2 years do is they appropriated at the same level, and so they appropriate those funds in the annual budget. And so the appropriation is about what we've seen. So they're not appropriating at this huge increased authorization level that they could. And so how that impacts us is this year's base program capitalization grant is $54 million. So that's less than half of what we've seen historically. And so that looks like it'll be approximately $300 million over 5 years. But again, we'll need to see what Congress does each year when appropriating those funds. Next slide. A lot of numbers on this slide, but what I wanted to call your attention to is that the funds do have requirements of how we administer them. So these clean water SRF funds need to be given out partially as principal forgiveness. And then there's also authorizations for, they're called set-asides on the drinking water, and for simplicity, I'm calling it that here. That's for administration and technical assistance. And then the remaining can be used for loans, and that's the revolving nature for the SRF programs. Next slide, please. The takeaway here is that there continue to see high demand on the program. Number of applications, 196, requesting almost $5 billion in funding. And so when we're talking about rollover projects in that top line, we're talking about projects primarily seeking loan funds. Looking at the small DAC projects, they're primarily seeking grant and principal forgiveness. So the fundable list consists of those loan projects, which are scored and make the cutoff score, and we place them on the fundable list, and the small DAC projects, which can be added to the fundable list once they submit a complete application and we determine that they are eligible to receive the funds we have. I'll also mention we do not have $4.9 billion in available funding this year, and so scoring and prioritizing continue to be important to administer the funds. Next slide. This gives a balance back in March of available grant and principal forgiveness. So you can see that principal forgiveness continues to be an important part of available funds, and so we're expecting to continue to receive that with our capitalization grants every year. And then the state general fund infrastructure appropriation, while it looks like about $400 million still available, I will note that we have several applications that are complete that we're working on processing, and those funds did have, if you'll recall, some prioritization for septic to sewer projects, and so there's some large septic to sewer projects in the works that are expected to take a good portion of those funds. Next slide. I just want to focus on some of the changes because a lot has stayed the same from last year's intended use plan. So for small community wastewater program, again, talking about those entities eligible for grant and principal forgiveness. Two, I would say, kind of minor changes. One is, well, I guess major, it depends on who you are. So consolidation incentives. We have been offering consolidation incentives in the drinking water program for a few years now. And this is the first time we've put consolidation incentives for the regionalization of wastewater service into the Water SRF IUP. And then we also removed the maximum grant amount for certain wastewater construction projects. There is still a maximum amount, a maximum per connection grant amount, but there was also a secondary maximum per project amount. So that maximum per project has been removed. However, we are including in the IUP authorization for a deputy director to set a maximum if needed to fund all the complete applications. Next slide. I wanted to draw your attention to, if you're looking for grant eligibilities for small DACs, This is Appendix D in the intended use plan, so I'm not going to walk through it today, but you can take a look there and contact us if there's any confusion. Same as last year. Next slide. Speaking of unchanged, wanted to continue with the $15 million grant maximum for water recycling projects. The Prop 1 and Prop 68 funds are essentially committed. We continue to have funds available for planning grants, and that's for feasibility studies for recycled water. And we do have a number of applications for water recycling projects. And so the $231 million in construction grant does not include additional funds that are in the draft budget, well, in one version of the draft budget. And so until the California's budget is adopted, we want to be conservative before we changed any maximums. So based at this moment, we feel like the 15 million is appropriate given the amount of demand and applications we've received. And we'll see what the budget ends up looking like. Next slide. Also unchanged, offering principal forgiveness for stormwater projects and estuary projects. So estuary projects are an eligible category for the Clean Water SRF, and we've offered principal forgiveness for many, many years because they typically do not have a way to repay loan. It's a modest $1 million maximum per project for nationally designated estuaries. And stormwater projects similarly can have challenges with repayable loan, as many municipalities do not have stormwater fees or rates yet. And so wanted to continue to offer a maximum $5 million per project in principal forgiveness for those stormwater projects that contribute to resiliency. Next slide. Well, I heard during the CV SALT discussion that there was some modeling going out for about 400 years. And so we work with our financial model and our financial advisor. We're only looking about 20 years out, maybe 50 years when we're looking at longevity of the program. I felt pretty good about that until CV SALTs got up and talked. But so we do work with our financial advisor, and we update the model regularly to calculate what our sustainable lending capacity should be or could be. And I mentioned the amounts from bill and the expected capitalization earlier because those are some major inputs into that sustainable capacity model. Because we're looking at not only all the capitalization we've received in the past 20 years, but looking ahead 20 years with leveraging the program, how much debt can we take on and keep the program sustainable. So that being said, we believe 600 million continues to be a good sustainable lending capacity for the year, and the model supports that. And I wanted to show briefly the last 5 years, the amount of loans we've administered, we've committed to, and the amounts. So there are some years that were below that 600 million, and that 21-22 year was 2 billion. So on average, over the last 5 years, looking at about $700 million per year, which is a little bit above our sustainable loan capacity. But according to the model, 600 is supportable moving forward. Next slide, please. I wanted to leave this in here one more time because of Bill and all the messaging around Bill. And we do see that it, in some, like if you look at it just for this year, it could look like we've doubled our capacity because we've doubled our capitalization grants. However, wanted to demonstrate that so much of our capacity is actually because of all the existing commitments we've made, past completed projects that are still repaying their loans. And so it's really, looking at over 40 years of capitalization when we're calculating what our loan capacity is moving forward. So with that in mind, the capitalization from bill ends up not making as much of an impact as we would hope when we're looking at a 20-year sustainable loan capacity. So I don't mean to be a downer, but I think that is some important context here and how that plays out.
No, I appreciate it. It is a very important context, and I know other states are equally concerned. Western States Water Council also, as part of their recent work, has resolution language around this challenge, where it is this balance of these very public processes we have at the state level to develop priorities, and as you all know, we take great care and trying to figure out how we do best with what is a limited, ultimately, pool of resources for what's a huge amount of need. This is having an impact. This is a significant impact, seeing the base program really see these huge reductions where at least we have the bipartisan infrastructure law at this point to kind of backfill some of that, but we'll have to figure out how best we continue to manage expectations and here make the case to the federal government that we need more significant, longer lasting investments if we're going to move the needle, especially through the SRFs at the state level, because it's not just us, it's other states that are equally challenged by state revolving funds that aren't appropriately capitalized for the need that we see out there.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Well, using our $600 million loan capacity, we develop our fundable list. And so we start with the comprehensive list. That's Appendix C of the intended use plan. And that should be a list of all the projects we've received an application for. And I will mention that there's two paths to get on the fundable list, essentially. One is small disadvantaged communities that qualify for a grant can be automatically added to the fundable list once they have a complete application. Deputy Director adds them to the fundable list, and we do our eligibility review and deem that they are eligible. And the second is for primarily those loan projects and larger agencies. We have a scoring system that helps us prioritize. They're scored, and what we do is look at how many projects can we add to the fundable list and still be within that sustainable funding target range for the year. That's what we've done this year as well. I'll add that small DACs that do need a loan component still automatically fundable, and typically what we've seen is those are modest loan amounts that can be absorbed. Go ahead. Well, I was just going to add that, we also look at the previous year's fundable list. And for those agreements that haven't been executed, they're either rolled over to next year's list or they are removed. And so this year you'll see that we've, recommended to remove 5 projects that due to schedule delays or other reasons, felt it was appropriate that we wouldn't be able to move forward at this time. And so really trying to push that, our goal is to execute agreements for projects on the fundable list during this fiscal year. Both of us working together, applicants and the State Water Board, to make that happen.
Great, thank you. So I struggle with this sometimes, so bear with me. I'm trying to understand a little bit better how, the life cycle of a project. So you're starting, an applicant comes and they apply for funding, they want to be on the fundable list. We put them on the fundable list through this process. But then, it usually takes some time for them to get from that point to having an executed agreement, funding, construction underway. And that's why we have the rollover projects, because they carry with us for more than one cycle here. So that's where we're at this year too, where you have quite a large rollover list and you're trying to figure out how many projects can be funded. So how long does it usually, like for a typical project, from the time it gets added to the fundable list, and just rough approximation, how long does it take then until it's an executed loan agreement, typically?
Well, I could say something. I'll say something, and I'll let Christopher say something better. But I think what we've typically liked to say is that it's our goal, and it's possible in about 9 months. Now, there's a lot of caveats that go into that, and I think that's something that we're trying to reinforce with our messaging as well. As what is that project that we envision getting executed in 9 months? Well, it doesn't have a bunch of federal consultations on the environmental side, which sometimes are unavoidable. It's a project that has reviewed our standard loan terms and conditions on our website beforehand and has structured themselves so that they can execute an agreement with us without us making huge changes to our template. And it's a project that doesn't have ongoing litigation or other things that crop up that put everything on hold. And so how many projects can do that? There definitely are projects that can do that. I guess I'll add one more. It's projects that have a single borrower that aren't part of a joint powers authority. That definitely does not fit into the timeline of 9 months. That being said, what's the average time? I think there's a lot of projects that fall into the things I've described. Look to Christopher.
Thanks. Yes, that's a very good question, and a question that we often get asked. Most applicants ask that question, how long is it going to take? So there's a wide variety of answers to that question. And as Mike indicates, so let's start with what it should take. And again, the goal is that we develop a fundable list at the beginning of the year, and by the end of the year, there are no rollover projects. That was always the vision with the scoring system. We haven't gotten there yet, but certainly we made a big dent last year, and I think we executed quite a number of agreements, and we've got some that are going to be executed here in the very near future. So we're certainly making progress toward that. But to kind of give you a sense of answering that question of how long should it take, people start an application before the deadline, which is December 31st. That's when we start doing the scoring. And there are certainly projects. One of the benefits of the scoring system is that staff has been able to identify and score projects and get the longest part of the process typically is the environmental review process. So there are projects that we will start reviewing even before December 31st in anticipation of them getting on the fundable list. One of the things that I think has been mentioned, if it hasn't, it will be soon, is the state auditor's report last year. Although that was specifically, regarding the drinking water program, it's applicable to the clean water and both SRF programs as well. So one of the things we're developing as part of that is a key performance indicator so that we can have a way to measure our progress with these individual applications and then identify, well, what are the things that prevented us from meeting that indicator? And so for grants, they typically, I think our performance time frame there is about 400 days overall. So that's from when somebody starts an application to when they have an executed agreement. For loans, takes longer because you're talking about, in many cases, having consultation between their attorneys and their bond counsel and our attorneys, and people have existing bond programs, and sometimes it's necessary to customize our agreements to a certain extent. And so the performance indicator there that we've established is a little short of 500 days. Again, from when they start an application to when we have an executed agreement.
Thank you. That's really helpful context and something I'm trying to keep in mind here. And I know you've done great work in working to strive to bring that rollover list down as much as possible to expedite and streamline funding agreement execution. I think you're doing all of the right things, but just acknowledging that there's factors and forces outside of your control, and that will always be the case, that some projects are just going to take longer. And so just trying to keep that in mind here as we're thinking about, how much is the right amount for this year and also thinking about the future as well. Thanks.
Sorry, can I just ask a follow-up on that? I know that was a good high level of the work we're doing on Clean Water SRF to do the streamlining process improvements and sort of performance metrics. Are we going to do an update later on this year on kind of progress on, I know there's been a stakeholder group working on follow-up from last year?
You mean to the state auditor's report or to the stakeholder advisory group?
Yeah, and the auditor report was on the drinking water side. So I know there was also the efforts on the clean water side. So really for both of them, just a more comprehensive update of all the work DFA has been hard at work doing on improving process.
Haven't given any thought to that, so thanks for that question. I guess uppermost in my mind is the policy amendment. That's kind of the next thing once we get the IUPs done. But, and yeah, the stakeholder group is starting to coalesce and come together. It's still a bit of in a formative stage, but so that's definitely something to think about, is to update you on that at some point.
Yeah, that'd be great if we can use that time as an opportunity to update on all that work going on, because I know it's been a big priority and a lot has been happening. It's always nice to share an update on those things.
Yes.
Yeah, appreciate that, board member. What comes to mind as well is the Sacramento State report that was done on the Clean Water SRF, and I know there was a lot of recommendation coming out of that. So a little more of just a follow-up, connect some of those through dots, I think would be helpful. So thank you.
Next slide. I'm going to take a little bit of time here to talk about the loan scenarios that we put together in coming up with the cutoff score. So scenario A suggests a cutoff score of 16, which no project scored that high. That would add 0 projects. And so what we were looking at is, well, we've already got $650 million of rollover projects on the fundable list. And I'll mention that that's slightly different than what the fundable list may show. So what I'm not including there are projects that we're currently drafting and rounding agreements for that are considered, in the encumbrance process now and are already included in our capacity model. So I didn't want to kind of double count that and take away from the capacity of this year's, 600 million. So we're just looking at those projects that, really don't have a funding decision in progress yet. Scenario B is looking at a cutoff score of 15. That would add 3 projects. That now puts us well above the funding range. And so for scenario C, what we did is we limited new projects and the rollover projects to $50 million maximum loan amount. So even though it's the same number of projects being added, but that's how we come up with the, about $500 million as the estimated loan. Then we go on to scenario D, adding in projects that scored 14 or higher. That now brings us, again, keeping that $50 million maximum loan limit. That puts us at a little over $600 million. If we go to scenario E, that would add into 13s. And again, that puts us outside of our funding range that the policy describes. And so just based on the policy, we selected scenario D. Actually, next slide, please. Oh, I thought it was the very next one. Go one more. The big bold letters. Scenario D with a cutoff score of 14, that would add 7 new projects to the fundable list. And it would limit all projects, rollover and new projects, limit them to $50 million maximum. Go back one slide now. Just another way to look at it if you're a visual person. You see scenario D is right about at that sustainable loan capacity, and I think it's yellow, but the 5-year average, you can see how that impacts kind of our 5-year average if we anticipate executing all the agreements for all these potential commitments. You can go ahead and move forward again.
So, and just for, I see you're going on to a different topic. So just back maybe on the previous slide real quick. No, sorry, one forward, that one. Thank you. So just to clarify, under scenario D, it says the estimated SRF loan amount would be 626 million, would be your estimate. But a substantial chunk of that is from the rollover projects from prior years. So how much of that actually would be new loans for new project, for those 7 projects being added, that would be added to the fundable list? Do you know roughly what that is?
Yeah, I want to say, let me do some quick math real quick. It's about $250 million.
Thanks.
Yeah. And I did want to pause here real quick just to mention that, we did include provisions that say deputy director may bypass rollover projects on the fundable list if they're not complete, if they're not able to accept our loan terms and conditions, by the end of September, trying to add some urgency in here because as Board Member McGuire has mentioned, we also feel like there's a sense of, well, there are projects that are, kind of on the fundable list, taking up capacity, and when they're rolling over, that's taking up capacity that could we be using on another project that potentially could come in, get executed. But just as far as resource management, trying to focus on a set of projects that are the highest priority and get them across the finish line has been the goal. So, seeing what we can do to really push that and either get an execute agreement or bypass, remove from the fundable list. If we're truly not ready, we'd like to be spending our time on projects that can get into an execute agreement. And the second point on there too is that still having a path for water recycling and stormwater projects that are not interested in clean water SRF loan, because we do feel like that is one of the limiting factors right now. So if a project is just interested in taking the 35% grant water recycling or 50% principal forgiveness for stormwater and self-funding the rest, then we will, once the application is complete and eligible, we'll have deputy director will add to the fundable list, and we'll move forward with executing an agreement. All right, next slide, please. Slide 20, I think. Yep, thanks. So just wanted to mention one more time, Build America, Buy America. That's a new provision that came with Bill and BABA, as is affectionately called. So it expands the American iron and steel requirements to include construction materials and manufactured goods. I think it's safe to say that 100% of the projects we've executed in the last couple of years have been able to be covered by the adjustment period waiver that EPA issued. And that's for projects that initiated design before May of 2022. So as we've talked about the long life of these projects and planning, all the projects we funded recently have been able to be covered by that adjustment period waiver. So currently, EPA has a proposed modification to the waiver. So that waiver would expire in September 2024. It's currently out for public comment, and the public comment period closes on July 9th for those that may be interested in that.
And so would that mean everything past that date, once submitted, would have to abide by the requirements? And so until that date, if you've got your project initiated and design planning in, you'd still be not having to abide by the standard?
That's my understanding. And there are some other waivers in place, but just like American Iron and Steel, they're not easily applicable for most projects. So this adjustment period waiver was kind of broadly applicable to a lot of our projects. So yeah, I do think that with the long planning lead times, we would see projects still applying for that adjustment period waiver beyond 2024 potentially. So I think that would impact our projects. One other thing I do want to mention with Build America, Buy America is that it is required for equivalency projects, and I won't get into the details of what equivalency means for the SRF programs, other than we don't believe we're going to apply that to any of our small DAC funded projects because we can use the large loan projects as our equivalency projects to meet that requirement. However, emerging contaminant and lead service line replacement funds, and this is more for drinking water, every project that receives $1 of emerging contaminant or lead service line replacement does need to comply with Buy America, Build America. So there's no way to do an equivalency and have other projects kind of stand in the gap. All right, next slide, please. Christopher mentioned it, and we did include a few more key performance indicators in our goals in the intended use plan this year. Some of these are consistent with last year, wanting to execute 90% of projects on the fundable list, wanting 50% of those projects to assist small DACs, fulfilling disbursement requests that are complete within 60 days or less. And then we've added a few others. I added here, execute agreements within 5 months of completing all package reviews and receiving legal concurrence. So part of that's just that routing process and official issuing and signing the agreement. And there are a few more in the intended use plans for those that are interested. Next slide. Great. Well, we are here on June 20th at the board workshop. And the deadline to submit written comments is this Friday at noon. And so that's a different time frame than we've used in the past. So I just want to make people aware of that. And then we hope to come back before you at the July 18th meeting to potentially adopt the intended use plans. And at the end of this year is when applicants should look to kind of finish submitting new applications, because after December 31st, we start scoring for next year's intended use plan and preparing the draft of next year's IUP. As Christopher mentioned, one thing that's not on the IUP schedule is that we are also looking at policy amendments for the clean water and drinking water SRF programs. And trying to get through this IUP push first, but are looking to come before you in September and October for a workshop and adoption potentially. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Chair.
Many thanks. I appreciate the good work. I know between the drinking water SRF, clean water SRF, various grants through bonds and other resources that the board has received, I know in the last 4 years, it's about $7 billion that the Division of Financial Assistance has helped to ensure and invest. And so I just want to acknowledge and thank. I know there's a lot of good work going on and we need to always improve. And so it's in that spirit as well that look forward to hearing from any commenters. Looking to any board members first, though, for any comments or questions. And Board Member Morgan has her hand up. And then I will go to Board Member Firestone.
Hi, thank you, Chair Esquivel. So thank you for the presentation. It's really interesting just going into just the loan capacity and just really getting a good understanding of just the fund. And so just as I was listening to the presentation and, just hearing, I believe it was 20 projects that would be rolled over, and understanding that, staff are doing, just a great job at just really getting through those projects and just looking at different process improvements and, and adding language to make sure that you can bypass projects and just really keep them moving forward. I was curious as just how many projects were on just from last year and how many projects are from previous years. And so I don't know if you have that information. When I was looking back, I think it was 9 projects were added last year, and we're looking at adding 7 this year, and looking at, you know, approximately 500 days to execute a loan agreement. It's looking like, you know, projects are staying for multiple years on the list and are rolling over, you know, 2+ years perhaps. And so I don't know if you have any of that information, or if that's something you can, you know, come back to us with just that understanding of, you know, how many years are some projects staying on the list, and, you know, just as you're looking at, you know, future years to coming back, if that's something you can add onto your presentation, and just in looking at those as you're gaining the information on the metrics, just, you know, those projects that seem to stay there for a really long time, help us to understand, you know, why they're there for, I don't know, 2+ years.
Yeah, thank you, board member. I agree. I think that we should be better tracking if there are multiple year rollovers from the projects, and once they start to hit, you know, a second or third year, try to explain or better unpack why there might be. And here, there's a myriad of reasons. It may be an internal thing amongst us. It may very well be a project proponent's challenge with, you know, financing if there was other components that didn't come through. Rate changes sometimes that don't end up happening as well. So it can help us better unpack, you know, some with a little more granularity what might be happening to, and better understanding if there are multi-year rollover projects.
Yeah, I can't summarize the number of projects that have been on and the number of years. The information is in the IUP if you look at the fundable list. So when we have the board meeting, we can certainly summarize that, but each of the projects does indicate when it was put on the fundable list. So we can certainly add those up and summarize. But yeah, so this will be the second year that we've recommended that projects be taken off the fundable list. So yeah, the program is evolving in that sense of being a little bit more not so kind-hearted, to use a phrase there, of if we can't execute an agreement within a reasonable period of time, there must be some reason. And what is that reason? Can we overcome that reason in a reasonable amount of time? You know, that's something that is certainly evolving for us at a staff level, to have those discussions with applicants. And of course, nobody wants to be taken off the fundable list or be bypassed. And so, you know, they can sometimes be challenging discussions. And you probably hear that at some point. And so we are getting better at having those conversations with folks.
Thank you, board member. Anything further? Board member Morgan. Board member Firestone.
Thanks. One question, and there may be commenters on this, but just in the staff proposal to add a $50 million cap per project, I don't know how many applicants this applies to, but if there is an applicant that has multiple projects on the fundable list, and each of them would be eligible to receive $50 million, could they consolidate that to one project to get 150 and then take the other 2 off the list? So they're effectively getting the $50 million cap. Say they have 3 projects. They could get 150 million, but only have to execute and do the application and do the whole process for one project rather than and take the other ones off the list. Do we have a staff recommendation on that, or is that something that we should be clarifying in the IUP?
So I think Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's 5 projects that are affected by the $50 million cap. And I don't believe that any of the applicants have multiple projects. Oh, Mike indicates 1 does. So that would be a possibility to do that if the board wanted to do that.
Yeah, I think I think there may be comments from, I think it's SFPC, but I think just in the interest of moving through rollover projects, reducing staff time, getting projects done, and reducing burdens on just the funding contracting process. We'd want to find ways to do that with still respecting that we need to spread the money around to all of the eligible and really vital projects that are on the list. So, for me, that sounds like it would make sense and be logical, but I'm interested as we go through to hear more.
I guess one cautionary note I think I think you say some very sensible things there. One cautionary note maybe on the other side would be that that could set a precedent where people submit multiple projects in the hopes that, they could combine them at some point later on.
Yeah, I was going to say, I want to hear the public comments on this, but I think some clarity around addressing that very question is worthwhile to give some thought to over the next few weeks before adoption. And certainly that immediate thought popped into my head too, which is the question of where does, depending on how you define a project, where does one start and the next one stop and the next start, or what have you, in terms of phasing or geographic distinctions between projects or service areas. There's lots of different ways to define projects, so it can become a little bit of a challenging question to answer.
Thank you both. So currently we have this noticed as a single item, so all of our commenters are all in one block. If there are folks that are just looking to comment on the Clean Water SRF IUP, either in the room or on the platform, just make yourself known and can just call you up, and we can try to take a few commenters then just on the Clean Water SRF. Okay, yeah, please just come on up and introduce yourself then. And here on the platform, just raise your hand if you're looking to just comment on the Clean Water SRF IUP. You may need to turn that mic back on. Apologies.
Thank you. Thank you, board members. I wanted to introduce myself. I'm Jeff English. I'm the general manager for the Central Coast Blue Regional Recycled Water Authority. It's a mouthful. I want to thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for your leadership in water issues that have been pretty challenging over the last few years. And thank you for getting the air conditioner to work, because it was really stuffy in here before lunch. The Central Coast Regional Recycled Water Authority is a joint powers authority formed by 3 small Central Coast agencies, the City of Pismo Beach, City of Arroyo Grande, and the City of Grover Beach. It's a groundwater recharge project where we're going to take water from that's being treated already and dispersed to the ocean under permit, and provide a groundwater plume that will provide us with some protection for seawater, saltwater intrusion, and allow us to pump from our groundwater basin in a sustainable way. We've had some challenges in the last few years. Over pumping has limited the ability to pump out of our groundwater, and we had to reduce pretty substantially. Just 6 months ago, we were worried that Lake Lopez was going to go dry. We're fortunate to be where we are today, but that was our reality. This is a crucial project for our community, and it's one that we are thankful that we are on your funding list, and we support the IUP as it's listed. But we also want to recommend that you can reconsider the $15 million cap on the limit. That was formed in 2015, I believe, that cap. Since then, we've seen unprecedented cost increases in construction, and the viability of these projects for smaller communities is just the support from state grants is very critical to our projects and the success and the viability of our projects. So we encourage you to reassess that $15 million cap and consider moving that to $20 million. I know there's some other discussion regarding that cap, but we would encourage you to look at that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you as well for your service and comments and participation in this. Anyone else in the room just on the clean water side? And even if it's not clean water, by all means, Mayor, I appreciate your patience and should have called you up first to begin with either way. So thank you, Mayor.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the State Water Resource Control Board and fellow attendees. My name is Saul Ayon. I serve as mayor of the city of McFarland. McFarland is a small rural community located in the Central Valley, 30 miles north of Bakersfield. McFarland is home to approximately 14,000 residents. Most of the residents are Hispanic or Latino descent, and about a third live below the poverty line. A significant percentage of our population are laborers working in agriculture and related industries that are essential to our local economy, but pay modest wages. Unfortunately, communities like McFarland are often unrepresented in government funding and resource allocation, making it hard for us to compete for critical infrastructure investments and larger, more affluent areas can more readily secure. These systemic inequities have created significant disparities between our communities and those greater influence and means. This is especially true when considering access to clean and safer water and effective wastewater management. As part of our ongoing commitment to providing a safe, reliable water supply and effective wastewater management, our community has submitted grant funding applications for key infrastructure projects, which I will detail shortly. But before I do, I would like to underscore the importance of prioritizing grant funding over loan options. Our community, already strained by economic hardship, would face an unsustainable burden if our water and wastewater rates were increased. With the associated payment obligation, loans are not a viable solution for a community like ours. Our water application focuses on the following critical infrastructure. 1, we plan to construct a 123 TCP treatment at the Brownie Road well facility. This project is vital to ensure that our water meet the standard for state and federal for safety and cleanliness. 2, a new 1 million gallons storage tank booster pump station at the same facility will bolster our water supply reality, especially in emergencies. 3, the proposed installation of emergency standby diesel generators at the Garzoli Arsenic Treatment Facility and the 1 million gallon storage tank and booster pump stations will ensure interrupted operations even during power outages. 4, we seek to install an advanced metering infrastructure system which will allow us to monitor water usage more effectively, promote conservation efforts, and rapidly identify any potential leaks. 5, we plan to construct a new water supply well at Perkins Avenue to replace a Taylor well and another on Elmwood Highway to replace well number 6. These new wells are needed to secure our water supply against future droughts and other climate-related uncertainties. For wastewater, our application focuses on a single but highly significant project, expanding our current wastewater treatment plant. This is crucial to keep pace with our community needs and meet the stringent environmental regulations. As you consider our applications, I implore to you to recognize the severe disadvantage that our residents face and the significant benefits these projects will bring to our community. We do not seek to enhance our infrastructure merely, but to ensure the very existence for the health and prosperity of our residents now and the future. Like many other similar situations, our community relies heavily on equitable distribution of resource and empathetic decision-making from entities like the State Water Resource Control Board. A loan would place a burden on our already financially strained community. A grant, however, would be a lifeline. Thank you for your attention and consideration. We look forward to your support in addressing the urgent pressing needs for the city of McFarland. And I'm here to answer any questions. My skill set is not an engineer, but I'll try my best. And next time I'll bring Kevin Costner. He's doing Yellowstone, if you haven't seen the movie. So
we'll take you, Mayor, and appreciate, Mayor, on your leadership as well and in advancing these projects. I guess my question actually would be just as you came to sort of the list of projects that were really front of mind for you as mayor and as leadership in the city, did you kind of take an assessment of, across your service area, what you're needing? Just kind of wondering the decision-making and support that we could better even provide to local entities as they assess what we know is a lot of different needs and a lot of aging infrastructure in your communities?
Oh, absolutely. The problem we've had for decades is that the leadership hasn't been there. They haven't looked and assessed anything as far as how to bring our economic revenue up. So, I mean, we're at 14,000 plus, but our community is lacking from not just water treatment, the water, but recreational needs for our youth. It's challenging enough to provide for the community just the essential needs for the residents, but to have water, drinking water, and basically if something would happen emergency, we have something storage for them and not waiting for FEMA to come in and help us out. So it's just being a proactive approach and showing the community that they're there for them.
Really appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you. I really appreciate that leadership.
Sorry.
Mayor Firestone.
Yeah, just maybe to follow up with you and staff, but, and it sounded like certainly there were drinking water components on this, and I know we're going to talk more specifically about that next, but is the size or I guess in terms, are there barriers for McFarland to access grant, sorry. Are there barriers for McFarland to access grant due to the IUP guidelines that as we are proposing them now?
Oh, I was going to look to see if Megan was nearby.
So we have just been working on reviewing an application already for some of the drinking water and wastewater needs. At this point, our determination is that they will qualify as a small, severely disadvantaged community. So I'm not anticipating that, but we can keep working together on the funding that we can offer.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. And that was Megan Tosney from Division of Financial Assistance.
Yeah, definitely.
sorry on the
We
least.
would
Thank
like
you.
to stay off that loan list. So, but thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Again, really appreciate your participation and advocacy here. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Anyone else here in the room, either on clean water or if you have time constraint and you're looking to comment on drinking water, you can too. Yes, please. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair, Board, my name is Denise Burbank. I am a member of the Board of Directors for Olive Hearst Public Utility District in Yuba County.
Good afternoon. I'm Rick West, Mayor of the City of Wheatland. Thank you for having us here and letting us speak. We appreciate this opportunity to make a few comments and consider the adoption of the Clean Water SRF intended use plan in the near future. The City of Wheatland, together with Olive Hearst Public Utility District, has been working to develop and advance the South Yuba County Regional Wastewater Project for several years. The regional project will eliminate all waste discharge from the City of Wheatland's existing treatment facility along the Bear River and enable safe and efficient conveyance of wastewater from Wheatland to an existing upgraded, modernized wastewater treatment facility near the community of Olivehurst that has available capacity. The regional project will provide many long-term benefits. Some of those include addressing affordability for thousands of members of our communities, the prevention of environmental impacts from existing out-of-date facilities, the mitigation of potential sewer system overflows, and the protection of groundwater quality in the South Yuba subbasin. To date, local partners have invested $15 million to support the planning and design of the regional project. We're excited to report that this project is now shovel-ready. I like that term. NEPA and CEQA are complete, which is a big deal. Yeah, it's always a big deal. Anyway, I won't go over that too much. Along with all the required plans and specifications, our application for SRF funding is also complete. And just in case there's any technical questions, we have our city engineer, Dane Schilling, here as well. So,
Please allow me to explain how significant and impactful this project will be to Yuba County and its people. We are a small rural county that is agriculture-based. We have several disadvantaged communities with lots of independent government entities. This project will truly change that dynamic. Here's what we'd like to explain with you today. First, our appreciation. We recognize and appreciate the important shifts this board has made in the SRF program and the intended use plan over the past several years. Those shifts have created a pathway to grant eligibility for small disadvantaged communities like ours, and that you have prioritized regional approaches to solving wastewater challenges. Second, I'd like to emphasize the alignment of our regional project with important elements of the intended use plan. Specifically, the City of Wheatland and the community of Olivehurst are small disadvantaged communities as defined in the intended use plan. This project is considered a high priority project as it regionalizes existing wastewater facilities consistent with the IUP. The City of Wheatland and OPED meet all the necessary criteria for maximum grant funding under the IUP. This project will further protect our groundwater and demonstrate the care our region shows for its resilience. Tribes have been consulted and are supportive of the project. In closing, I'd like to thank you and State Board staff for continuing to support an intended use plan that supports transformational projects in communities like ours. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to move this project forward. We appreciate the engagement of State Board staff on our project over the past several months. We are focused on further coordination and collaboration with staff to help make this project a reality over the next year. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you incredibly for the participation and comments, and again, the leadership. I know that it takes at the local level to even get through the process. And we're here to do our part, certainly, but we know, it's not just the water pressures that you all as leadership and your cities are having to deal with. It's the compounding issues of even still COVID response or whatever, the many challenges we know that come to roost at the local level. So just thank you. I appreciate the participation, you all being here to advocate and to acknowledge that we are in a generational moment where, the aging infrastructure challenges that we see, the 50-year even history of the Clean Water Act or the programs that here on the regulatory and funding side have come together to create a quality of life that I know for a lot of us it's easy to take for granted. So just thank you. I really appreciate the participation today. Thank you. Anyone else here in the room on the clean water side? Jared, and then, yeah. Okay. Nuts. Yeah, but, please, yes.
Good
Thanks.
afternoon, Chair
Appreciate it.
Escobar, members of the board. I'm Alexandra Ganell. I'm with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. So thank you for noting our project. Just want to say, first of all, we're really happy to see that there are fundable projects, new projects on the fundable list this year. I know there have been challenges with that, and so we're happy to see that. We're appreciative to be one of those. We do share concerns, I think Jared and others will bring up about the reduced number of new projects that we're seeing over the past couple of years in the presence of Bill, and we understand there's challenges there. It seems like rollover projects now being included in that calculation of annual lending capacity has a big impact. I think we're talking about that. There's a lot of rollover projects there and less capacity for the new projects to be funded. And as one with two rollover projects and a new project, we are committed to working with you to streamline and expedite getting to execution. We don't want to be the reason that we're holding up other people from getting their projects on the list. So I know it's complicated and we're not one of the easy borrowers necessarily.
Hey, you guys are.
We try to be, we're not always. We have other stakeholders, right? Our bondholders. So, but we are committed and we appreciate the work that we've been doing with staff. We're part of the stakeholder advisory group, all of that. So just specifically around our projects, and you guys noted that the idea of combining or looking at ways to combine or shift or streamline in some way, we would appreciate the dialogue. I can absolutely respect that you want to know how that might impact you in the future. I mean, just from our perspective, I'm not sure how another agency would come to the table with multiple projects that are scoring a 14 or 15, right? Like there's just not that many. And even if you could, I think you would put your application in anyways. As a commitment to your ratepayers to try to keep rates low, you'd probably put in your best scoring projects you could all the time out of your CIP if you could. If they were going to score well, the scoring criteria are pretty clear. And, you know, I think that it would be staff, I feel like they're really good at looking at our projects and being able to tell when it's one project or multiple projects, right? Like we have projects that have 4 contracts under them, and we've asked, because we know, right? You guys have a cap. Is this 4 projects? No, it's one CEQA. It's one project, right? So I think there's an opportunity there before someone gets on the fundable list where you might be able to tell whether they really are trying to game the system or not. Just my thoughts, and thank you.
Yep, really appreciate that. Thank you. And yeah, you guys are a huge borrower with complicated structures to some of your work, but nonetheless, a really critical partner in all of this. So just thank you.
And I'll just make a plug to provide any recommendations that you have to help address the concerns on gaming the system while still allowing for that flexibility and reduced kind of administrative burden as you work on your comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Board. Mr. Voskel.
Hi, good afternoon. I heard the city of McFarland say they don't want to be on the list. They just want a grant. And I thought if only that was our problem. We want to be on the list. I have very fond memories of watching McFarland, the film with my father. And so it's really cool to have you here today and hear from you about your needs. I didn't do a power pose beforehand to really get ready, but I also feel like I'm here before you, cap in hand. For the record, my name is Jared Voskel. I serve as Manager of Regulatory Affairs for the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, CASA. CASA represents over 130 public agencies and municipalities that provide wastewater collection, treatment, recycling, and water resources. Numerous of our members are applicants every year, and the fundable list and the Clean Water SRF is such an essential part of what our members do when they're having to upgrade their facilities. And I can't underscore enough what a low interest rate loan means for a lot of these agencies. And when they have to go to the bond market, it's a significant increase that ultimately goes to the ratepayers. And so our interest here is in as many projects every year can be placed on the list we want. And in terms of, you know, the values that we have for this, you know, to apply, we think it's important for it to be predictable. We think it's important to be transparent. And so for a lot of agencies, they're going into this process thinking, oh, I know 13s get placed on the fundable list and they apply, but then we've had to, you know, reconcile some issues with the fund. And so we've changed that a little bit. But as we go forward, these are things we want to make sure is central for us. Before I go any further, I want to just make sure I also thank your staff. Alexandra said it, that they're great, and that's an understatement. Christopher, Michael, Joe, and Hartridge from council, and all the attorneys who are working on this do such great work. They're completely accessible, always in dialogue with us, and they're having to incorporate all sorts of new funds from pandemic reasons to federal infrastructure, and doing all that work and getting the money out by DFA is just great work that needs to be applauded and recognized. No easy task. They've also set up a stakeholder advisory group. That was a byproduct of the Environmental Finance Center report, and that's been rolling, and we really are having positive direction in that, and we think it takes some of these longer term issues, we can get through those. In terms of, there was a reference or question in the proceeding about how much time is the average length of time for an agreement. In that Environmental Finance Center report, it noted 50% of projects reach execution in 12 months, 80% reach execution in 21 months. So I wanted to note that. And then also there was a comment about, I think the gentleman left, but the recycled water construction grant. That is at 15 million right now. I had heard anecdotally from several members that that was 20 or 25 million. that would make them apply for it. But my understanding is if you take that construction grant, then you're essentially foreclosing receiving any more money. So if they increased how much it was, they'd be willing to make that trade-off, knowing if the project has overruns or whatever else, with the 25 million grant, we could live with that risk. And so I think, again, that's anecdotal, but that may be something worth probing further. I think that the core of my comments, though, are to three issues, and I'd requested the staff report be displayed here. The main one is the sustainable funding capacity, and we're having this conversation. 600 million is the number that's being discussed, and there seems to be a little bit of a difference between what that number represents, and I want to try to disentangle that. It seems like, as we have understood the sustainable annual funding capacity, it's 600 million per year can be added onto the fundable list. But it seems like it's being used to say 600 million a year in agreements that are reached. And I think there's a difference there, because when we are thinking there's 600 million per year that can be placed on the list, as we read this portion of the staff report, it's not that much. And so I think, we are oversubscribed on the list. And I think in prior conversations, there was a discussion saying we would want no new funding for 3 years to allow the fund to catch up. Because there's a lot of drivers in needing these projects for regulatory compliance purposes or just improvements in environmental protection, there was a recognition from staff we can't do that. And so they're doing an abbreviated amount of that. Right now, last year was 240 million. This year, the current recommendation is 180 million. But that's still far short from the 600 million. And if we kept pace at that pace of doing essentially only 1/3 of the capacity, if you needed 3 years to get it, zero funding to get caught up, if you're doing 1/3 of it, you probably need 9 to 10 years. So kind of the proposition we're facing with is, do we really want this fund at 1/3 of the capacity for 10 years? And what is that going to do for all these projects? And there's so many projects, from infrastructure upgrades for sewer, for treatment upgrades, for nutrient removal, for water recycling. And to have a fund that's that diluted, that's a tough proposition for us. And we're looking for solutions. We're active with the SRF group to see what we can do on that. But I want to note that concern. I think if on this, if you could, you see column D recommendation on your screen, it says 626 million estimated clean water SRF financing. But then if you roll down to bullet point D in the staff report, one of the very last lines on there says, selecting scenario D would result with 31 projects and a reliable loan commitment of 626 million. You would think I'm in an eye exam right now, which is where my son is, and I will have to leave soon after coming to go pick him up. But a couple lines before there, it says these 7 projects are requesting only 521 million in financing. When limited to that 50 million cap, they would only add up to 191 million. So this is what we're saying. Well, in terms of the repayable loans, it's only 191 million. Our request would be, can you make recommendation scenario E, where in scenario E, it says adding all those projects that scored 13 or higher, those 17 projects would receive 505 million. And so that's still below the $600 million cap. And so that's what our request is. I think that the issue of these rollover projects being put into here is essentially why we're being told that can't be the recommendation. But I think there's a discrepancy here, because the way it has been done in the past, those rollover projects weren't included in this line. And last year was the first year it was. And so if you scroll down just a little bit further on the staff report, it's onto the next page on these fundable list options right there. The sentence right above the deputy director, it states, together, these 31 loan projects represent 626 million in additional commitments. And we don't understand these to be additional commitments. There's only 190 million in additional commitments. And so this is why we're saying, if the capacity is 600 to be put on the list, we would recommend option E, any project scoring a 13 or higher, because that $505 million is still below the capacity. And if you're using the 90 to 125% range of the capacity, it becomes 90% of the capacity would be 540 million. So we're still even below that piece of it. And so our request is we do scenario E. And I think it's important on this point to maybe tease this out or spell this out differently if there really is a shift on how we're considering additional commitments. But as we would understand it, a project that was put on the list last year is now being counted in the list of this year.
I appreciate that. I think the fundamental, point is whether or not you consider completed funding agreements and that number in a year as, what is going out of the program and is the sustainable capacity, or at least what you're adding up to understand what is your sustainable capacity over the last years, or how many projects are being added. I think it's dangerous to be based off of how many projects are being added, because like this year, we'll have an end of year wrap up. We'll know how much was committed in that year. I think that's the better metric as we look back and as we even think forward on the program of how we would view the $600 million funding capacity sort of target, which, remember, it's kind of a target there, as opposed to kind of saying, well, if you really just look at it as 600 million new projects a year, and then so you have a few rollovers, so you're starting to accrue. I think you start to get into maybe a little overcomplicated math in the way that we might see the way we're articulating, trying to hit a funding target, or the way we might view what that actual expenditure in a year was, not the commitment, but what actually came out through funding agreements. But I look to folks in the program to ask, should we be thinking of this differently?
Yeah, so just to clarify, so the capacity model that we work with the financial advisor on is modeled on executed agreements per year, not how many projects we add to the fundable list. So yes, Mr. Bosco is correct. For the first several years that we had the fundable list, when we first developed that concept about 5 years ago, that was how we viewed it. But in retrospect, we probably shouldn't have viewed it that way. We should have viewed it as what's executed on each fiscal year. And then one thing that we have put the last couple of years, at least last year, and I forget, maybe the year before, we did put the 5-year average for executed agreements to match up with that sustainable lending capacity. And so before this year, it was Mike had it in one of his slides there, $723 million per year over the last 5 years. So we're above that sustainable lending capacity. Now, the world is not going to come to an end because we're a little bit over, but you can't, the word sustainable means it's something that goes on for a long, long time. And so we can't continue to do that. And so that's why we made the recommendation this year we want to put some new projects on there, but we need to regulate how many commitments we're making. We have the capacity to go out into the bond market and get the cash to fund the projects, but eventually the bonds have to be paid off. And so, if you commit the money today, at some point there has to be a point where it's paid back.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Voskel. Do you have additional points?
Yes, I do. And
okay, good. Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure and follow up on that because I know it's a fundamental one amongst our discussion. So just thank you.
Well, and I think to Christopher's point, that had been the way it was and it changed. And so I think that kind of goes to where a lot of these 13s applied, thinking they would be feasible for them to be placed on the fundable list, kind of because of that precedent. But with that change last year, that was a fundamental change. It would be interesting to see which of those projects that have applied last year, applied this year, and applied the year before to kind of really underscore what's that need and why are they so dependent upon it, the SRF, and is there a way to maybe elevate a 13 if we don't do it wholesale for all of them? I think the final point I wanted to make today was, if it's okay to display that screen one more time, this is just kind of in the same vein of our predictability and our communication and our transparency. If you could scroll further earlier into the document, just a page or so. The last thing is that, it's hard for us as a statewide organization representing agencies across the state on this item, but essentially as we understand it now, the different scenarios that are being proposed, it's contingent upon a cap. And so capping those projects at 50 million, the concern here is that all the scenarios that we are interested in, scenarios D and E, those would cap retroactively projects that already made it on the list in a prior year. And so that puts us in an uncomfortable position because by supporting scenario D or E, we're also supporting those projects to then be capped. And in terms of what those projects are, I think there needs to be some communications, and I'm sure there probably already are, with the staff at those agencies. So they're in the loop on, look, we might have awarded you more than 50 million, but because of this year's IUP, that would be capped at 50 million. It's a hard one for us to speak about, but I just note it because it does kind of pit our members across each other. And so there's so many projects that have a need in scenarios D and E, and we don't, and so I don't know what these options are. And I, said this before y'all and other commenters to share their perspective, but I appreciate your time listening. Thank you for the work. And I'm again, just want to reiterate our thanks to staff and the good work we have planned for the years ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, no, likewise. Really proud of these programs. They're, again, completely oversubscribed. So we find ourselves here always with the sort of the challenge around creating priority and kind of moving folks through as best we can. And I know, yeah, these are all, we wish we could commit to as much as we possibly can without a concern to the sort of sustainable funding for the program, but we have to balance amongst that. So appreciate the work in helping us try to do that balance. So thank you. Anyone else in the room? Yes, by all means.
A little difference, right?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the State Board. Rosario Cortez, Manager of Regulatory Affairs for Water Reuse California. Thank you for the opportunity to comment this afternoon. The focus of my comments will be on the Clean Water SRF, but as well on the Water Recycling Funding Program. And as you are aware, requests for those funding programs remain high. We have several recommendations, but we first wanted to acknowledge that we support the State Board staff's thoughtful analysis and commitment to the health of the fund. We have a handful of recommendations to hopefully improve our ability to access the funding and improve communication throughout the application process. Specifically, we do recommend continued transparency in the IUP. We appreciate the broader goal of increasing clarity and transparency of the IUP and the overall Clean Water SRF and Water Recycling Funding Program. In the past, we had actually asked for an executive summary, and we want to thank and acknowledge staff for their responsiveness of that request. We do believe that it can be made clearer in a few areas. We want to additionally thank Water Recycling Funding Program staff for their time in providing additional tables to help clarify to our membership what exactly is in the IUP. For additional transparency, we suggest you consider including some sort of proposed annual funding limit that is stated more clearly in the executive summary. The funding capacity, we believe, may have been established about 6 years ago and was initially intended to be the sustainable amount that the Clean Water SRF could fund each year. Now the funding capacity has become a 5-year average, and the fundable list has become a rolling list. So this further confuses the actual amount that is being funded in 23-24. The use of the word proposed annual funding limit is just a suggestion. It's not something we're firm in terms of a term, but more in terms of a concept. This could be highlighted in the executive summary, and this year that amount is $191 million. But in our view, when you read the IUP, it's not until you reach page 19 that that's clearly understood. We also ask that you consider separating the Water Recycling Funding Program from the Clean Water SRF. Given that the Clean Water SRF has separate funding criteria, combining the Clean Water SRF and the Water Recycling Funding Program into a single document, the IUP can appear confusing. Water Reuse California recommends separating out the Water Recycling Funding Program into either a separate report or perhaps an appendix at the end of the existing report. This would provide one place to locate Water Recycling Funding Program, funding applications, projects, available funding, existing Water Recycling Funding Program criteria, including any proposed changes. Additionally, the clarity would also greatly assist us as we communicate the true funding need to other policymakers who are intensely interested in furthering the success of recycled water projects. We do appreciate recent additions to the Clean Water SRF funding list, which indicate which projects are recycled water projects. Next, we also want to thank State Board staff for providing information and opportunities for dialogue through the SRF funding, the SRF advisory group meetings. We will continue to prioritize attending those meetings and be active in them. We would ask that the group consider an examination of the loan issuance process. And my final 2 points surround the timing and flexibility. Agencies struggle when they have to wait on the wait list and take years to apply, negotiate, and execute the SRF loan. So their projects do have milestones and schedules, and they just need to keep moving. The SRF loan takes a long time to put in place, and we would like to see some improvement in that area be considered. Lastly, DFA could do everything it can to accommodate each borrower's existing bond covenants to ensure the SRF loan terms do not create any conflicts with existing bond covenants. Such terms are commercially reasonable and following municipal bond industry practices and accepted by credit rating agencies. In conclusion, we just urge you to consider these adjustments and particularly those related to transparency. And just thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Cortez. Really appreciate Water Reuse's continued great work amongst all this. Quick question to folks in the program. I know, these are federal programs ultimately, so the way that, our documents are being structured and, the way we're communicating some things may be dictated by that. But is there an ability to do a better summary around just what's happening around water recycling? Not necessarily create a discrete program that we're articulating fully within the Clean Water SRF, but just, what's the best way to parse that out? And a quick question as well, and I think I know this by and large, but the majority of even the dollars from the legislature, say on the grant side that are coming through, we're funneling through them through the IUPs, right? This is our main structure by which even state dollars, not just the federal, dollars are being considered.
Yeah, we've had a number of discussions with stakeholders about that difficulty of pinpointing the information they're interested in. And I think one of the silver linings from the bipartisan infrastructure law is that we did create these supplemental IUPs to deal with the lead service lines and emerging contaminants. And it was our hope this year that we would take a page out of that book and have a supplemental IUP for the water recycling funding program and small community grant program, but there wasn't enough time to do that. So I'm hoping that we can do that next year, and hopefully that will make things a little clearer to stakeholders about where that funding fits in, how it's distinguished from Clean Water SRF, what there certainly is an option for people to take just the state funds and sidestep the federal requirements associated with the SRF program. And so we've been doing that for many, many years. That's always been an option. I think there is maybe a bit of a higher expectation there that I think would be counterproductive, which is to set up a separate program for water recycling. And there's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes administratively that, having a separate program with all those separate administrative processes would be counterproductive. But, we're very cognizant of the challenges of understanding how these programs fit together, and when we combine funding sources, we need to meet all of those requirements for both of those programs, and that can add extra challenges to the process.
Really appreciate that, and look forward here then potentially, and here would like to see that come through of parsing out not just the water recycling, but small community grants and loans amongst it. So as to be able to just more clearly show folks where things are going. So appreciate it. Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Yeah, on Clean Water SRF, please.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Armando Lopez. I'm the Treatment and Disposal Manager and Chief Plant Operator for Union Sanitary District. So I stand before you to talk a little bit about our EDSU program. It's our Enhanced Treatment Site Upgrade. I also like to take this moment to thank Chair Esquivel for your previous comments in support of this at a WIFIA press conference recently. We really do appreciate the support. I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to come here, as well as staff for all the hard work you guys do. It doesn't take long, but to listen to this room, how difficult the decisions are, because everything is, anyone who cares about water knows that it comes from the heart. Everyone understands that, so thank you, sincerely. The Enhanced Treatment Site Upgrade Program for us is going to be the single largest early action on nutrient reduction in the Bay. As you must all know by now, San Francisco Bay has some of the highest nutrient concentrations of any estuary in the world, combined with a warming climate that would only make the threat of harmful algal blooms more acute each passing year. The ETSU program is a significant step in addressing this issue. To fund the program, in 2020, the district implemented the largest sewer rate increase in our 100-year history. It's been 45% increase over 5 years already. The Whitfield loan and previously issued bonds were allowed us to move forward with the first phase of improvements that began construction 18 years ago. So we are currently under construction. But unfortunately, due to the rapid rise in inflation, the bid results for the program's first phase of the project was approximately 40% higher than previously anticipated, and the increased overall program cost of $305 million inflated to $482, becoming a 59% increase. The district is seeking approximately $150 million in affordable finance to complete the program and achieve its goals. And it'll be very challenging for us to begin the second phase of this in 2024 without securing financing, reasonable financing for this. USC respectfully recommends and urges the State Water Resource Control Board to adjust the cutoff score to scenario E, or consider adding a subset of the projects with scores of 13 to the fundable list as the board did in last year's IUP. Thank you, board members Morgan and Firestone, for the recent questions regarding the program, and we hope that our letter sufficiently answered those questions, but if not, we'd be happy to set up additional meetings to discuss. In conclusion, the ETSU program will substantially improve the water quality of San Francisco Bay, providing the largest early action on nutrient removal to the Bay. USD has taken substantial steps, including the largest rate increases in its history, and we need clean water SRF funds to help bring these nutrient reductions to fruition. And I say this a little bit, I'm a plant operator. This is not necessarily my forum in operations, but I am passionate because I have the privilege of serving the community that I'm from. I'm an East Bay native. And when we had the opportunity to look at what we could do to help improve the water quality of the Bay, this program spoke volumes. I can still hear our late Bruce Wolfe at the Scottish Rite Temple talking to us about how we should be making decisions, knowing where we're going, even though the rules are not in place. And we took that to heart and started pushing this program forward. And we, like I said, we are in construction, the first phase of it. And we're hoping that with some additional funding support, we can make this a reality and bring it to fruition. So thank you all for your time and my ability to present this before you all.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Really appreciate your time as well here and contributing to the workshop and this discussion and the leadership. And what certainly comes to mind was the recent harmful algal bloom event, the red tide event within the Bay. And I think it really awakened everyone to the continued need to continue to reinvest in our sanitation systems and how critical they are in a warming world to all of that. So thanks for that leadership and being here. And Board Member Firestone, please.
Thanks. I'll just add or maybe flag for staff and encourage you and others to provide comments in the written comment period on this. But, we've had, obviously, harmful algal blooms is a public health concern as well as just impaired water bodies and some of the highest priorities around water quality. And we also we held a workshop around how to incentivize nutrient removal just recently and got feedback on that. And I know we still have more to do, and it's probably appropriate to talk about this more systematically in the policy update discussion, but I would really like us just to look at, as we're looking at this year's IUP, to the extent that there are nutrient removal projects in those impaired water bodies where there's really high, these high public health priorities, as well as just the overall goal of nutrient removal. I'd like to see if there's some way that it makes sense to at least provide some. Well, I'm not going to try and guess what the best way of addressing it is, but being able to look at if we do go, don't go scenario E and instead go scenario D, is there some way of allowing some of the projects on with a score of 13, and this is an example. I don't know all of the details of this one, but just to give you an idea of the types of projects that maybe it's worth looking at whether we could get some flexibility to add them to. This is such an important statewide priority right now. We're still grappling with exactly how to incentivize it and support it, but I also wouldn't want us to miss the opportunity for accelerating some of these projects. And of course, every project is important.
Thank you again, Mr. Lopez. And thank you, board member. We have a couple of folks on the online platform. If there's no one else looking to speak here in the room on the Clean Water SRF, let's go to Chris Montana, and then Art Morimoto, and then we'll go to Kyle Jones here in the room.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board members and everyone else present. My name is Chris Montana. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, I'm with Sunset Beach Sanitary District. First, I'd like to thank Melky and Joshua of Project Management for helping me navigate through the process. I actually thought that since we were on the comprehensive 23-24 list that we were receiving funding. I really thought we'd made it, but found out otherwise. Our project's a small one to abandon our sole sewage pump station in accordance with our climate action plan. And it has a high priority score, I feel, of 13. Our pump station is 90 years old and lies on the Newport Coast earthquake fault line. This pump station is basically located on an island surrounded by 4 highly sensitive ecological water bodies, including 303D Bolsa Chica Marsh to its south. A sewage spill caused by either an earthquake or malfunction of the pump station would devastate the surrounding environment and sea life. Our annual budget is only about $1 million a year. Our project is estimated at $8 million, and we can't move forward without funding. In order to reach a score of 14, we'd actually have to have a sewage spill, and that's what we're frantically trying to avoid. This is our second year on the list. We're absolutely ready to break ground. We even have our coastal commission permit, and I'm just requesting that the deputy director add some small non-DAC priority 13 project like ours to the 23-24 IUP. And that's all I got. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much as well, Chris. I really appreciate your participation here. I don't think there's any direct questions currently in looking at the other members, but just thank you. Really appreciate your patience and participation in today's workshop.
I just want to add that I did include a comment letter, and attached to that are some maps of the surrounding water body so you could really see what would be affected if there was a sewage spill.
Great. Thank you so much, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next on the platform, I'd like to call up Art Morimoto and then Kyle Jones here in the room. And also, I believe we have the Vice Mayor of McFarland still needing to speak, so we'll make sure that happens too. Thank you.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. I'm Art Morimoto, the Assistant Public Works Director for the City of Burlingame. And based on the staff presentation recommendation, this comment is being made in hopes of additional funding becoming available as well for scenario E. I'm here to reiterate a comment letter that was submitted by City of Burlingame to the board on June 12th, 2023 in response to this IUP. And in the letter, we requested that for the City of Burlingame wastewater treatment facility digester improvements project, that the Clean Water SRF project number 8730-110, that the total priority score be increased from 12 points to 13 points. And as presented in our loan application, the purpose of this project is to replace aging facilities At the plant, they've reached the end of their useful life. These improvements were identified as critical in the city's wastewater treatment facility master plan. And without the adequate timely funding, the project implementation could be delayed, and this would increase the risk of potential failure for these facilities, as many are experiencing, which could result in negative impacts to public health. And now when the application was submitted on December 28th, the project was at a 50% design completion. And for the submitted application, the project received a total priority score of 12 with a readiness score of 3. And during our interactions with Waterbird staff earlier this year, staff had recommended that 90% plans and specs, if completed and submitted prior to publishing of the draft IUP, could result in additional scoring. And the Water Board staff also recommended that after the plans, the 90% plans and specs are submitted, to send a comment during this draft IUP period requesting the score change. The city's consultant, the consulting engineer, submitted the 90% design documents through the financial assistance application submittal tool on May 10th of this year, and the city subsequently submitted the letter request to the board on June 12th. So in summary, I mean, we're requesting an increase to our project's total priority score to 13, which we hope may improve our chance of securing a loan to complete the much needed improvements to one of our critical facilities within the city. And just to note, this project will be ready to go, later this year if we can secure some funding. So, we really appreciate your time and consideration. I'd like to thank the team at the State Board for their continued support and really prompt responses throughout this whole process. Thank you. And we have our consultant here, I think, online too, if you have any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Morimoto. Really appreciate your participation, your comments, and the leadership around your project here. Thank you. We'll go to Kyle Jones, and then we have Jim Beltran with hand raised from McFarland on the platform. Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, board members, and staff. I just wanted to give our comments that were exclusive to the Clean Water SRF. We'll have more opinions on the drinking water side as well. But we wanted to specifically call out the Small Communities Grant Program, and I believe there's $8 million identified in the intended use plan. And some of the challenges we're seeing through our drinking water work is that we've made a lot of progress in moving towards consolidations and extension of service projects, especially a lot of the expansion we're doing on the Central Coast. But the question we're getting from residents on the ground is, what about wastewater? What about my septic system? And we don't have any similar programs yet for that. And I think that's partially because we haven't had the intention in wastewater. We're working on legislation to hope for that. But in the meantime, there's going to be a need to do similar work to what we're doing with SAFER for community capacity building and engagement to make sure residents understand what resources are out there and how to get these projects going. And we're looking and wondering and suggesting that Small Communities Grant Program could be, if it could be flexible enough, given the statute, to be used in order to help support and augment SAFER funds to support wastewater and septic to sewer consolidations going forward. So we'll have more in writing on that. Look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Next, and I think this may be our last commenter on the Clean Water SRF side, we'll have Jim Beltran.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to begin by thanking the members of the State Water Resource Control Board for allowing me just for a few moments to share my thoughts as related to this item of critical importance to the city of McFarland. My name is Jim Beltran, and I've been serving as the president of the McFarland Unified School District's Board of Trustees for the last 12 years. I am also a local pastor. I'm also a high school teacher, and I'm also a Central Region representative for the California State School Board Association State Assembly. I am here today as an advocate for my beloved community of McFarland. The McFarland Unified School District serves roughly 3,400 students in grades TK through 12. Our 3 elementary schools, our junior high school, and our comprehensive high school provide the kids of our community extensive opportunities to grow, to learn, and to develop as individuals and citizens. And we're very proud of our students. There is something, however, that's very interesting about running schools that I don't think that many people know. If you were to lose power at a school, you are not required by law to close. This has happened to us and our staff has adapted. If you lose air conditioning and heating in schools, you are not required to close a school. This has also happened and we have also had to make do. But when you lose water, we are required to close. And if you think about it, it makes complete and perfect sense. Without water, the drinking fountains stop working, the toilets don't flush, and if there were a fire emergency, the sprinklers would not function. Our kids in our community deserve equitable access to clean and safe water, and they should not have to shoulder the crushing public debt for a generation in order to get it. As a school district that is growing, we expect to build another school or two in the not so long future. This grant will go a long way in providing the best possible educational facilities and experiences that a student could possibly have in McFarland. It is my hope that this board recognizes the need in our community and approves the City of McFarland's application to address the water infrastructure project of our community that it desperately needs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Beltran. Really appreciate your time, participation, and leadership. I know there's a lot that calls your attention in your capacity and work, and appreciate your engagement here on this water issue for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that brings us to the end of our commenters for this part of the intended use plan on the Clean Water SRF. I will just make a quick comment. I am interested and have heard that we currently have some ability within the Clean Water SRF to do something that I know is sometimes discussed on the drinking water side, which is to charge a little more generally on interest for the program. Do we have current sort of authority to be able to look at the program a little differently insofar as generating perhaps a bit more resource from applicants that are able to take a loan at a higher rate? Or is that something that would require some, well, obviously either way, it would require further work if it was something that the board could here entertain, but is it something within our current capacity? And I guess especially as we go to make changes to the policy where that can either be strengthened or otherwise more explicitly done. Just kind of wondering just generally on that ability.
So the board has the interest rate for both the clean water and drinking water SRF loan are set by state statute. And so the board does not have the ability to go above that. The board has the discretion to set interest rates anywhere between 0 and that upper limit, which is defined in state statute. I will say that the federal requirement is only that the SRF provide below market interest rate financing. The federal government doesn't define what the market rate is or what that interest rate reduction is. So there are certainly states that charge, on a sliding scale, and there are different ways that you can calculate the market interest rate depending upon how you define it. And so, but at this point, yeah, the legislature would have to redefine how that is set.
Appreciate that clarification there. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute or so break before we get to the other half of this, just because we have been going for a bit here. So let's go ahead and come back at 4:15, and we'll continue on to the Drinking Water SRF intended use plan discussion. All right, it is 4:18. We can go ahead and bring ourselves back. Complete item number 6. Thanks, everyone. I know it's been a long day, and appreciate the opportunity for a little mental break as we dive into the second component and just as critical and important. So glad to come into it refreshed. Downey.
Hello again. Well, since we have the slides, I'll assume that everyone can follow along, and if there's questions on things that I'm moving too quickly past, please ask about, because there are a lot of similarities with the ways we structured the Clean Water SRF and Drinking Water SRF programs, and so I don't want to rehash too many of the same points, but I'll try to focus on some of the uniqueness of Drinking Water program. Weren't here earlier, my name's Mike Downey. I'm a program manager for the Drinking Water SRF program and Clean Water SRF program. And we're talking about the intended use plan for fiscal year 23-24. Next slide, please. So just like Clean Water, we're going to use this intended use plan as our business plan for both Drinking Water SRF funds and what we call complementary grant funds, Prop 1, Prop 68, Budget Act general funds. And I'll talk more about the additional bipartisan infrastructure law funds on the next slide. So we have a few extra supplemental IUPs for the drinking water program. So there's the base intended use plan, and that covers base capitalization grant, general supplemental capitalization grant. And then we have the emerging contaminants supplemental IUP, and that, as mentioned, we're recommending to transfer the Clean Water SRF emerging contaminant funding to the Drinking Water SRF emerging contaminant funding. So there's one pot of funding for emerging contaminants. Unique to drinking water is the lead service line replacement supplemental IUP. And again, that's another new pot of drinking water SRF funding made available by bill. And it's still sticking around. It's the SWRCB supplemental IUP. And it's a long acronym that if you had a natural disaster in 2018, there's a special pot of funds that were appropriated. Next slide. So very similar to clean water. So there's appropriated funds and authorized funds. So the appropriated new funding from bill is the general supplemental funding, the emerging contaminant funding, and the lead service line replacement funding. So that is appropriated for all 5 years. Now there was one big change this year, and that is that the drinking water needs survey that we participated in and helped EPA complete, that data was collected by EPA, and so they actually used a new formula for the allotment of drinking water SRF funds. So for general supplemental emerging contaminants in our base program, California's allotment went from 8-ish% to 10-ish%. So that's good news for California, and we feel like we did a good job representing the need here in California. For lead service line replacement, they drilled in a little deeper, and using some of that data, used the allotment formula based on known lead service lines in the state and unknowns. And so our allotment actually went way down. So I guess in some ways maybe that's good. We don't have as many lead issues as other states. But our capitalization grant last year for lead was $250 million, and this year is $28 million. So that's a pretty substantial decrease. So that's one thing I wanted to call out here. And so not anticipating that would change the remaining, this year and then the next 3 years of the bill funding, we would be expecting to get, the 28 million. So originally when we came before you last year, we said, yeah, 250 million a year for 5 years. That's $1.2 billion. So our tune has changed as the allotment formula has changed. Next slide. Base program, again, was authorized at a very high level, but we've seen Congress appropriate the funds at the same historic levels. And because of the congressionally directed spending, that our capitalization grant's actually about half of what we used to see. And so, again, that's impacting our sustainable capacity and what we're projecting into the future. I think our biggest concern at this point is that the bill funds will end after 5 years and that the congressionally directed spending may continue, and then we'll not really have a replacement for how we've been running the program and the funds that we are anticipating and expecting year after year. Next slide. There's loans, there's principal forgiveness, and the set-asides for the drinking water SRF are substantially more than clean water. So clean water, it's about 6%. On the drinking water side, we can go as high as 31%. This year, we're recommending 26% be set aside for technical assistance, small water system development, administration, and those sorts of purposes. But that is a large percentage. And so once you take out the principal forgiveness and set-asides, the amount available for loan is around 25% of the capitalization grant. I think that's part of why, also being a newer program, but also is one of the reasons why the drinking water SRF capacity is essentially half of the clean water capacity, and it's just been less capitalized over the years. Next slide. Continue to have very high demand on drinking water program as well. We've showed the difference compared to last year. So over 340 applications, asking for $3.4 billion. Again, just kind of reinforces the need for us to prioritize. We've got a lot of staff working with a lot of applicants around the state. Next slide, please. I'd like to point out that principal forgiveness continues to be an important piece of our grant and other free money availability. Of course, principal forgiveness comes with federal cross-cutters, so we're trying to be strategic with how we apply some of those funds. And that while it does look like we have $700 million available, the previous slide showed a large number of complete applications that are already in the works, and another 100 applications that we're working on getting complete. So if you have a project, come to us early. Say early and often, but maybe just once for now. Next slide. One change for the grant eligibilities this year is that we've included Category D projects in the higher grant/PF funding limits. Category D is reliability. And so previously, Category A through C projects, which are public health, projects that address public health concerns, those had higher grant limits and maximums. And so Category D is included for the small DACs and the small non-DACs. We're not applying that to the medium DACs. You can actually go to the next slide. So that's hopefully made clear in the tables, appendix, I believe. So just like E, thanks, Gene. Appendix E, if you want to take a closer look at how that might impact your project. Next slide. Continue to offer planning grants for small disadvantaged communities. Slide. So our sustainable loan capacity for the drinking water SRF program is $300 million. Working with a financial advisor, updating our financial models, just the same as the Clean Water SRF program. And again, fewer years of capitalization with slightly less capitalization has resulted in a lower capacity. I will mention that for those ASADRA dollars, if there's a project out there that was impacted by a natural disaster in 2018 specifically, I know we had to turn someone down who had a disaster in 2019 and they weren't eligible. We do have some funding available. I think we've exhausted our resources, but if you're hearing this for the first time, please reach out to me. And then we do have our emerging contaminants funding So this is most predominantly from the Drinking Water SRF Emerging Contaminant Fund, but there is $35 million specifically for PFAS, and that's from the general fund appropriation. At this point, unclear if there will be some additional funds for PFAS in the Budget Act of 2023. So we've gone back and forth, but if so, we've included language to administer it through the Emerging Contaminant Supplemental IUP.
On those ASADRA dollars, have you had a chance to imagine and hope, and if not, recommend reaching out to Cal OES, who, I'm sure they have an inventory of what, disasters any potential folks may have been under responding to during that time. But yeah, just wondering if there was outreach to them at this point. If not, maybe that can help.
Thank you. I'll double check on that. We did a lot of research when this funding was originally made available to us, trying to figure out why this amount of money and what were the projects that they thought could be used this for in California. And so we did a lot of chasing down individuals, and our original potential fundable list was GIS masterpiece, and we've narrowed it down to, I think 4 projects. But yeah, if there's others, it's a strange pot of funding, and I appreciate the offer though, and I'll double check with staff in case there's any more ferreting out.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
2 questions. And also, I'll just say, I thought I didn't have to, but it turns out I have to leave now early. So I really apologize. And I look forward to all the written comments. And we'll look back at the comments that folks say here today. So look forward to that. And I apologize to have to leave early. 2 questions before I go. One was on the emerging contaminants. It sounds like we're trying, when I talk to staff, it sounds like we are trying to see if we could use, if it was appropriate to include Chrome 6 in that definition of emerging contaminants. And that was something we're talking with EPA about, but I was going to find out if you have information or if there's anything to share yet with the public on that, or if that's something to stay tuned.
I had last heard that it was not on the CCL list from EPA, any of the 1 through 5 lists, and so that we weren't able to include that, but I'm not aware of more recent discussions, unless we can, I'll bring that up. We do have a bi-monthly meeting with our regional EPA counterparts, and I'll bring that up.
Great, yeah, because obviously we just released that, and I know there's a huge funding need, and it's a new, unique thing for California. So there is way more need for this funding than probably what we already have there, but just flagging that as something that I think folks are interested in. And then more generally, I think, Christopher, you said this of, ideally we would have kind of a supplemental IUP that was specific for some of these very specific different funding sources like emerging contaminants and lead service line, or maybe we did do this for lead service lines. But you mentioned it in the context of water recycling. So I guess I would just say, I know that there's a lot of work on PFAS, and I think I see folks from WRD and I know there's a lot of efforts to try and figure out how to get that funding to communities and how to get projects in, since this is a new area, to get, especially for disadvantaged communities. So I think I'm really interested in hearing comments and looking at what we can do in this IUP to make sure that we can streamline, get projects in for PFAS for disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities in particular that may not be quite as ready to go, and then just increase our outreach and communication about how best to fit into that funding with folks that may not know, since it's a pretty unique funding opportunity and it's grant, or at least there's, it's a great opportunity. So just, I know there's going to be more comments and suggestions, and folks are looking at it. So this is really just to flag that that's an area I'd love to see us continue to flesh out and work through.
Yeah, and it's important to bear in mind there's three facets to this emerging contaminants funding. So there's money that came through us through the bipartisan infrastructure law that goes through the drinking water SRF. There's definitely advantages because it's all principal forgiveness, 100%. But it has all the drinking water SRF requirements. Then there's state money that was appropriated for PFAS. And then there's another federal program that was created through the bipartisan infrastructure law specifically for disadvantaged communities. And so we have submitted a letter of interest for that. I think it's been awarded. I don't know exactly where we are in the process there, but yeah, so it's lining up each of those programs and the requirements of those programs with the applicants that are best suited for that. And so, yeah, it's a
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different pots of funding with different requirements, and it's a lot for staff to manage and also for applicants to try to navigate. I know staff really try and facilitate navigating that for applicants, but just, you know, there's particular, as with all of these things, whether it's lead service line or others, there's particular expertise, especially with PFAS, that may be different technical assistance providers and different types of communities that are dealing with that than other, you know, water recycling projects or the typical safer projects. And so just looking at what we can do to try to make sure that those projects are facilitated, we're getting those teed up. You know, getting the money as quickly as we can, reducing as much roadblocks as we can. I know that's always the goal.
Board member.
Next slide, please. Don't want to harp on this too much, but a $300 million loan capacity for drinking water. We had a really big year in 21-22 with you know, close to $1 billion, largest year for drinking water program to date, and we've been about at our sustainable loan capacity when you look at the 5-year average. Next slide. Hopefully, a lot of you were here earlier. So we do the same thing for our fundable list development. We have start with our comprehensive list. Small DACs and those grant eligible projects can be added to that fundable list automatically once their application is complete and they're deemed eligible. I say automatically, but deputy director can add them to the fundable list. And then the others, the larger loan projects, they are ranked for priority and placed on the fundable list through this IUP process. Next slide. So, slightly smaller scale than clean water. We've got 6 projects that with a funding decision in progress. So I'm not counting that against our funding capacity for the year because we've incorporated those numbers into our financial model as soon to be commitments. And so the new projects might be a little bit of a misnomer. I think there's 2 rollovers in there, but so new for this year will be 7 projects for around $300 million. Next slide. Emerging contaminants, some examples, the best example right now is PFAS, and we're prioritizing those PFAS projects. But 1,2,3 TCP, manganese, 1,4-dioxane, are some examples of some other common emerging contaminants. And the emerging contaminant list, we've kept it broad. The federal requirement is it needs to appear on US EPA's contaminant candidate list. And so we may have a limit here in California for, I believe, 1,2,3 TCP. However, because they're on the CCL nationally, they're eligible as an emerging contaminant. And so I'd say that's one of the most common applications we've received other than PFAS at this point. Next slide. We're using a maximum grant or PF amount of $5 million. And if you're a small DAC and you're eligible for a higher grant amount based on the robust table I showed earlier, we will use that as your maximum grant. Otherwise, $5 million max and 50% for those non-DACs, 100% for the DACs. And next slide, please. The lead service line replacement supplemental IUP looks very similar to last year's. And the funding is for lead service line replacement or inventories or planning in order to do those replacements. And my understanding is there's still plenty of agencies that are in that inventory stage, and inventories really aren't due to be complete until October 2024, I believe is the date. So it would have been nice if that timeline coincided a little more with this funding, but a lot of that work is still on the inventory side. Next slide, please. The same as for the Clean Water SRF, and just that reminder that all emerging contaminant and lead service line funded projects, and again, that's the drinking water SRF, emerging contaminant specifically, and drinking water SRF lead service line projects, they have to comply with BABA. Next slide. The added key performance indicator here, in addition to executing 90% of projects on the fundable list and fulfilling disbursement requests within 60 days, is to provide technical assistance to 90% of projects who require technical assistance to complete their applications. That's something we added to the fundable list, or I should say the comprehensive list this year, is identifying those small DACs that are currently receiving technical assistance, that we're working with our own technical assistance providers to help them in completing their applications and their projects. Next slide, I believe, is the schedule. As usual, we're going to pair this with the Clean Water SRF IUP, and so we'll come back to you on the same day, although we will make sure that is a separate agenda item so people can sign up to speak for the respective items. And I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Downey. Appreciate, as always, the good work that has gone on to this and everyone's engagement. Let's get to our commenters. We have some folks both on the platform and here, I think, left in the room as well with us. I'll go in order of folks as they're left kind of on my list here then. And please do look at the ticker to help guide if you're going to be coming up next. But let's go ahead and first go to Susan Little, who'll be followed by Andrea Abergel and then Nick Blair.
And we have given Ms. Little the opportunity to unmute a couple times now.
Okay, and Ms. Little, just please just raise your hand if you're just away from the platform right now, and we can make sure we call on you. Next, let's go to Andrea Abergel.
Each side to maybe for you to I'll have something or on our side to
hello,
respond
Ms.
or
Little, I
have
think
feedback. So
someone
again,
may have background playing. Ms. Little, I think you're here now. Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you too. And I'm sorry for the delay.
Oh, don't be sorry in the
Just
least.
quickly, I'm
It's been a
here. I
long
just
day.
wanted to, can you hear me?
It has. I said, don't be sorry in the least. It's been a long day, so thank you.
Okay. Just to respond, I wanted to respond to the IUP, the draft IUP as it pertains to lead service line issues. And I just wanted to point out that there are two main things that we're asking for, among others. We'll be submitting comments, but just to bring before the board today is that that we'd like to be sure that the inventories on our complete inventories are done, that the board requires complete inventories for both the utility and customer sides of the line, which would include the lead pipes, lead goosenecks, galvanized that were, are, or could have been downstream of a lead pipe or gooseneck, And we mean to really fully do tallies of those lines, not just comments in the comment section, but full tallies. And I'd like to point out that the EPA 7th survey that was just completed defined lead content as being lead pipes and fittings, et cetera, that could be removed with bipartisan infrastructure law funding. And those were included as being lead pipes, goosenecks, and galvanized that were or could have been downstream of the lead pipes and goosenecks. And but unfortunately, because California has not required water systems to look at the lines that way or tally lines in that way, there was not the data, it appears, to provide the EPA with our tally and our count. And consequently, again, we don't know how the EPA came up with its funding decision this year, but the EPA chose to reduce California's allocation by 89%. And so, again, California did not include a tally, or our water systems didn't have tallies of this larger category of lead content that the EPA was seeking tallies for. And so we just want to point out that if California doesn't work to fully identify and tally these lines, it's very possible that the state could continue to lose federal funds that could otherwise pay for the full removal of both the customer and the utility-owned side of these lead contaminated lines. And we'd lose the opportunity to get rid of them once and for all. I'd like to also just point out that we'd like California to be sure to require water systems to provide public health protections. That is notice, filters, testing whenever lead pipes, lead goosenecks, or the galvanized lines that were, or could have been downstream of the lead pipes and goosenecks are removed or disturbed. Other states provide these health protections, and we'd ask that the board require that all water systems provide the health protections to the public as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Little. Really appreciate your advocacy and engagement on this, and look forward to comment letters and continued engagement. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Andrea Abergel, who will be followed by Nick Blair, and then Ellen Lee.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. Andrea Abergel with the California Municipal Utilities Association. No, it's been a long day, so I'm just going to keep my comments short, and we don't have that many comments. I've been participating in this stakeholder advisory group for the past couple months that the Department of Finance reinstated. The dialogue in that group and the subgroups that have formed, I believe, will be very informative and productive. So we'll continue to utilize that group to relay more comments or suggestions on behalf of our members as time goes on. So CMUA will not be sending written comments on the IUPs, specifically the drinking water SRF IUP, but I wanted to note some of the comments that we made last year as they're still pretty applicable. Last year, we requested clarity in the IUPs as to the scope of the contamination projects that are eligible for funding. We understand the prioritization of PFAS is important, but we do encourage flexibility where possible to address other contaminants such as hexavalent chromium, which the rulemaking just started, as Board Member Firestone mentioned earlier. So we really support her comments earlier to make Chrome 6 eligible for this pot of funding and encourage the DFA to meet and encourage EPA to include this as eligible for this pot of funding. We also commented on the need to minimize any administrative costs where possible. And lastly, we support plans that DDW and DFA have to use any set-aside fundings in the lead inventory pot of funding to assist water agencies with their lead service line inventory requirements under the lead copper rule revisions as appropriate. So we look forward to participating, and we understand there's going to be policy amendments to the IUPs coming up after these draft IUPs are adopted by the board, and we'll engage with the stakeholder advisory group on that. We believe that there's some changes to the policy documents that can be more beneficial than changes to these specific IUPs. So for that reason, we're not submitting written comments, but I wanted to get on the platform today and just reiterate the comments that we submitted last year. And ultimately, our members would love to see more money going out the door faster. So thank you guys for the time this afternoon, and hope to see you soon.
Thank you as well, Ms. Abergel. Really appreciate your participation in the working group, and here looking forward as well to the policy discussions that we'll have once we adopt the IUP this year that can, to your point, be more appropriate in that document and help set us up for the years here ahead. So thank you. Really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Nick Blair, who will be followed by Ellen Lee, and then Andrea Ventura.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Escobar and board members. I'm with Aqua, Association of California Water Agencies, and since it has been a long day, I will simply say that I'd like to second what my colleague Andrea Abergel said. Aqua co-authored the letter that CMUA submitted last year. We're also participating eagerly in the advisory group and look forward to being part of the conversations that will hopefully result in recommendations for policy amendments for the administration of the SRF moving forward. And yeah, I just want to second what Andrea was saying, and I can turn it back to you so we can move on to the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. I appreciate your comments and commitment, not through just this meeting, but through the advisory committee and the work that's being done. So thank you, and thanks for your abbreviated comments. Next, I'd like to go to Ellen Lee, will be followed by Andrea Ventura, and then Esther Rojas.
Hi, Ellen Lee with the Natural Resources Defense Council. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on this IUP. My comments will be focused on lead service line replacement IUP. As someone mentioned, lead and copper rule revisions, October 2024 inventory deadline is coming up. And I know the board has been doing some scoping around how to conduct those inventories. And I think it'll be really important that the state board ensure that any bill funded inventory are as complete as possible. Just echoing what Susan had mentioned, this means that all bill funded inventory should identify and count all lead service lines, pigtails, goosenecks, and connectors, and galvanized lines that are or were downstream from any lead or unknown pipe or connector, especially on the private side. And it would be a waste of resources if California doesn't do its inventory properly. Second, I think in this last year, I believe there have just been 3 applications for the lead service line replacement funding, and none of the principal forgiveness for lead service line replacement funding has been given out to disadvantaged communities. So I think this year will be really important to help increase the demand for those funds. In addition to setting those clear requirements for inventories, I think the board should focus and invest in supporting disadvantaged communities in identifying and scoping out lead service line replacement projects. Without these proactive efforts and targeted outreach, I think the neediest communities with limited capacity will be left out of this opportunity. Lastly, I believe the board should revise language in the draft lead service line replacement IUP to require rather than just encourage that these funded projects fully pay for necessary work under private property without charging property owners. I think this will help avoid exacerbating existing inequities and then also avoid placing additional financial burden on individual property owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Really appreciate you staying with us here and your comments and engagement here on the lead service line work. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Andrea Ventura.
Good afternoon. It's good to see you all. And I'm going to surprise you by not speaking about PFAS today. I'm here to also speak about lead. I won't reiterate the part of my comments that I had written out that my colleagues at Environmental Working Group and NRDC just talked about. We too support a complete inventory that is actually enforced by the board. We need the data. Previous inventories were not well done, and that is a problem. We do expect a fully removed lead in the state, including the galvanized lines that have been or are downstream of lead. And we appreciate seeing the basic health protections required in the IUP. So I'm going to focus, with that said, I'm going to focus on a couple of other things, because I think we have a major problem here. And that is that one of the biggest threats related to lead is that we're downplaying it in the state. We keep hearing from, and not just today, but we keep hearing from Division of Drinking Water and others that, oh, we're not a big lead state, that other states have lead pipes and their older infrastructure, and we're lucky. In fact, we do have a major lead problem. It is, maybe it's not in the way it's not pipes per se, but it is these connectors, it is these galvanized pipes that have collected lead from upstream sources. And, you know, we have statistics when 14% of children tested in just one neighborhood in Fresno have high levels of lead from their water, when 25% of the schools in that community have high levels of lead in their faucets, and 40 homes are above the federal limit. You know, we can't keep putting our heads in the sand. The bottom line is we need to remove the lead in our water. We need to do it correctly so we protect public health. And we need to do it now because this window of opportunity with the unprecedented money available from the federal government will not stay open forever. We've already lost $200 million by underplaying the problem here, and we can't, that's not acceptable. I want to also end by saying that in the past, we heard that staff didn't want to be overly prescriptive when it came to giving out the funds for lead removal because they didn't want to scare water systems away from taking the money. That's a failed strategy. I understand the thinking, but it hasn't worked. As you just heard from Ms. Lee, only 3 water systems have taken advantage of the federal funding thus far because they don't have to. We would suggest that this is partly because the board is not sending the message that inventories must be complete and will be enforced, that lead removal has to be comprehensive, and the health protections are necessary, whether lead removal is planned or not planned. But in the end, we also have to remember that this is public money. And when you spend public money, you know, you have the responsibility to make sure it is spent well and will truly address the problems it is meant to solve. So the things we are advocating for today to be part of the IUP are important. And on behalf of our tens of thousands of members around the state, that's what we're asking. We're asking to make sure that when we do pull out lead, we do it correctly, comprehensively, and with all due health protections. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you letting me speak on this today.
Thank you as well, Ms. Ventura. I really appreciate your advocacy on this. We share the goal in ensuring that California is a lead-free state and continue to be open to figuring out how best we do that throughout our work, and know that we've been challenged with getting here even applications, I know, from systems. So glad to figure out how we continue to cast as wide a net, and appreciate, I know, the focus on smaller systems here even that may not have even the capacity to best understand their threat. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Esther Rojas here in the room, and Kyle Jones, I believe, as well, is looking to speak here on the drinking water side, so we'll call him next, and finish up with Kim Boyd here on the platform, I believe. Ms. Rojas.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair and board members and staff. My name is Esther Rojas, and I am the Water Master and Manager of Water Resources at the Water Replenishment District. And I'm here to highlight some feedback provided that we submitted in our comment letter this morning regarding the draft DWSRF IUP, specifically as it relates to the PFAS funding. The Water Replenishment District is the largest groundwater agency by population in the entire state. Our service area encompasses the Central and West Coast Basin, which includes 43 cities and 4 million people. The groundwater aquifers provides about 40% of the water supply in the region, and thus why groundwater is so essential to our core function and business. And it's our locally sustainable water supply. Currently, we have 140 drinking water wells. Of those, about 45% exceed the current state response levels, and 68% will exceed the maximum contaminant levels that were proposed by the US EPA. So what does this mean for our region? Well, it means that there are 1.7 million residents within our service area who are served by public water systems that have PFOA or PFAS levels above the current state response levels. Also, about half of those, 700,000 people, live within census tracts classified as disadvantaged or severely disadvantaged communities. Given this urgent need, WRD estimates that the total cost to treat the 95 wells to PFAS levels below the proposed MCL would be approximately $161 million. We are able to provide some funding, but ultimately there will be at least a minimum of $100 million shortfall for our community. Again, given the urgent needs, we actually took it upon ourselves and took the initiative to help our pumpers seek outside funding through both federal vehicles and through the state, specifically the state revolving fund. Through our efforts in assisting them, we realized that although the state revolving fund process may be totally appropriate for large multi-million-dollar projects, such as our Albert Robles Center Advanced Water Treatment Facility, which was one of the recipients of some Clean Water SRF funding, it is definitely not the case when assisting some of these disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities, regardless of their size. The application just itself is cumbersome, duplicative in certain areas, and also due to certain specific requirements, such as you can't start construction without an environmental approval, inadvertently penalizes some of these entities that are trying to get ahead to save costs in the long run, which is can be very detrimental for a small agency with limited resources. So based on all of that and just our experience of assisting our pumpers and truly trying to get them ahead and be proactive, we provided 3 different recommendations in our letter, but really I'm just going to highlight our priority recommendation was for the board to consider removing the PFAS state allocated funds from the SRF program completely. And I know that may sound wild, but sometimes you got to think outside the box to truly make this funding accessible to those communities in need. Or maybe just adjust the SRF policy to establish a true streamlined application process, including new formats, instructions, and templates applicable to those who are applying for loan forgiveness funding, and maybe not knowing that they're not applying for an actual loan, at least for the state allocated funds. We do understand that when it's federal funding, there are specific requirements that must be met, such as these different federal cross-cutters, which staff did state to us were waived for some of these applications that we were applying for, which did also make sense because in essence we were going after the state allocated funding. But again, some of the way it's set up now is definitely, and the fact that our communities can't really access this in an expedient way is truly almost counterproductive to the essence of what the allocated funds are meant to be. Again, in reconsideration, or when the board is reconsidering, I know most recently we were able to work with the state staff on Prop 68 O&M funding that was dedicated to severely disadvantaged communities. So I know for a fact that there are ways to be flexible and provide different funding vehicles when to ensure that these funds really reach those communities in need. And that in essence concludes my comments, and the specifics are within the letter that we did submit this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rojas. I appreciate your participation here, and importantly, I know a lot of leadership coming from the Water Replenishment District across PFAS challenges and others. I think of Pico Rivera, I know as a small system that benefited from the Water Replenishment District's leadership and cross-pollination here. Just a quick clarification, Mr. Downey and Mr. Stevens, are the state dollars associated with PFAS being applied the same requirements that say the federal dollars are, or are there, is it simply that the FAST application has certain elements that are capturing both, and that's where folks are seeing a little duplication, say, but as I understand it, we are pretty much streamlined on the state dollars, even if we're using here the intended use plan and these documents to organize some of it. Just want to clarify, I guess, on that point.
Yeah, I would say it's not too different than kind of the base drinking water program and using complementary funding from the Budget Act, General Fund Budget Act, Prop 1, Prop 68. So same base application, same process, same disbursement forms, same grant agreement templates and expectations. And there are a few differences when we can identify the source of funds early that we can avoid federal requirements such as environmental federal cross-cutters, maybe the application of Build America, Buy America, American Iron and Steel, right? Those federal cross-cutters. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, I think a big portion of the process then is what we're doing is we're borrowing from the Drinking Water SRF program so that there's one application portal one place to apply, and will help identify the funds that are available as they change from year to year.
Okay, I appreciate that. And yeah, it sounds like, at some point within the project life cycle, especially with the PFAS dollars, again, if it's identified early on, at least that it can only come from the state side, it can maybe cut through some of that, and figuring out how we best communicate that and ensure that as a pathway, I think is helpful. Because when, again, the state dollars aren't being tied up as much as, again, the requirements on the federal side, we should do our best to take advantage of that, and especially for those smaller systems. Yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you again, Ms. Rojas. Jones.
Good afternoon again, Kyle Jones with Community Water Center. And I just want to thank the board and staff for the work that we've been doing on the SRF on the drinking water side in particular. It really wasn't a program designed for equity, and I think we're doing everything we can, and we're making progress in helping to make sure we can prioritize disadvantaged communities the most here. And we just have some suggestions on ways we think we can further move along this progress and keep it going. First, just kind of some of the lessons that we're hearing from the ground from our work as TA providers with our community solutions team. One, metrics. I think we've been talking about them forever since we've been commenting on this, and we're really pleased to see that there's inclusion of some metrics. And really want to thank the board and staff for working on that. We will have some suggestions on tightening them up and perhaps trying to make them a little bit stronger. So we'll include that in our comment letter. One of the challenges we're continuing to have on the ground is it is confusing sometimes for our team to really be able to navigate the various pots. And so I don't know if that necessarily needs to be something we add to the IUP, but maybe something we can work on over the year is better understanding of the step-by-step process that needs to happen in order to get funded for various types of funding, and things like flowcharts, so that we can understand what kind of requirements need to be done in order to access types of funding. And I think what the challenge is sometimes we have projects that are doing extra work that doesn't need to be done in order to meet funding steps ahead of time, and that can cause delay in the projects. For example, if we're going in thinking we need to be at 60% design, and when we only need to be at 30% design, we're potentially having some challenges there from that. And it would also just be helpful to know, identify which projects are best suited for things like the expedited drinking water guidelines, and that way we know we don't need to worry about federal crosscutters there because we're just getting state funding and things like that. I also want to raise the cost per connection cap. I think we've consistently raised it, and it has been a challenge due to the increase in cost of materials, labor, when talking about projects. But I think specifically today, I want to mention that we're having challenges because we have one cost per connection cap for consolidations. And what we're having a challenge with is that there's a massive increase in cost when we're doing a system-to-system consolidation versus an extension of service, because we're having to put in mains, we're having to put in laterals that otherwise exist. And so because those extension of service projects just cost so much more, we're suggesting a separate cap for those kinds of projects. Again, it really is just because, we don't want to have a further delay of having to have these items go before the full board, particularly when they usually show up on consent anyways. And think that it would be helpful in saving a couple months for some of these projects. For kind of broader policy changes that we'd like to see, and I'm not sure if this is right in the IUP or the SRF policy, but we thought we'd raise it now and raise it again later. First, looking at, since we are prioritizing consolidations across the state, and a lot of the work that we're doing, our partners are doing, has been, we have a specific way of doing it and focusing on community-driven long-term solutions. And experiences we're hearing in other states are problematic. I don't think this is a problem in California yet, but I was looking at potentially, could we come up with standards for community engagement, minimum standards for how, when, and what to do to engage with communities based on the experience we have on the ground of how to make sure that we build community support for these projects, and come up with guidance that could be issued out there and then further used for prioritizing consolidation projects, extra points, if you will. I think that would be really helpful in making sure that as this work continues to expand, these projects are done with community in mind. And then an additional policy we're looking at changing to is direct install of water efficiency measures as part of consolidation projects. And I think we have similar policies when it comes to water metering. that we have to put a meter on. That's in the SRF policy. I think in the IUP, we could make changes to make sure that these are fundable. But the idea is that we really should be able to go into, as we're knocking on doors, we're building support for consolidation projects, be able to offer a full suite of improvements to homes, including direct install of conservation and efficiency measures and leak detection, things like that. And I think there's a couple reasons why that would be really helpful. First, if the receiving system is over 3,300 service connections, they fall under the I guess SB 1157 now requirements for conservation. And so I think it sends a better message that we're also funding upgrades to the homes they're taking on, so they're seen as less of a burden by that receiving community. And secondly, especially for domestic well communities, if we're giving people a bill for the first time for a water bill, it's helpful to be able to fund some measures to save them costs and help them. So we'll include some more details in our comment letter. And then finally, for congressionally directed spending in Appendix K, I really appreciate the list out there. One thing we would request is adding whether or not those are disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged communities. And I think what we are seeing in our conversations federally with our federal partners is that there's not a good understanding on the Hill about how these earmarks affect our capitalization. And I think a lot of people who are fighting or pushing for things like these are also still supportive of the 49% requirement for DACs and things like Justice 40, and helping people paint the full picture of what that does to prioritization of disadvantaged communities would be really helpful. And I think it could be something that would be powerful. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate the good comments and engagement, Mr. Jones, and I look forward to the letter and continuing to ensure that our programs here are touching as many folks as possible. So thank you. Is there anyone else in the room here that was intending to speak that has not had an opportunity to do so? Okay. And then we can go to Kim Boyd, who I think will be our last commenter here on the platform then.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll make it brief as well. I know I was going to say good afternoon. It's almost good after early evening, but Chair Escobar and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to share comments on the draft IUP. My name is Kim Boyd, and I'm here representing the Tahoe City Public Utility District. Just for some background, we're a small public utility district in a rural community in Lake Tahoe. We serve sewer, water, and parks and recreation services, and we currently have about 5,700 water customers. We were established in 1938 to take over a private water system that was serving the community in Tahoe City, and since then, we have acquired and consolidated 25 water systems. That is why the consolidation incentives and projects we feel are really importantly identified in the IUP. So our comments identify positive changes that we've seen made from the 22-23 IUP that do expand eligibility for principal forgiveness and state grants. We've also identified some key issues that still warrant your attention, and those will be outlined in more detail in our written comments. But we do believe that the new changes and recommendations will help achieve the legislature's mandate and the State Water Board's stated goals of providing more financial assistance to DACs and public water systems that are willing to undertake voluntary consolidations of small privately owned community water systems that have little historical investment or improvements. But I'd first like to state that we commend the language that was added on page 19 that expands eligibility for principal forgiveness and state grants to include the category D projects, as stated earlier, that includes the inadequate reliability for small non-DAC systems and the State Water Board's prioritization of funding. This recognizes that many small rural water systems are in need of financial assistance. We also support the addition of the phrase, except for consolidation projects, when determining principal forgiveness eligibility for category E through F projects, where there are more than 50% second homes within a project service area. The language contained in the draft 23-24 IUP provides greater accessibility for public water systems that are voluntarily consolidating with systems within their service areas. With that said, however, the determination for funding eligibility and definition of DAC for category E through F projects still considers whether the households benefiting from the project contain more than 50% second homes. In general, we support this concept, except where those communities are in fact identified as DAC through the State Water Board's MHI determination process. The second home exclusion prevents those DAC households from benefiting from the availability of principal forgiveness resources for otherwise qualified projects. And I'll just sum it up quickly and conclude my comments and just reiterate our appreciation for the positive changes that have been made to the 23-24 IUP. And we thank you for this opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you as well, Ms. Boyd. Really appreciate the leadership and engagement here at the local level here that's, I know, helping to ensure that there are consolidation projects here to be able to try to fund. And appreciate the acknowledgement of the changes. And I know I need to continue to try to best get it right. I know it can be challenging given the nature of the community when you have so many folks that have a second home or have vacation properties. I think of even in the Coachella Valley as well, you get a lot of tourism. So just appreciate your engagement though, and look forward to the letter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that concludes our commenters here on the drinking water and clean water SRF component. Just glancing around to see if there's anyone else that was anticipating to chat. And I don't know if I have anything further to add at this point. I'm looking forward to folks' letters, but I look to my fellow board colleagues for questions and comments though. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. I agree it's been a long day, so I'll keep my comments short right now because I too look forward to the comment letters. But I think we heard a lot of good input about, sorry for my voice there. We've heard a lot of good input about the cost drivers for projects. And so I was reflecting on the ask for an adjustment on the clean water side for the recycled water funding program to have that maximum grant cap moved up. I think there were a couple different ideas thrown out there. And then I think we just heard some comments from Kyle Jones about the cost per connection concerns on the drinking water side and how that can affect consolidation projects and others. So I'm not here to say one way or the other what the right next step is, but over the next few weeks, I'd like some more information on your findings and thoughts as to where those, decision points have been made about how and where to set those caps in the current IUP and your recommended IUP for this year, and your thought behind any adjustments to accommodate increased construction costs and inflationary drivers, which we're all experiencing here in the real world. So a lot of that does resonate with me. We keep hearing, we heard a project that I think it was Union Sand, I believe, the project came in 50% higher than their engineer's estimate. So I'm sure we're seeing this at all levels of projects, the small communities as well as the bigger ones. So I know that doesn't help with wanting to help as many communities as possible and constraints on the top end in terms of the overall amount of funding available, but it's the reality that we do want to see these good projects move forward. And so the other piece, just some additional thinking on the clean water side again about what we heard from the cutoff funding score. And I'm agnostic as to whether it's scenario D or scenario E or 14 or 13 or what the right number is. But I am interested in understanding if we can be a little bit more aggressive with awarding a few more projects funding, if that makes sense, or if that really does put us in a difficult spot, because I do appreciate the constraints we've heard over the past few years about the sustainable funding level. But I'm reflecting on the fact that a lot of these projects do take a couple of years in reality to make it to that signed funding agreement point. And so even the projects that if we were to award those 7 projects today, it's going to take some time before they actually get on the books, if you will, as I'm thinking about it. So even that 100 and whatever the number was, 190 million, that's going to be out there some ways. And I know you have your consultant and you have a model and you're trying to look at when those costs will, hit the books of the SRF program. Just wondering if we can be a little more open to being flexible. And I'm remembering October, and I'm remembering this very similar conversation that we had. And I'm remembering some resolution language that allowed for a little bit of that flexibility. So that might be one way to look at it again this year. And again, not specific direction today, wanted to see the comment letters, but I wanted to flag that for more discussion. And then the last item I wanted to mention that call out specifically is on the lead service line replacements. It sounds like there's a fair amount of concern in how those inventories are being conducted or the expectations for them. And I know I've been involved with a few of those discussions. So would like just requesting a briefing from staff when you're ready with DGW to get a little bit more information about how that's going, and are we hitting the right level of expectations and clarity in the IUP this year? Thanks.
Many thanks, Board Member. Vice Chair.
I think that was really well said. I don't have anything to add to it. I'm looking forward to an updated briefing after the comments come in. I'd be open to some additional flexibility, but really defer to your judgment. I am, I think that the way the draft is structured, you're doing so because of sustainability of the fund. And so I think you have a better way of assessing. So I'm just really looking forward to, as you review the comments and see where there might be some opportunities for additional flexibility, and keeping in mind, some of these unintended consequences like affordability and projects that are underway and some of the things that the other board members have already raised today. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. Want to plus up, I know last year we did provide flexibility to kind of as the year played out and as projects and capacity or other things may have fallen out insofar as projects in the queue, allowing the director of the Division of Financial Assistance or someone in there to ultimately move folks around a bit, have some flexibility as the year plays out, I think will be ultimately probably pretty good. So appreciate that comment and plus it up. Board Member Morgan, please.
Thank you. So just want to thank you guys again. And I too would like a follow-up briefing on the lead service lines. And so the other just item I just wanted to bring up is just, as, we get into the taking a look at the policy and, bringing this item, back to us for consideration. I do want to take a look at aligning the criteria with the board's priorities. And so, for example, the project that was spoken to today, don't have a lot of details about it, but, just especially projects that are going to be taking a look at nutrients and, a nutrient removal project that, especially there in the Bay where we know that there has been an issue. And so just taking a look at that and looking at the set of the criteria that is in the policy now for scoring the projects, taking a look at it as we take a look at the policy and making sure that we are in alignment. And so that as we do move forward into future years, whether it's the type of language that my fellow board members are speaking to now, which I also in agreement with, of having that flexibility to look at those type of projects. And if there does become room or capacity within the year to move those onto the fundable list and to fund those, or if it's, I don't recall all of the criteria right now, but if there is some adjustment that perhaps needs to be made to make sure that we are funding the highest priority projects and we are giving some additional consideration to those types of projects, especially those that could be contributing to, algae blooms. And just looking, now at the, it's hard now because you're looking at, the Clean Water Act being 50 years, our aging infrastructure, there is a lot of great projects that are out there. And so I know that it is a hard, decision to look at all the great projects that come in each year and, to make these cuts. And it's probably just going to continue to become more difficult. So I think it just becomes even more critical that we really take a look at the board's priorities and make sure that we are continuously aligning our priorities along with the clean water policy. And so just that's it. So thank you guys again.
Many thanks, board member. I completely agree with your comments and appreciate, the work that we'll still have to do ahead here. Okay. Looking at fellow board colleagues, Mr. Karkowski, do you want to make a comment?
Hi, Joe Karkowski, Deputy Director, DFA. I know we all want to get out of here, but we have a tight timeline between comment period and coming back to you all. So wanted to maybe quickly touch on a couple of the items.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so with the cap on water recycling, so I think we have, 20 plus projects right now that could qualify for grant, and more than the amount of grant money we currently have available. But of course, the legislature passed a budget that includes an additional $300 million. We don't know how that's going to play out. We may, right, by the time we come back. So there could be an opportunity for us to increase the cap, I would suggest, if there's an additional general fund allocation. So that's one thing to think about and consider.
Yeah, and I think I'll just note, I think providing that flexibility means still not knowing here, obviously, how things will end up shaking out, or if we will have a full understanding by that moment. It'd be whatever's best to kind of build in that flexibility, I think would be appropriate, so that you can move forward with adjusting that as additional, resources materialize.
Right. So we may know by June 30th for sure, or maybe deferred to, a baby budget junior, and then we can think about some language to provide some flexibility to increase that.
Great.
Cap.
Thank you.
Okay. The cost per connection, and my computer died, so I forget what the exact numbers are right now, but we do have for smaller projects, essentially no cost per connection. What is it, 6 million? Okay, that's what I was thinking. Thanks, Megan. So that's one way to approach it versus just sort of, the problem with increasing the cost per connection generally is then you can get some fairly big dollar projects pretty quickly. So that's where we basically said for relatively small numbers of connections, if the total project cost is 6 million or less, we're not worrying about, is it $200,000 or, 150? So we can look at that too, as maybe increasing that number from, 6 million to some other number. And then, I did want to make another point, because I know there's a lot of discussion around the loan capacity and the timing. You brought that up, how long it takes a application to get through. But one of the things, thinking, if you remember Mike's graphs on what's actually gone out. So we've actually funded to greater than the loan capacity. So it may have taken a given application a while to get to that point, but it's not like we're going below it. And if we just sped up, we would actually meet it. We're actually above it. So I certainly want us to be more efficient and effective in how we do that. But we're already there. We're sort of already at that capacity. So to the degree we try to add more to that list, right? And if we get more efficient, we're going to be way above our loan capacity. So again, it's one of those, thinking through the policy issue is there's the time value of the money and the value of those projects, right? Is like we could front load, right? And we could work with our, advisor to see to what extent we could safely do that. We could front load, a lot of those projects, increase the amount of loans going out, but then that has, consequences to
there'd have to be agreement,
future.
and we'd all have to collectively know that there wouldn't be the same capacity, and there'd be a reason why.
At some point, we bump up against, we would not be able to issue revenue bonds because we wouldn't have enough coming in. And as we've discussed, the actual capitalization grants are going to be, essentially dropping off a cliff once bill ends, especially if we continue to have earmarked. So those are all the things we're kind of thinking about from our perspective. So anyway, that's all I had. Thanks for your indulgence.
Oh, thank you. Really appreciate it. Board member, did you want to follow up on anything? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Karkowski. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I think that this was just a workshop, so there's no action here for us, but just thank you. It was a thorough and always good conversation. These are the workhorses of so much of our water infrastructure investment in the state. And so just to really appreciate the continued maturity of the program and, you know, the difficult, I know, job it always is to figure out how best we prioritize when we just, you know, the need just dwarfs the resource. So thank you again. We can conclude item number 6 and appreciate everyone's time on it. That brings us to item number 7, which is our last item on today's bucket on the agenda. This is a 2-day board meeting, so we have additional board meeting items for tomorrow, but board member reports. Who would like to kick us off and take us into the evening here?
I'm happy to start.
Thank you, board member.
Sure. So last Thursday, the 15th, I went on a tour and had some great conversations with some community members on the Central Coast regarding drinking water issues. Also had spoke about some of the projects that our SAFER and DFA staff are working on. So that was a great opportunity for me to get into a part of the state that unfortunately I don't get to as often as I would like, and really just learn about the work that's happening there and also learn about the concerns within the area. And then on the 16th, I was down south, went to Santa Margarita Water District, toured their service area, and learned more about their programs. So that's it.
Thank you so much, board member. Quickly, I and board member McGuire participated as well, but helped conduct our Bay Delta Plan Environmental Justice Listening Session after our board workshop on June 7th on Wednesday. So just wanted to note that, appreciated folks' participation and continue to look forward to that critical project for us. And then on Sunday, the 11th, I participated in Sacramento Pride. And we actually had a showing here from the California, the Natural Resources Agency, the California EPA, the BDOs, all collectively. And here, give huge shout out to Britta Romans and Michael Chen, who are the co-advisors for the Cal EPA LGBTQ plus affinity group. So it was great to go participate in the Pride March with our fellow colleagues, and really appreciated everyone that came out and showed support. It means a lot, especially given, I know, the tensions that are often out there right now politically around the community. And then otherwise, I actually took the last half of last week out, so I actually don't have any further board member report. Went down to Puerto Vallarta. It was really nice. Came back a little browner, so.
I'm a little jealous. All right. So the only report that I have is to plus up board member Morgan's report on her visit to the Central Coast, because I was there with her. And also joined with us were representatives from US EPA, USDA, our Sigma staff, Carla Nemeth with DWR, and a number of other representatives. So it was a good cross-section, I would say, of state agencies and federal agencies there to learn more about small community needs, water challenges. A lot of focus is on groundwater, 123 TCP, hexchrome, nitrate all coexist there. So many of the wells, domestic wells, some of the communities, systems are impacted by all three of those contaminants, which we all spend a fair amount of time talking about. And I just wanted to mention one. I had been to a couple of these before at North of Moss Landing and then Johnson, Live Oak, and McGinnis. But the last one we went to for the day was a farm worker community San Gerardo Cooperative. And the only thing I really want to flag there is that they actually have safe drinking water currently. It's safe to drink, but they're in an agriculturally dominated area. They're surrounded by agriculture. There are farm workers there that live in this really nice housing area there that they've built for themselves. But what I heard from the community members was that they don't trust the water. They were there. They're the water board member, their community members who are responsible for their water system were there talking to us and telling us how none of them drink the water. They do not drink their water. They all buy bottled water. It all costs them on order of $60 a month plus to do that. And I only wanted to bring this up today because it's a theme I hear recurring again and again and again as I go to different communities on the coast, communities in the San Joaquin Valley, communities in Los Angeles area and Southern California. And I'm not bringing here any solutions either, just the flag that this is just another check mark for me to say that there's a lot of work to do yet to build trust in our drinking water systems. And so that was all I wanted to share today. Thanks.
I really appreciate that, board member, and just plus that up. I know I received my consumer confidence report from my local water district, and it's like a thing, but I think most folks don't really kind of open it up, or what we need is something that more easily kind of translates, to your point, in a way that brings better certainty and trust, I think, to systems. And there are requirements like the CCR that are supposed to be in the spirit of doing that, and I think maybe there's ways that we can do better around it. Vice Chair.
Thanks for those comments. I totally agree. I've been out to San Gerardo and Monterey Park near where I live. Same problem. But you have to kind of, we've got this tension where we're constantly updating MCLs and or bringing in new ones. And so, there's understandably some confusion out there because communities have been told that the water is safe. And we already have this information about Chrome 6 or 123 TCP. And so, just looking at CV Salts today and the discussion there and, about trust and who do you trust, and looking at maybe ways to bring in, those that communities trust. So the only thing that I have is that I went to Cal Poly. They hosted the Association of Public and Land Grant Universities. There's a institute, the Food Systems Leadership Institute. So high-level administrators from universities throughout the nation came to Cal Poly for a 3-day seminar on California issues, focusing on agriculture with a greater focus on food systems. And so I was there presenting to them about California water. There was a lot of interest because, of course, they've been reading about droughts and atmospheric rivers and all that's going on over here. A really good discussion, and Secretary Ross was there presenting as well.
Fantastic. Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, that wraps up item number 7 in board member reports and brings us to the end of today's board meeting, not completely because we're not adjourning. So here we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30 and continue on to item number 8. We'll begin with our Sustainable Groundwater Management Act update. And until then, we are in recess and just appreciate everyone's good time. I know, again, it has been a long day, but a very worthwhile and meaty one. So we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow morning. Have a great evening. Until then, this meeting is in recess. Thank you.